Hello people, I'm Tommy, and I love hitting things with bats, but how am I going to continue this passion while also using little to no physical energy? The Wii Sports games are some of the most iconic video games out there. The original Wii Sports got the world hooked on motion controls and gained a large crowd of people who never even played video games, and introduced the world to line graphs. Wii Sports Resort improved upon almost everything, specifically motion controls, and the new sports included caused the game to be drowned in praise by fans and critics, and included even more line graphs. And Wii Sports Club? I want to see just what's so special about these games and why I and many others dumped tens of hours into them as a kid, and if these motion-based games hold up today. But first, the year is 2005. Nintendo was in a swift third place in the 6th generation of home consoles, and they really needed a powerful console with a heavy-hitting pack-in game to combat the upcoming consoles from Microsoft and Sony. During E3 2005, Nintendo's newest console was announced, the Nintendo Revolution, with discs for O's. How fucking stylish. Despite it only being seen as a slightly more powerful GameCube, Nintendo assured everyone that this console would revolutionize the gaming industry. The rest of the conference was dedicated to Nintendo's new handheld at the time, the DS, and the future releases for Mr. Bronze Medal over here. By E3 2006, the Revolution name would be dropped, and the name of the GameCube's successor would be finalized, the Nintendo Wii. This E3 was dedicated to the console, and Nintendo were focused on one game that would come with it, a sports game titled Wii Sports. During the conference, Nintendo showed gameplay footage of tennis being played. Now, I was too busy being a 3-year-old at the time to care about this conference, but I would have been in disbelief seeing that tennis racket move with the controller. Nintendo also talked about the inclusion of other sports along with Wii Tennis. That included Wii Golf, Wii Baseball, and Wii Airplanes. A few months before the release of the Wii, Nintendo would announce that bowling and boxing would be included in the game, while Wii Airplanes would be dropped. An iconic part of Wii Sports is the characters you play as, the Miis. But Miis were not originally intended to be the playable characters of Wii Sports. During the 2007 Game Developers Conference, Shigeru Miyamoto discussed how Japanese wooden dolls were considered for the role of playable characters, before changing to characters from the Mario series. Nintendo preferred the simpler designs of the dolls and decided upon Miis to populate the Wii world. Wii Sports would be bundled with the Wii and would go on to be the best-selling game on the console, and still holds a place as one of the best-selling video games of all time. But that was 15 years ago. Times have changed, and does this sports pack still hold up like many people who try to relive their childhood would tell you? Well, let's see. And as I go, I'll be rating these games out of 5. 5 for great, and 2 for golf. The game that the public got to see when they were trying to understand the concept of the words Wii and sports. Tennis is quite simple, as you and a fellow member battle it out against a rival gang on the court for control over the territory. I'm more neutral about this game compared to loving or hating it like the other sports. It's best to play this game with 2 people, but if you're alone, it makes for some fun for a round or 2. Baseball is easily the best game here. On bat, all you have to do is swing at the right time and hope that the AI doesn't gain the intelligence of a supercomputer, and when you pitch, it seems like it doesn't matter how you throw the ball, and it doesn't, but having the ability to pick how to throw the ball, which I never knew you could even do, is great. And I'd be the first in line to partake in a Wii Sports Baseball esports tournament. This is also the sport from what I've seen that has the highest level of butterfingers to it. Here it is, the game everyone loves, often considered the best bowling game in history, and I think it's a very fine. This version of Wii bowling is enjoyable, but obsolete nowadays. I can see why kids like me and many others got into it back when it was the only Wii Sports game on the market. It can still be just as addicting as Wii Sports Resort Bowling, but I can never go back to this version after the pleasures of Wii Motion Plus. All in all, a fun game, but the real compliments will come later. I do not like golf. I find this game to be an example of how Wii motion controls were not the perfect emulation of real life like the Wii advertised. I just don't find this fun, and the hardest part of this game is not dying of boredom when playing 18 holes. At least this game will have a second chance in the future. The last sport of the Wii Sports quintuple, boxing, really shows the flaws of motion controls. Wii Boxing is easily the most complicated game of the collection, and is the only game that requires the use of the nunchuck. You use the Wiimote nunchuck combo to mimic punching as you knock down the elderly. I still prefer this game over golf, but it gets very repetitive very quickly. The last part of Wii Sports is the fitness and training. Fitness makes you go through a series of challenges each day to guess your fitness age. And training has different challenges and games to play at any time. This mode would be expanded on in Wii Fit, which is a completely separate can of worms. These challenges are okay, but I rarely, if ever, go back to these. In the end, Wii Sports did a very good job of displaying the capabilities of motion controls. However, sports like boxing and golf also showed just how flawed early motion controls were, with more complicated motions being needed. But still, there's a reason this is one of the best-selling games of all time. Because it was a pack-in title, but also was a great way to introduce veterans and new gamers to the world of motion controls. Let's see if those positives carry over.
Okay, here we go. Okay, everyone, form up.
After the smashing success of the Wii and the success of Wii Sports, a sequel felt like a no-brainer. Like discussed before, Wii Sports' biggest flaw was the poor motion controls in its more complicated games. To counteract this, during the development of Wii Sports Resort, Nintendo created a giant zit on the ass of the Wiimote. The year is 2008, and Nintendo was at their peak, while also burning the eyes out of everyone in the E3 audience. This was not Nintendo at their best, but what was important was that some of the most important pieces of Wii history would be shown at this conference. The Wii Motion Plus accessory, gameplay of Wii Sports Resort, and Wii Music. Despite Wii Sports Resort going on to be one of the most loved games in the Wii library, Nintendo absolutely fumbled showing this game at E3. Poor showing of gameplay made it look wonky and unfinished, moments that would make anyone grind their teeth. Despite its less than stellar showing at E3, Wii Sports Resort would be released on June 25th, 2009 in Japan, and 1 month later everywhere else. Starting up the game, you of course get the greatest opening to any game ever, and you're welcome to the game's main setting, Woohoo Island. Looking back, you really gotta wish that Nintendo never actually made this island, because you know that there's no place on the planet that can actually compare. But the setting doesn't matter without the games, so let's go over them one by one. And due to this entry having more than double the sports than the original Wii Sports, I will keep my opinions pretty brief for each of the sports and game modes included in them. Fucking amazing, absolutely beautiful, no flaws, all the game modes are timeless, dueling, slicing, me genocide, it's all perfect. Wakeboarding is a part of the... As a kid, I had some weird vendetta against playing any of the water sports in this game, and after playing wakeboarding, I'm kinda sad about that because this is a great game. It's the perfect example of an easy to understand high score based game that can be incredibly addicting. But there are some moments where it feels like you should not have screwed up. Still, one of the best games here. I'm probably worse at this game than it was at the E3 showing. It's once again a pretty simple game to understand, but was just something I could not get into. I did kinda get the hang of it after playing a bit, but wasn't much of a fan. And Frisbee golf sure is a thing. Archery is a game that utilizes the nunchuck. You aim back and release, quite simple stuff. The game is quite fun in short bursts, a hell of a lot more fun than Disc Thrower over here. Basketball games peaked in 2009 and was mostly because of this game. 3v3s are the bee's knees, and 3-point contest is the ultimate rage mode in this game. Best game to play with 2 people. Very fun, and in my opinion, superior to normal tennis on Wii Sports, but it can never compare to Wii Play Table Tennis. They somehow made a golf game slightly enjoyable. This really shows how the next big leap forward for the game industry should be focusing on making a single-player golf game that's actually fun. You do not count. Now this is the greatest bowling game ever made. If Wii Motion Plus did anything, it turned a decent bowling game into the greatest way to play bowling. The other modes are fine, but standard bowling is where it's at. There's a reason this is the most fondly remembered part of Wii Sports games to most people, addicting and incredibly replayable. Another water sport, and it's okay. It's another high score based game like wakeboarding, but I don't have any drive or enjoyment to play more. Not terrible, but wakeboarding is superior. I'd rather experience the 10 plagues of Egypt than play another minute of this fucking game. Another sport that I'm sure has its fans that I couldn't get into. It's fun the first time playing, but I lost interest really quickly. One big plus is that this sport includes one of the best music tracks in the game. The final game of Wii Sports Resort, and the one that has its origins all the way back in the original Wii Sports Reveal. You do get to play the parachuting game that you play at the start of the game, and that's fine. But none of that matters when you have the motherfucking island flyover. If you wished Woohoo Island was real, you're about to be even sadder that's not, because this is absolutely incredible. Flying around Woohoo Island is nothing short of breathtaking. Exploring ruins, going to faraway islands, going inside the volcano. This game lets you see how all of the other sports in the game are connected. It makes Woohoo Island feel so much more real. I love and respect everything about this game, except for that time limit. This game was easily the best of the Wii Sports trilogy. The improved motion controls and sheer amount of love and polish that went into creating Woohoo Island is amazing. Sure, not every sport is perfect, but you'd be hard-pressed not to find something amazing about the game. Now it's time to jump over the Wii U and see the final game of this beloved series. The year is 2012, and I did not get a Wii U because 9-year-old me was certain the next year's Xbox One would win the console generation. Nintendo wanted to go back to the good old days by being third place in the home console market. Dozens of people believe that the Wii U was nothing more than an add-on for the Wii, and clearly the way to market the Wii U as its own thing and not some Wii 32X was to create a new Wii Sports yes! During the September 18th, 2013 Nintendo Direct, we would find out about this new game and its name, Wii Sports Club. Nowadays, Wii Sports Club is seen as the black sheep, the unknown of the Wii series, sitting with the likes of Wii Music and Wii Chess, the Wii game with the weird-ass release. Yes, the story behind this game and how Nintendo went about it is honestly more interesting than the actual game itself. It did take too long to find out that Wii Sports Club was less of a Wii Sports 3 and was more of a Wii Sports remake. Announced was the inclusion of new features like online and the pass system. For a fee, you could rent a sport for a certain period of time, or for $9.99 you could buy it forever. This was mostly done as an experiment by Nintendo to see how well their online shopping model would do with the new Nintendo eShop. What this really did was make people confused. Due to the release of each sport being spread out throughout 2013 and 2014, with tennis initially being the only sport available. Later, during a Wii Fit U Nintendo Direct, yes, a Nintendo Direct centered around Wii Fit U, 10-year-old me would have lost his mind when the Wii Fit activity meter was announced.
Yes!
At the end of the Direct, Wii Sports Club Golf were announced, and by June of 2014, boxing and baseball would be released to the eShop. Looking back, due to the way this game got released, it's honestly a miracle it got a physical release at all. Also, it has no curve shape at the top of its spine because f*** you. With the release of Wii Sports Club, the mechanic that made this game unique was the club mechanic. You select where you live and are supposed to go up against other people around the world, which sounds fun actually. Too bad no one plays this game anymore. The big selling point of this game is pretty much unplayable now due to no one playing Wii Sports Club, meaning we get to play offline like the Wii Sports gods intended. Okay, let me get this out of the way real quick. I'm lumping these two together because bowling and tennis are pretty much the same game as they were in Wii Sports and Resort. Both these games don't take advantage of the Wii U gamepad at all, and are mostly used for optional stuff like Miiverse, which doesn't even exist anymore, whoop-de-doo. I prefer the Wii Sports Resort version of bowling, and table tennis is far superior to regular tennis. Not much else to say about these games. One extra detail is that when you select online game for bowling, the game sends you to a waiting area that has a completely empty bowling alley. No people and no music. Nintendo ended up making not only the best bowling game ever made, but also the scariest bowling game ever made. Boxing is easily the most improved sport here. I had a lot more enjoyment with this version of boxing than the original Wii Sports Boxing, mostly due to the fact that this game lets you use 2 Wii remotes at once instead of the bagged air that is the nunchuck. The motion controls are much better here than in the original Wii Sports, and due to there being no real boxing alternative in Wii Sports Resort, this is easily the best way to play boxing of the Wii Sports games. I'll admit, I haven't been too nice to golf, and here is no different. Nintendo at least tried to make this experience of golf unique with the gamepad. I'll give it points for actually using the gamepad, which 3 of the sports on this game can say, but still, I really don't like this way to play golf. I'm sure it's just a me thing, and people who play like this could get into it and enjoy it, but I could not do it. Definitely superior to the Wii version, but if I was held at gunpoint to play a Wii Sports golf game, I'd have to go with Wii Sports Resort. If you wished for the hitting bat simulator to be just the same, I got good news for you. In baseball, the batting part is pretty much the same as the Wii version. When you get to the pitching is when it gets interesting. Not only is it easier to understand how to throw different ball types, but you can now control where to throw the ball. This is a much needed addition and can make baseball much more competitive if people actually play this game online anymore. Due to the way that this game was released, and this just being a Wii Sports HD remake, I'm not surprised this game is mostly forgotten nowadays, which is a shame because I found myself enjoying this game over the original Wii Sports. Just like pretty much all Wii U games today, the online is pretty desolate, and its best selling point with the club mechanic already wasn't that enticing to begin with. According to online statistics, however, it shows that a decent amount of people played and most likely had a lot of fun with the game, which is very nice to see that some people at least had good times. It wasn't going to be the motion control revolution like Wii Sports, due to motion controls already being established a decade earlier, and the lack of new ideas in sports like Wii Sports Resort really killed potential sales for the game. It suffered because it tried to do what its predecessors did before it, and didn't have enough new features to make it feel unique, which honestly can be used to describe a lot with the Wii U itself. I'm sure that there would have been tons more good things to say about this game if I'd played it during its heyday before the release of the Nintendo Switch, but now it's just a slightly enhanced port of Wii Sports. Also, you sons of bitches removed the line graphs. Wii Sports Club now sits right next to Tokyo Mirage Sessions FE, a fate worse than death. The Wii Sports games are remembered very fondly in the hearts of many. If you have a kid who has never played these games before, I fully implore you to dig up your old Wii or Wii U and pop in one of these games. In the end, all I can say is these games encapsulate what video games are meant to be. Fun for everybody. Now if you excuse me, it's time to practice for the Wii Sports Baseball Esports Tournament, created by yours truly. And that is the Wii Sports Experience. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and sorry, I've got a mild case of it's hard being better than everyone else. Congratulations, you just beat a game. And for a decent number of people, once those credits roll, the game gets put back on the shelf. But for other people, completing a game just isn't enough. Achievements and trophies, also known as I get it, my cock's small, but I 100% medieval, please have sex with me, is a major part of the gaming experience for some people. The concept of doing more after completing a game has been around for years, unlocking harder versions of the same game, secret endings, and even setting up your own challenges like beating the game as fast as possible. Some games would include forms of a trophy system, but it wouldn't be until the 7th generation of consoles with the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3 that including trophies would become a requirement rather than an option. Trophies have become an accepted part of playing video games, and some people make sure that they do everything a game has to offer before putting it down. Whenever I see somebody get the big 3 digits, I get a spark to do it myself. So I pull out a game, start playing, read the requirements for the trophy, and then say, "Fuck this." There are just some games that have you do the most stupid of shit for a trophy. The trophies that require you to grind just turns the game into a chore rather than an entertaining experience. And then there are the online trophies. Oh my god! I recently got to play The Last of Us, and it was one of the best experiences I've had with a game. And then I got to play the online and had to take a cold shower. The inclusion of trophies that require you to play online can be a deal breaker for people trying to 100%. Now, there are games that are primarily or solely online experiences, so it makes sense to have trophies for online. But games where the single player is the focus, for the love of God, stop doing this. When it comes to 100%ing a game, there are usually 2 big roadblocks for people: difficulty and time. Some games are just too hard for some people, and certain trophies adding on specific rules might just be too much for somebody. On the opposite side, Miitopia, one of the easiest games ever made, but because of that and the fact that this game is incredibly simple, it is a very boring experience to go for 100% completion. And the biggest factor for 100%ing a game is time. RPGs, for example, already take tens of hours to beat, and then slapping on trophies that make the player play the game for a second time for a single trophy can be quite bothersome. Those points may sound like I hate trophies and 100% games, but looking at the bigger picture, going for 100 is one of the best and most rewarding parts of playing video games. When playing a game you love, collecting trophies is some of the most fun you can have, and there's a satisfaction that cannot be replicated when beating a game on a hard difficulty and just getting multiple trophies at once. Although I've slowed down a bit, I'd say 2019 to 2020 was my time when I was really into 100% in games. For example, I did a 100% playthrough of Skyrim on the PS4, and only when I had to restore the Thieves Guild to its former glory did I consider vehicular manslaughter as an option. I 100% Medieval, ladies, here's my address, and I even 100% Persona 5, and Persona 5 Royal, and Persona 5 Strikers, and Persona 5 Dancing. Collecting trophies can be really enjoyable, and it's great that PlayStation and Xbox made them a requirement, giving people who love to play everything a game can offer and rewarding them for it. Oh, and Nintendo! So, Nintendo has some games that have trophies built in, but no system to share or show how many trophies you have. It's strange due to just how successful trophies are in the PlayStation and Xbox. It would only benefit Nintendo to add a trophy system. However, Nintendo does have a sort of trophy system on My Nintendo for their mobile games. Great, but why? You get points that can only be used for that specific app and get one-time bonuses. Great, but why? My Nintendo kinda fucking sucks. It's been almost 14 years since the addition of trophy collecting on most consoles. It's only done good for the industry. Sure, some developers might put in trophies that may go too far, but some of the most rewarding and exciting moments in gaming come from getting that really hard trophy or flat out 100%ing a game. You know, talking about my accomplishments has really got my superiority complex in overdrive. I got it. I'll make a video talking about all my achievements so everybody will want to have sex with me. Hello, my name is Thomas Gowers III. And this is a message for all boyfriend-free girls. I'm in desperate need of sex, and my qualifications include 100%ing Medieval on the PlayStation 4. Please consider me for the role. Thank you. I'll take that as a maybe. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and rumors have been going around lately about the chocolate milk supply becoming scarce. Luckily, I've prepared for this day. Always have a chocolate milk drawer in case of emergencies, but you know, having this drawer of now limited chocolate milk makes me think of the world of video games and how changing something slightly can affect its desirability. Steelbooks. are the default option for when a video game company wants to release a special version of a game. There are a large number of games that come in steelbooks, and while they aren't just regulated games, you can find steelbooks for movies, TV shows, and whatever the fuck Total Recall is doing. For today, we'll be looking at steelbooks in the video game industry and see how they've evolved through the generations. 2004, the year of the DS and numerous sequels. One of the sequels released that year was Halo 2 on the original Xbox, and to add to the hype for the game's release, a Halo 2 limited collector's edition would be released, which said fuck you to plastic by coming in a steel case. Except for the part where the game came in a plastic sleeve and was still made of 80% plastic. Yeah, so one of the earliest examples of a steelbook mainly came with a metal cover and back, while the inside was still pretty much completely plastic. This format of steelbook would become commonplace on Xbox consoles, with a sleeve that has all the information on it, while having some sleek art not being blocked off by ratings and console information. I like the Halo 2 Collector's Edition. Although it was simple, it was also a pioneer in the video game steelbook market, and would leave a big impact going forward. Jumping up to the Xbox 360, and the steelbooks here are fairly similar. One of the differences here is that the title of the game is part of the plastic sleeve to give more room for the artwork on the front and back. By this time, a lot of games felt the need to reinforce what a collector's edition was and included bonus content in the case or on a bonus disc, like with the Perfect Dark Zero steelbook. The year is 2020, the future is dark, okay. As a side note, one of the best things about these plastic sleeves is that you can put any game that fits inside these. Someone could be looking at your collection and say, oh, Devil May Cry 4 on Xbox 360? And you could say, no, that's Tiger Woods. The PlayStation took a different approach with their steelbooks and got rid of the plastic sleeve and just combined the two like a regular game case. The example I have here is the Final Fantasy XII Collector's Edition, and it looks very okay. The cover isn't bad, but I find the original artwork to look leagues better than an indiscernible shadow figure and some letters. The back talks about bonus DVD features with developer interviews and art gallery and trailers. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the Xbox steelbooks look much better in my opinion. They blend in on a shelf more. With the PS4, however, Sony did include a plastic sleeve which looks way better than what the PS2 and PS3 had to deal with. Now with the final of the big three, we've got Nintendo, who up until recently, barely, if ever, even did steelbooks. With the amount of beloved IPs at Nintendo's disposal, it's surprising that Nintendo didn't make more collector's editions or just even steelbooks, but at this point I shouldn't be surprised with Nintendo making batshit decisions. Nintendo did release steelbooks on the 3DS, usually with the release of a new Pokemon game, but the Nintendo Switch was when we'd see a large rise in Nintendo steelbooks. The Switch's biggest steelbook supporter is the video game distributor Limited Run. A decent number of their collector's editions came with a steelbook, which based on the ones that I have, can range from fine to what the fuck. Now, this would be the point where I would lose my shit over a hunk of metal, but Limited Run knew this would look absolutely terrible on a shelf and actually gave normal plastic cases as an option. So if you found the Shantae steelbook to look a little too fucking disgusting, you can just throw them in a box and never see them again. I can't really get mad at these steelbooks for that reason. They're more of just a fun bonus to have. We've looked at a multitude of different steelbooks, each having their own pros and cons, all succeeding in some places while still having problems. However, there is still one more steelbook to look at. A steelbook that is so disgusting, so vile, the most disgraceful piece of metal to ever be created. A steelbook that'll make any collector shiver in their boots. And that recognition goes to... Alright, so a lot to unpack here. The logo symbolizes Smash Bros, and the void symbolizes Nintendo's love for their fans. Seriously, what the actual fuck is this? A fiery Smash logo with an empty void as the background. Now I know some people might say that's a reference to the Smash Ultimate reveal trailer. Okay, that's great, but still doing the bare fucking minimum. It could have gone all the way and included the silhouettes of Mario and Link on the sides with the rest of the cast on the bottom, but no! Just the Smash logo. Already this fails at having a unique or interesting box art, and its regular plastic case is miles, light years, more appealing than this. Oh, but don't worry, at least the back has a nice piece of art. Fuck you. Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. But hey, you can almost see your reflection in the case. I had no idea Nintendo was taking notes from the goddamn Vietnam War Memorial! Oh, and they knew. They abso-fucking-lutely knew this case was gonna stand out like a sore thumb, so they didn't even bother to put the name of the game on the spine. Have you no shame? Steelbook or not, at least have the common sense to include the name on the goddamn spine. This has got to be one of the worst steelbooks ever made. Screaming about a metal case sure does make a guy thirsty. Also, I gotta get that chocolate milk out of the drawer pronto. It's been there for like 3 months. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and I've been doing a little math recently, and I've come to a shocking conclusion about my video game collection, which means it's time to make a serious change about my lifestyle. See, for every one game that I've played, I have at least 4 more that I haven't even touched, and I can't have these unplayed games filling up my shelf space. Luckily, I've come up with a foolproof solution to fix my backlog problems. Okay, that could have gone a little better, but there truly is just too many games out there to play, and that's why I need to find out what the best games on each console are. A video game console is a powerful thing, being able to give you multiple forms of entertainment that'll last a lifetime. But what truly is the crown jewel on each console, and do I agree with that sentiment? But first, before we start, some ground rules. The game must originate on said console, no remakes or remasters. We'll be starting with the 3rd generation of consoles and going forward. I'll be using both Metacritic scores and online publication lists to discern the best game on a console. And lastly, I'll be splitting the games into categories of best game by score, my personal favorite game on the console, and occasionally sprinkle in a few other games for discussion if the time calls for it. Starting with the NES, the most hyped game is Super Mario Bros. 3, and yeah, that makes sense. This is one of the most hyped games of all time, and even had a movie be its reveal trailer in North America. It's an incredibly good game and one I have tons of nostalgia for from the Mario Advanced games, but I'm gonna have to go with Punch-Out as my favorite on the NES. Punch-Out strikes a good balance of early NES difficulty while still being incredibly fun to play over and over again. The Sega Master System was famous for only having a single good game. Chrono Trigger, Super Metroid, Super Mario World, Earthbound, A Link to the Past. The SNES has some of the most beloved games of all time and is one of the hardest consoles to find a concrete best game on. All these years later, the library still holds some of the most revered games of all time. But they're not Tetris Attack, so they might as well be in the garbage. Tetris Attack, Puzzle League, Panel de Pon, whatever you call it, is one of the most relaxing games of all time. A simple puzzle game that get you hooked easily. It's just a shame that this is a game that Nintendo doesn't make more of. But Panel de Pon did get added to the NES Online, so who knows, maybe we'll get more of this game in the future. Sega came in bloodthirsty this generation by making a console that actually had good games on it. The most popular game on the Genesis is Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Okay, look, I'm gonna be honest here and say I grew up in a very anti-Sega household, so I never really got to play Sonic games growing up, except for that werewolf one. However, once I got Steam on my computer, 11-year-old Tommy Gowers got to play the best game on the Genesis, Toe Jam and Earl. A simple game where you collect pieces of your spaceship. A much slower game, but still one of the best games on the Genesis and one of my earliest PC gaming memories. The Game Boy had a very long lifespan and had some really heavy hitters despite its low power. Often regarded as the Game Boy's best game is Link's Awakening. Coming off of the success of A Link to the Past on the SNES, having a portable Zelda game was a major deal. The fact that they were able to cram so much into a Game Boy cartridge is amazing, and the game can still be fairly enjoyable today. But for my favorite Game Boy game, I'm going full basic bitch mode and saying Tetris. The Game Boy version of Tetris was one of the first games I bought when I was really starting to get into collecting video games, so I have a lot of memories with this version. It's this version of Tetris that really kicked off my love for puzzle games, and without it, I probably never would have gotten into games like Tetris Attack or Dr. Mario. This is one of the most basic forms of Tetris, not having staple mechanics like holding and T-spins, but I will always have a soft spot for this one. The Virtual Boy and its most popular game, Wario Land. I've heard that this is actually a pretty good game other than the fact that I would look at severe acne than look at another Virtual Boy game for more than 5 minutes, but if it's not Jack Bros, I'm not touching it. With the topic of best video game of all time, the N64 has one game that is constantly brought up in discussion. that being the most popular game on the console, The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, often considered the single greatest video game ever made. I like South Park more. It might just be due to the fact that I got this game when I was really into watching the show, because other than that, I really can't think of any other reason. It's a first-person shooter on the N64, where you use a controller that looks like 3 bananas taped to a stick of deodorant. This is one of my guilty pleasure games, one that many understandably don't like, but I like to go back to every now and then. The Game Boy Color's most popular game is Link's Awakening DX, which is the first game to break the no remaster remakes rule, which means a Zelda game is not going to be the best game on the Color. No, that recognition goes to Zelda Oracle of Fuck. So this game does the whole 2 versions released at the same time thing, but unlike a certain franchise that does the same thing, these games are actually unique. Oracle of Ages is a more puzzle-heavy experience, while Oracle of Seasons is more action-based. It's really interesting that they went about it this way, and you can even connect both games using the link cable. In terms of my favorite Game Boy Color game, I'm gonna have to go with Shantae. Such a fun little adventure for the Color, and was one of the last games developed for the console. It's got a lot packed into it, and its port on the Switch is a great way to get into the earlier games in the series. The Sega Saturn, home to many classics such as Panzer Dragoon Saga, The House of the Dead, and Nights into Dreams. Now, the Saturn is a console that I have never played, so eeny, meeny, miny, The House of the Dead wins. Sony's introduction to the video game industry came in with a bang with some heavy-hitting titles like Spyro the Dragon, Crash Bandicoot, and its highest-rated game, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. Tony Hawk games definitely have their charm, but I can't really get into them for more than 15 minutes without putting it down. But you know what game does hold my attention for more than 15 minutes? Spider. A game where you play as a cybernetic spider holding a knife and gun. You're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, but when that cover has a spider holding a firearm, how can you resist? Even being Mr. Bronze Medal, the GameCube still had some very quality titles. The Metroid series made quite the comeback after not having a game on the N64, and the release of Metroid Prime was quite the controversial one. But the radical shift of putting a Metroid game in the first person definitely paid off in the long run, as Metroid Prime is now considered a landmark title on the GameCube and one of the best games on the system. As for my opinion, although Metroid Prime is an incredible game, my favorite GameCube game has to be SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom. I loved this game. You give this game to any SpongeBob fan and they will have a good time with it, and it is easily one of the best licensed games ever made. On the Game Boy Advance, the highest rated game is once again Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. I get that Tony Hawk games have their appeal, but really? I can see why the console games were beloved, but going back to the handheld releases of Tony Hawk games, I really do not see it. And that opinion is similar to the highest rated exclusive on the GBA, Mario Kart Super Circuit. It's a fine game, but not one that I see anyone go back to and say, yeah, that is the best game on the Advance. My favorite game on the GBA is the anti-Tony Hawk, also known as Pokemon Pinball. It's a Pokemon game that actually makes you want to catch them all, and you also get to play pinball while doing it. Where's your pinball game, Tony Hawk? The final console of the company I don't care about, with its highest rated game, Soul Calibur. Now, I'm not the biggest fighting game fan, very rarely has a fighting game grabbed my attention. It's an enjoyable game no doubt, but just couldn't keep me entertained for long. And Sega knew this, and so the game never got a console variation, while the true king of the Dreamcast, Seaman, did. You know, the decline of society can really be seen because we've gotten 6 main series Soul Calibur games, compared to only getting 1 Seaman game, and another that never even got localized. Fuck you, Sony. Pro Skater 3 is not the best PlayStation 2 game, San Andreas is better. If I see another Tony Hawk game, good God. The original Xbox came in big with its top-rated game on day 1, Halo Combat Evolved. Your ship gets attacked, you discover a ring in space, you shoot aliens, and there's a really good story in there too. This would be the game that would kick off one of the most beloved first-person shooter franchises of all time, and it demands respect for that alone. But for my money, I'm gonna have to go with the original Star Wars Battlefront 2. This game was everything I wanted out of a Star Wars game when I was a kid. It had ground battles, space battles, you got to play as a Jawa fighting Tusken Raiders and Mos Eisley. Absolutely stellar. It's Super Mario Galaxy. Like, it's not even a competition, it's Super Mario Galaxy. There's not a single game that left a bigger impact on me as a person than Galaxy. You could be in a haunted mansion, then jump over to a world made of toys, then a tropical beach, and while you're doing that, your ears will be in a state of absolute euphoria because you'll be listening to one of the greatest video game soundtracks of all time. No matter where you are in the game, either that be somber or intense, relaxing or anxious, this game never fails to put a smile on my face. This game deserves its place as one of the best Wii games, and it deserves its place as one of the best games ever made. An absolute masterpiece. The Nintendo DS's highest rated game is Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars. This game brings the Grand Theft Auto series back to its roots with a top-down angle. This was a game I played tons of as a kid on my iPod, and was the only GTA game on the App Store that wasn't a steaming pile of shit. However, I gotta go with Pokemon Conquest. This is one of the most underrated games of all time, a fusion of the Pokemon and Nobunaga's Ambition series of games. Whenever I replay this game, I end up playing it for like a month straight. There's no other game I find more replayable. If you're a strategy game fan, I cannot recommend this game enough. The Grand Theft Auto series wins again with GTA 4, a game that I like because it's my favorite GTA to rack up a star count on and survive in, but to me fails in almost every other way. I really don't care for the story in this one, and the absolute abhorrent driving mechanics are only like the second worst decision in human history. But in terms of exclusives, the highest rated game is Uncharted 2 Among Thieves. I've heard a lot of great things about this game, and while I've played the first Uncharted, I've yet to get into the second one. This is a game I really want to get into and look forward to playing in the future. But now, it's time for me to defend a game that seems to get some hate I find unwarranted. Modern Warfare 3 is my favorite Call of Duty, and I'm sure my face is on someone's dartboard for that sentiment. MW3 is a good game, and I get that many see it as a shameless carbon copy of MW2, but they're only like 66% right. Its campaign ends the Modern Warfare trilogy very well. In terms of game modes, you have the much beloved survival mode, along with a new group of Spec Ops. It's nowhere near the most original game out there, but it will always be the Call of Duty game that I spent the most time playing on both PS3 and Xbox 360, and I will always love it for that. Sony's answer to the DS was the PlayStation Portable, and its top-tier game, God of War Chains of Olympus. It's very fine. It's definitely earned the title of most handheld God of War game, but other than that, it's a stripped-down version of God of War. Now for the true king of the PSP, Loco Roco. Such a happy game to unwind to after a stressful day. It's not a game that you have to pay full attention to win, just pop it in and have some fun. On the Xbox 360, Grand Theft Auto 4 wins again, but we don't care because the top-rated exclusive is Gears of War. The first Gears of War had a fairly interesting campaign, but is my least favorite of the original Gears of War trilogy. Much more of a 2 and 3 guy myself. Without a doubt, my favorite game on the 360 is Left 4 Dead 2. Left 4 Dead 2 is my introduction to Valve games, and one of my most played games of all time. A fun game in single player, but if you get a group of people to play this game, it's one of the best cooperative experiences you can have. I have tons of memories of playing versus games where I would knock people off the map as a tank. Get some friends together and spend a night playing Left 4 Dead 2, you'll have an absolute blast. The Nintendo Wii U was famously Nintendo's introduction into the television remote market, with video games being a close second. The highest rated game on the Wii U was The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, but come on, this game came out the day the Wii U lost all relevance, and many people see this as the Switch Zelda game at launch. The Wii U game with the highest rating, while the console actually mattered, was Super Mario 3D World. This game definitely had a rocky start, with it constantly fluctuating with being considered one of the best or one of the worst Mario games. I think it's a pretty good game all things considered, but on the Wii U, my favorite game is another Mario game, Super Mario Maker. This game came out at the perfect time, as it was a point when I was really into making my own levels in games, and loved playing all the user-created levels. Mario Maker 2 is a solid game, but the whole level creator thing really lost its luster on me by the time that one came out. Jumping up to the Nintendo 3DS, and the highest rated game on the system is The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D, which once again breaks the non-remasters and remakes rule, so the second highest rated game on the 3DS is Fire Emblem Awakening. Now, this game definitely has a large group of fans, while also having a large group of critics, mostly due to its story, its gameplay, and how it changed the series going forward. But do I think this game should be this highly rated? Hell yes! I love this game, and although it wasn't my first Fire Emblem game, it's easily my favorite in the series, and a game that left a huge impact after I first completed it. I love the characters, the supports, the music, even the cutscenes, which are still to this day the best looking in the series. I recommend this game to anyone who needs a good 3DS game to play. Absolutely amazing game. Red Dead Redemption 2 is the highest rated game on the PlayStation 4. Like Uncharted 2, I have not touched this game, but I've heard very good things about it and would love to try it out in the future. The highest rated exclusive is Persona 5 Royal, but it's technically a remaster in the loosest sense of the word. So to make everyone happy, the second highest rated exclusive is God of War. All very strong games, but I'm gonna have to go with Persona 5 Royal as the best game on PS4. It took a chunk out of my life, so I have to act like it was worth it. Sony's biggest flub, the PlayStation Vita, really lacked a lot of big titles on it. Its highest rated game is Velocity 2X, a game that fuses many genres such as puzzle platforming and shoot 'em ups into a single package. My favorite Vita game has got to be Gravity Rush. This is a game I'd love to talk about more in the future, but to cut it short, it is a phenomenal experience. A game where you're able to manipulate gravity and use it as a weapon, with an incredibly wacky story to boot. A great single player experience. Childhood Disappointment's highest rated game was also Red Dead Redemption 2, while its best exclusive was Forza Horizon 4. Look, the Xbox One is my least favorite console to come from one of the big three. Other than the 3DS, this was actually the first console I got when the 8th generation started, and it was actually a big player in why I mostly abandoned console gaming for a while in the early to mid 2010s. The reason I bring this up is because I never had an Xbox One game I really enjoyed until about half a decade later when I got to play the rare Replay. Yes, the game that got me to play my old Xbox One again was a compilation game that had N64 and Xbox 360 games on it. And to rub salt into the wound, even my second favorite Xbox One game is another compilation game. You did it, Microsoft. I had to break my rules to talk about a good Xbox One game. Seeing this roller coaster of gaming opinions has really shown me that just because a game is considered the best of the best on a console doesn't mean everyone's gonna love it unanimously. Who knows, maybe even Backlog Game can become my favorite Xbox One game. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and one of my favorite pastimes is going onto the internet and spreading lies. You see, I took a graphic design class in high school, and with my editing skills, these poor suckers will believe anything I say. I'll be king of the forum, until I get discredited 15 minutes later and have my entire family tree leaked. But you know, it is fun to get people excited, and then watch their dreams get crushed by a multi-billion-dollar company. Nintendo Direct, your one-stop shop for all things Nintendo. Usually a 40-minute long presentation that gives information regarding upcoming video games, consoles, and updates. Once a Nintendo Direct gets announced, people are most certainly going to speculate what will be discussed, that being a new video game, character reveal, or anything in between. Nintendo Directs have been around for more than 10 years, and they've changed immensely throughout. Today, we'll be looking at the history of Nintendo's Direct video news feed and how we got to where we are today. October 21st, 2011, a date that will live in infamy as the day Reggie Fils-Aimé shat all over those who didn't own a Nintendo 3DS. This was the first ever Nintendo Direct, and oh boy was it. The Direct starts off how you would expect a Nintendo Direct to begin, talking about Nintendo stuff that we don't care about. But then it takes a complete 180 and has Reggie talking about Donkey from Shrek doing Thriller and 3D music videos from Foster the People. But let's not forget about Hulu Plus coming to Wii and 3DS, where we get to watch new episodes of Dancing with the Stars, Modern Family, and Glee. I f***ing love white people. Almost half the Direct is dedicated to stuff like this, and it comes off as really bizarre when compared to Nintendo Directs nowadays. But Nintendo did get around to talking about video games, where they discussed eShop titles like Freaky Forms, Swap Notes, Dylan's Rolling Western, and Pushmo. And at the very end of the Direct, games like Super Mario Land, Mario Kart 7, and The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword were shown. Yeah, so Nintendo Direct did not start off strong. Nintendo Direct back in 2011 felt more like a news feed about what's going on with Nintendo, rather than a bunch of trailers and video game reveals like we see today. This was the only Nintendo Direct to come out in North America, while Japan would get a second Direct on December 27th. 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 After the growing pains of the 2011 Directs, Nintendo went in full force in 2012. This was where we would truly start to see the Nintendo Directs take full form. One of the biggest things happening to Nintendo this year was the end of the Nintendo Wii and the introduction of Nintendo's new console, the Nintendo Wii U. So Nintendo's focus this year was on the release of 3DS games and the soon-to-be-released Wii U. Nintendo Direct also introduced the Developers' Stories, a segment where a key figure in a video game's creation is interviewed about the making and reasons for creating games. Nintendo CEO at the time, Satoru Iwata, also becomes one of the main faces of Nintendo Direct along with Reggie. This year would also see the introduction of the Nintendo Direct Mini, the same as regular Nintendo Directs, just cut down from the normal 30 to 40 minutes long to about 10 to 25 minutes long. February 2nd, 2012 would be the first Nintendo Direct of the year, with a snazzy opening logo to boot. For the early 2012 Directs, Nintendo would use an actual background, the Nintendo of America headquarters in Redmond, Washington, with shaky camera movements as a bonus. The big releases of 2012 discussed in the Nintendo Direct include Kid Icarus Uprising, New Super Mario Bros. 2, Paper Mario Sticker Star, Crash Mo, and the biggest reveal of the year, Fire Emblem. 2 sleeping dragons, 1 a sacred ally mankind, the other its sworn destroyer, 2 heroes marked with the symbols of the dragons, their meaning heralds the dragon's awakening and the world's ending. Awakening is getting localized. This year, Nintendo truly expanded the Direct's formula to something similar that we see today. Let's see how that goes next year. 2013, the beginning of Nintendo's spiral into madness. The Wii U was already doing less than good compared to previous consoles, and this loss of green paper meant Nintendo needed to get their green fix with the Year of Luigi. You thought Nintendo made lots of Mario games last year? Well, they listened to the fan outcry and brought in the green guy. Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, New Super Luigi U, Mario and Luigi Dream Team. This truly was the year it was socially acceptable to abuse your older sibling. This is the first year of Pokemon Presents. Nintendo Directs dedicated to the Pokemon series, the first present being about the reveal of Pokemon X and Y, the first Pokemon games of the 6th Pokemon generation. We also got the very famous Wii Fit U Direct that year, neat, and Smash 4 reveal. Other Nintendo games discussed this year includes Pikmin 3, Game & Wario, A Link Between Worlds, Wii Sports Club, and Fire Emblem Awakening, now at 33 less words in the title. A new Zelda was announced, which would go on to become Breath of the Wild. Can't wait to play that on my Wii U. Both the 3DS and Wii U got very good games this year, and although the Wii U is slipping up already, the future's not looking too bad. 2014 was a slower year for Nintendo Direct. We got videos about individual games like Mario Kart 8, Hyrule Warriors, Smash 4, and Tamagotchi Life. We did get some good games discussed this year, like Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, and Pushmo World. And their E3 showing this year was one of the best they've had, bringing in the Robot Chicken team to do the introduction. This was also where the famous Reggie vs. Iwata fight took place, and the talk about upcoming games like Bayonetta 2, Mario Maker, and Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. But Smash 4 was Nintendo's focus of this year. We got a lot of character reveals, including Greninja, Palutena, Robin, Lucina, the Mii's. Nintendo went big with Smash this year, and would later release the Super Smash Bros. For Wii U 50 Fact Extravaganza, which, according to Nintendo, is considered a Nintendo Direct. These were some wild facts too. Automatic notifications. Thank you! Smash was the big player this year, but the lack of much else still kept this year feeling empty. But you see, this year was the calm before the storm, and I mean that in the absolute worst way possible. We move on to 2015, and oh god, this was a shit show. Even in the beginning of the year, even though it wasn't terrible, the cracks already began to show. We did get Fire Emblem Fates, Splatoon, new series of Mario amiibos announced, with lots of eShop games announced like Stretchmo. Senior Product Marketing Manager Bill Trinan had his day of stardom getting to host the very first Nintendo Direct Micro, which was also the only Nintendo Direct Micro ever made, and he was forced to talk about Chibi Robo Ziplash. I am sorry, Bill Trinan. The first half of the year we didn't see much of anything, and the games Nintendo were promoting as heavy hitters of the year weren't games from huge franchises. Last year, we had the release of Smash Bros. 2013 was Pokemon's jump to 3D along with a new portable Zelda game. 2015 and the first half of the year lacked really anything to look forward to. And then the day came, June 16th, 2015, a Nintendo Direct for E3. So the Direct starts out fun. We see the big names at Nintendo in puppet forms, giving a similar gimmick to what we've seen in the past few E3s, and then it happens. The games start getting announced. Star Fox Zero, Skylanders Superchargers, Metroid Prime Federation Force, Mario Tennis Ultra Smash, Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival, and oh dear Tokyo Mirage Sessions FE. That is a lineup. This Direct symbolized just how much Nintendo did not care about their first or third-party lineup this year. It's so interesting how many of the most hated games in their respective series were shown during this Direct. But hey, the E3 ended with Super Mario Maker. That's the game that convinced me to get a Wii U. I'm trying to find something nice to say here. The remainder of the year was just schlock after schlock until the final video presentation of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS, which revealed 3 characters. The most undeserving character to be in Smash, Cloud, and the most hated character in Smash 4. They couldn't even end Smash Bros. Right? Jesus Christ. 2015 was a sharp decline for Nintendo as a whole, and the Directs reflected that. But hey, Nintendo's now at rock bottom, so I'm sure we can only go up from here. People complain now about how slow Nintendo Directs are, but we got almost no Directs in 2016. Nintendo definitely had a rocky last year with poor games and the unfortunate passing of longtime Nintendo CEO Satoru Iwata. Just like 2015, we had a lot of announcements, but without that heavy hitter to get everyone excited. Star Fox Zero was on its way to be the big return for Star Fox until it crashed and burned. Pokken Tournament came to the Wii U, and that was my personal big Wii U game of the year. It's the only good fighting game ever made. The mainline Pokemon series entered the 7th generation. Bill Trennan steals Reggie's food. Hey Pikmin. Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice. Well, at least it wasn't Tokyo Mirage Sessions. So 2016 wasn't a bad year, it was just very slow. Which does make sense, as by this time the rumors have been going around about Nintendo working on a new console, the Nintendo NX. This was the twilight years of the Wii U, and although the 3DS was going strong, Nintendo was beginning to fully focus their efforts on their new console. The past 2 years of Nintendo Direct have been very underwhelming, but 2017 was a big year for Nintendo. Gone was the Wii U, and in come its successor, the Nintendo Switch. But first we gotta talk about the Fire Emblem Direct that kicked off the year. Shadows of Valentia, announcement for a new Fire Emblem game on the Switch, Fire Emblem Heroes, and Fire Emblem Warriors. When I first watched this in 2017, I did not care because I barely even knew what a Fire Emblem was. Speaking of Fire Emblem Heroes though, Nintendo really started to push their mobile games this year and started making Nintendo Directs specifically for them, the Nintendo Mobile Directs. This year would also be the introduction of the Nindies Showcase, a precursor to Indie World giving the spotlight to independently developed games. On April 4th, 2017, we would get the first true Nintendo Direct of the year. This is where we truly enter the modern era of the Nintendo Direct. Many elements that we see today appear here, such as the presentation of each trailer, the headlines showing up right before each trailer, and the introduction of the modern Nintendo Direct guy, Yoshiaki Koizumi. Nintendo were super focused on not letting the Nintendo Switch become another Wii U, and they pulled all the stops this year. This Direct reinforced the ideas Nintendo had going into this year, redefining existing IPs, creating new franchises, and still showing support for the 3DS with titles like Hey Pikmin, Ever Oasis, and Shadows of Valentia. They also showed support for more third-party games like SteamWorld Dig, Runner 3, and Stardew Valley. Nintendo pushed for variety and quality this year rather than seeing what sticks like they did with the latter half of the Wii U. Games that previously appeared on Nintendo Directs, like The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which was first announced all the way back in 2013, finally came out in 2017, and we got the announcement of Metroid Prime 4. This was all about recovery and reinvention, as Nintendo finally felt what it was like to have a successful home console again. 2018 felt like a direct sequel to 2017. It was all about keeping up the momentum that Nintendo had gained from the year before, but that did not mean they slowed down. First-party games included Luigi's Mansion 3, Mario Tennis Aces, and Kirby Star Allies. Nintendo also had a lot of third-party and indie support with games like Celeste, Katamari Damacy, and Mega Man 11. It was all about games this year, and Nintendo once again used their ace in the hole, the reveal of a new Super Smash Bros. Nintendo knew just what to give the people this year. New games, character reveals, the Super Crown. A paid online subscription was also pushed this year, isn't that just swell? But all in all, this year was stellar. Nintendo Direct had something for everybody this year, and was not only great for people who already owned a Switch, but this got a large number of people to pick up the console as well. 2019 was another year with a large amount of Directs dedicated to a single series. Pokemon got 2 Directs, Mario Maker 2 got 1, and even Nintendo Directs labeled as normal Directs also usually focused on one game, that being either Pokemon Sword and Shield or even Fire Emblem Three Houses. And Smash Ultimate was still not letting up as we got the Dragon Quest hero, Banjo-Kazooie, and Terry Bogard announced as playable fighters. Breath of the Wild 2 was confirmed to be in development, and Metroid Prime 4 was confirmed to be starting over development. The E3 showing this year included the good trailer for Fire Emblem Three Houses, Link's Awakening, and Animal Crossing New Horizons getting hit with a delay. And Platinum Games came in with Astral Chain and the wonderful 101 Remastered. Some sadder news from this year included Reggie Fils-Aimé, who's been with Nintendo Direct since day one, retiring from Nintendo, and also this year marked the final days of the Nintendo 3DS, as Nintendo would stop developing and publishing games for the console, and the console being discontinued a year later. So long, old friends. 2020 was the year of the Nintendo Direct Mini. This began the era where fans would note a significant drought in Nintendo Directs as they slowly became less and less. We would get 2 Directs that were dedicated to Pokemon and Animal Crossing Direct, while the mini Directs we received were dedicated mostly to third-party games with some first-parties sprinkled in. Games announced this year include Puyo Puyo Tetris 2, Fitness Boxing 2, and Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. 4 Smash characters were revealed: Byleth, Min Min, Minecraft Steve, and Sephiroth. There was a Direct dedicated to the 35th anniversary of the Super Mario series, and we got a Super Mario Bros. Game & Watch, Mario 35, Bowser's Fury, and their biggest announcement being Super Mario 3D All-Stars, a collection of Mario's best 3D adventures, sorry Galaxy 2. The final Direct of the year was not dedicated to video games, but it was actually dedicated to the Super Nintendo World theme park in Universal Studios Japan. 2020 was the year of the little guys, that being the smaller Nintendo franchises and the focus on indie games. All around a fine year, but the Nintendo Direct drought would only get worse from here. 2021 was another slow year. In terms of the Directs, we got Shinya Takahashi, who's been showing up in the Nintendo Directs as of late, and in terms of games, we got Mario Golf Star Rush, Advance Wars making a comeback with the first 2 games, WarioWare Get It Together, Kirby and the Forgotten Land got revealed, and Pokemon remade one of their worst generations and made a spin-off that was way better. Third-party announcements include Shin Megami Tensei 5, Rune Factory 5, and Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania. One of the biggest announcements of the year was the revival of Metroid Dread. This game's history goes all the way back to the Nintendo DS, where it was cancelled for years only to be revived now on the Nintendo Switch. This year would also mark the end of Smash Ultimate character reveals with Pyra and Mithra, Kazuya, and Sora. Compared to last year, at least 2021 had Directs, even though they were spread out completely through the year. There were both good first and third-party games, but the big games people are waiting for is Metroid Prime 4 and Breath of the Wild 2, 2 games that are still heavily in development. Here we are at the present day of Nintendo, with a grand total of 1 Nintendo Direct. The Direct talks about the new Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, a new Fire Emblem Warriors game, another trailer for Advance Wars, a new Mario Strikers, and some ports for older games like Chrono Cross and the Wii version of Star Wars The Force Unleashed. And the biggest reveal of the Direct being Nintendo Switch Sports. And with my credentials as the Wii Sports historian guy, I can confidently tell you that I have not played it. Oh, and we also got an Indie World Showcase where you play Dark Souls but as a crab. And that's it. That's the current history of Nintendo Direct. You can really see how Nintendo Direct reflected Nintendo as a whole. During their best years, Nintendo Direct was smashing hard, and when Nintendo was at their worst, Nintendo Direct suffered as well. We've come a long way since Donkey from Shrek dancing to Thriller. Nintendo Direct has existed during the life of 3 of Nintendo's home consoles, and is one of the most exciting pieces of Nintendo's history. It became much more than what it was back in 2011. It turned into an event to be excited for. And then have a meltdown 5 minutes later. The rise and fall and rise again of Nintendo Direct is an interesting one, but due to the lack of Nintendo Directs of late, I'm able to spread more misinformation, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. Oh. Except post my entire family tree. Hello people, I'm Thomas, and you might be saying to yourself right now, is that the famous Game Boy Advanced video game, Yoshi's Topsy-Turvy? And to that, I bite my thumb at thee, as that is actually the famous Game Boy Advanced video game, Yoshi's Universal Gravitation. Not that you would know anything about that. A title, the ultimate unification of consonants, vowels, and if you're feeling a little dirty, you can sprinkle in a number or two in there as well. In the world of video games, a clever title can really impact how a game sells and is remembered in the long run. Imagine a world in which Donkey Kong Country 2 was released without the sublime subtitle that is Diddy's Conquest. But not all titles stay the same everywhere. For one reason or another, a title to a game is changed depending on the region. Today, we'll look at video games whose titles have changed, and if that change was necessary and benefited it in the long run. Localization is the most common reason for a game's title to be changed, making a title that sounds more familiar to a foreign audience to help the game sell. Bomberman, for example, was a series that had different names. In Europe, the series was known as Dynablaster, while North America can't have cute happy things, so it went with a much more intimidating name of Atomic Punk. Now, these names didn't last, as now everywhere refers to the series as simply Bomberman, but there are just some titles that will never see the light of day in other parts of the world. Bionic Commando was a simple action platformer for the NES, and in Europe and North America, that's what we knew it as. Japan, on the other hand, said, "F*** it, Hitler's Resurrection, top secret." Like, he's in the sky, this isn't top secret. Due to cultural reasons, in many countries, titles needed to be reworked in order to not upset the local population. Japan was fine with Hitler's Resurrection, but they draw the line at the deplorable words such as blood. Castlevania Bloodlines had its name changed to Castlevania Vampire Killer, while Europe went with the title Castlevania The New Generation. Remember kids, it's okay to show blood as long as you don't say it's blood. The Kirby games have a surprising amount of title differences. Examples include North America having both Kirby Canvas Curse and Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. But Europe will not touch the foul language of the word curse, so they got Kirby Power Paintbrush and Kirby and the Rainbow Paintbrush. While other cultural changes make more sense, like the Mario Strikers games being called the Mario Football series in Europe. And one of the most famous examples of a title change was with the Pokemon series. Originally called Pocket Monsters in Japan, many speculate the title change was due to copyright or something, but clearly the change was due to how many dick jokes can come from the title Pocket Monsters, and so that's how we got Pokemon. Puzzle games always had it rough with titles and localization. Panel de Ponat's name changed to Tetris Attack before being changed to Puzzle League. Puzzle Bobble was given the way more tubular name of Bust-A-Move. And Puyo Puyo. This series had a rocky life outside of Japan. Nintendo turned it into Kirby's Avalanche, Sega turned it into Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, even Disney took Puyo Puyo and gave it a Lion King theme to it. Years later, the series would return to the West under the name Puyo Pop, before being rebranded back to Puyo Puyo. However, if you have a North American Sega Game Gear and pop in a copy of the Japanese cartridge of Puyo Puyo, you'll get to play Puzzlo Kids. Okay, what the f*** is a Puzzlo Kids? Is that a Puzzlo? Clearly not, because the game says they're Puyos, and are you the fabled Puzzlo Kid? No, that's Aural. This title raises more questions than answers. Imagine if this game was localized and on Christmas Day you open your present and you see you got Puzzlo Kids. Gee Santa, I would have just taken the coal at this point because I must have committed some crime against humanity to deserve Puzzlo Kids. But now, it's time to end this with one of the most classic examples of a publisher changing a video game series' title. Japan would release the first Final Fantasy game in 1987 on the Famicom, with said game getting released in North America 3 years later on the NES. During those 3 years, Square had already finished developing the Famicom games of Final Fantasy II and Final Fantasy III. By this point, the SNES was already out in North America, so the next game we'd get is Final Fantasy IV, titled Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy V would then skip out on getting released in North America, and so Final Fantasy VI was our Final Fantasy III. While this was going on, Square was making Final Fantasy Adventure on the Game Boy, where the title was changed to Mystic Quest in Europe. However, Square would then go on to make a Final Fantasy game called Mystic Quest, and Europe changed the title to Mystic Quest Legends. Jumping over to the PlayStation, Final Fantasy VII would be released, where it was called Final Fantasy VII in North America. At face value, it would seem we never got Final Fantasy IV, 5, and 6, but in reality, we never got Final Fantasy 2, 3, and 5. And at this point, Square would start labeling their games correctly in order to fix the mess in the West, with Final Fantasy II being released worldwide on the PlayStation 1. No, not that Final Fantasy II, this Final Fantasy II. Eventually, we would get the original Final Fantasy III and Final Fantasy V released worldwide, and the age of title chaos would come to an end. Examining the factors as to why forms of media changed their titles was quite the interesting venture, but I can't get my high-class peers to play games with such simpleton titles. You peasants may know the game as Puyo Puyo, but to high-class individuals such as myself, we know the game as John D. Rockefeller's Pauper Baron Frenzy. Only the best for the most astute. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and everybody has something they love, cherish, and can't live without. Something that you cannot fathom losing. Unfortunately for me, I had to learn the hard way, losing the love of my life. I'll never forget you, Aztec. Counter-Strike, one of the pioneers in the first-person shooter genre, and to this day, one of the best places to gamble your sorrows away. Originally a mod for the game Half-Life, the creators of Half-Life Valve would bring in those who worked on the mod in order to make it into a full game. That game would eventually become the first installment in the Counter-Strike series, and the game would be released on the PC on November 8th, 2000. And throughout the years, the Counter-Strike series would continue to evolve, with the most recent entry in the series, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, still going strong after 10 years. But there is a piece of Counter-Strike history that is largely overlooked: the console ports. Although Valve games are heavily associated with PC gaming, many of their games have been ported to consoles, but the two versions of Counter-Strike on consoles seem to get swept under the rug the most. It's time to take a look at one of Valve's most popular franchises and see how they handled the home console experience. Released in North America on November 9th, 2003, and in Europe on December 5th, 2003, Counter-Strike for the original Xbox. Despite what the box says, this game actually has much more in common with Counter-Strike's sequel, Condition Zero, a game that was being developed around the same time as the Xbox release. As Condition Zero kept getting delayed and was eventually pushed back to a 2004 release, the Xbox version of Counter-Strike introduced mechanics that would become Counter-Strike staples. Features include buying weapons on a wheel, which we see today on CSGO, and this being the first Counter-Strike game to introduce bots into the series. One of the biggest additions planned for both Condition Zero and the Xbox version was the inclusion of a single-player mission mode. Although single-player would eventually be implemented into Condition Zero under the Deleted Scenes moniker, single-player was completely scrapped altogether on the Xbox version, with the only thing being able to do by yourself is fight bots. But the main reason for Counter-Strike being on the original Xbox in the first place was for online play with Xbox Live. Let's try it. So, unfortunately, we are unable to experience the online for Counter-Strike as the online was shut down in April of 2010. Not even local multiplayer is supported, so no split screen. What a shame. In terms of maps, you've got many of the Counter-Strike staples. You got your Dust 2s, your Cobbles, your Italys, the almighty Aztec, and the only map in the history of Counter-Strike to be console exclusive, CS Miami. A map where instead of being Ts versus CTs, it's cops versus bank robbers. Other than that, it's a standard hostage rescue map, and since this isn't Office, it is automatically ass. In terms of its similarities to Counter-Strike, this game is indeed Counter-Strike, just with a controller. But is there any reason to play this version over the PC version of Counter-Strike? Fuck no. Look, I can see why people would play this game back in 2003. 1 month after this game was released, Saddam Hussein was captured. Not saying there's a correlation there, but Counter-Strike is the reason Saddam Hussein was captured. But if you're really craving for an early 2000s Counter-Strike experience, just play Condition Zero. Looks better, plays better, and they're still online. Playing with bots can only be fun for so long, and the main reason to play Counter-Strike on Xbox is inaccessible. And if you're really thirsting to play Miami, you can just download the map and play it on PC with actual people. It's a fun novelty now, but other than that, there is no reason to play this game anymore. Jumping over a generation, now we have Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Although associated with PC nowadays, CSGO's early history does originate on consoles, as the game was originally just going to be a console port of the game Counter-Strike Source, until being reworked into a brand new installment for the series. Arriving day and day with the PC release, CSGO would be released on both PS3 Store and the Xbox Arcade. Comparing the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions, CSGO on the PS3 has a few more features, such as keyboard and mouse support, and also supports the PlayStation Move, which is just the PS3 Wiimote, while the Xbox 360 has none of that. Now, the PC version of the game is still receiving updates to this day. However, for CSGO on console, this thing has been super abandoned, and has seen little to no updates since launch, meaning CSGO on Xbox 360 and PS3 have seen no updates in 10 years. Because of that, the PC and console versions are quite different. No weapon customization, skins, stickers, anything like that. Another blow to this game is that unlike the Xbox port, this game was only available digitally, lessening the novelty of owning this game. So if you want the short answer, there is absolutely zero reason to play CSGO on console. Valve cared so little about this port that it probably would have been better off if it wasn't released at all. But as somebody who loves me some CSGO, this game is really fascinating to me. Playing this game is like getting sent back to 2012 when CSGO first came out. Guns like the R8 revolver didn't even appear, and maps that would be changed later on would retain their original launch builds. So if you want to take a stroll down the original version of Nuke, you can see that the old map used to look like a public restroom. Maps that Valve removed, like Aztec, are still in the console versions. But what about the online? And luckily, the servers are still up. And during my documentation of the world of CSGO on console, I met a lot of interesting people, like this guy who has a Minecraft dog profile picture, and this guy whose mic was on the whole time and yet refused to say anything. Unfortunately, those encounters would be short-lived, because the bane of all CSGO 360 players occurred, randomly getting disconnected. For legacy reasons, CSGO on console is interesting, and if you are really interested in some obscure piece of Counter-Strike's history, maybe give it a try. Now, in terms of playing this game for the gameplay, no. This is a smaller, buggier controller holding lesser man's CSGO. There is no reason to play this game for any competitive aspect, even some modes are blocked behind just single player. Nowadays, it can just be seen as a version of Counter-Strike that Valve sank the second it set sail. Unlike the other Valve games on console, which still had some merit for being on console, the Counter-Strike series just refused to take off on these platforms. I'm sure there are people that are nostalgic about this game, no doubt, but you'll be hard-pressed to find genuine people saying this is the superior way to play Counter-Strike. Like said before, these games are just novelties nowadays, completely obsolete when compared to the far superior PC versions. If Valve cared and supported these games, specifically CSGO, updating it alongside the PC version for even a little bit, maybe this game would have taken off more on home consoles. But abandoning the game practically on day one sealed this game's fate as a forgotten piece of Valve's history. Well, that was lame. Such a popular franchise that failed to capture an audience on other pieces of hardware. But now, if you excuse me, it's time for me to run over to my computer while I continue my downward spiral while reminiscing about the good old days. Those liars said they'd bring back my Aztec. 5 years, Valve, and all you've given me is a f***ing purple Nova! Hello people, I'm Tommy, and after thinking long and hard, I've finally come up with a solution for my backlog of video games problem. As a Counter-Strike gambling addict in recovery, I've decided to put my entertainment into the hands of chance. So welcome to the first installment of Backluck. Gambling is the only thing that makes me happy. Just spin the wheel and let Lady Luck decide, and oh, will you look at that, Bubble Bobble. I've heard tons about this game, and it's one that I've wanted to jump into for a while. So let's get right in and see what's the deal with Bubble Bobble. Originally an arcade game, Bubble Bobble would be released on the NES in 1988 in North America. You fire the bubbles, you kill the enemies. Simple stuff. But no, it's not that. It's not anything I thought it was gonna be. You see, the NES has this theme to it in most games. Very beginning, easy, simple, baby game. But then they start doing something that's very famous in older games that is quite uncommon nowadays. You see, it's a little technique called eat shit and die. Enemies that never stop spawning, frame perfect button inputs, and game overs that bring you back to the title screen. You see, the NES was famous for this, but does this happen in Bubble Bobble? No, not at all. Bubble Bobble was surprisingly fair about many things. Quick respawns, fast transitions from level to level, and dying in the game lets you start back pretty much where you left off. But it's not perfect. There are 100 levels in Bubble Bobble, and those lettered levels I don't care about, and I've split them into easy levels and hard levels. So let's see if there's any NES-era quirks that exist in this game. Story goes your girlfriends have been kidnapped, and it's up to the main characters of Green Bubble Bobbler Dragon and Blue Bubble Bobbler Dragon to save them. In terms of difficulty, Bubble Bobble was quite the easy experience. The levels have a multitude of different designs which impact how you have to beat them. Some levels you'll just have to simply bubble the enemy and then kill them. Others force you to use the power-ups in the game, like the electric, water, or fire abilities. And others make you jump on bubbles to reach the enemies. It keeps the game fresh despite it only taking around 3 hours to beat. There's a multitude of different enemies, such as the walker guy, the floater guy, the projectiler guy, and this guy right here who kills you if you touch him, used if you take too long in a stage. The levels themselves can range from simple platforms, levels designed like enemies in the game, spell out words, whatever this is supposed to be, or have no level design at all. Very easy game. I beat these levels in about an hour and a half. But I said before it took me around 3 hours to beat, so where did the rest of that time go? The final level of Bubble Bobble, and it is fucked. Now, leading up to the final level, there have been levels that spiked the difficulty a bit, but they were still manageable. But the final level of Bubble Bobble beat me, killed me, dug my corpse back up just to shit in my mouth. This guy right here is called the Super Drunk, or Grumpily Grommet. And Mr. Drunk over here's got your girlfriends trapped, and it's up to you to defeat him by hitting him 60 times. Realizing that number right up there was his health bar made my heart sink.
Wait, no f***ing way. Is that what I think it is? Please don't tell me that 60 is a f***ing health bar.
And that's when it hit me. Bubble Bobble, yes, the game itself, is Judas' Holy Bible. Starts off as a great guy. You let him into your gang of 12, and then he stabs you in the back for 30 pieces of silver. But instead of getting nailed to a cross for it, Bubble Bobble cements you to some of the most agonizing psychological torture humanity has ever witnessed. Dashing around the screen, dodging his bottles, and the only way to defeat him is by grabbing this little potion up here and shooting him with lightning. May I repeat, 60 times. Now, as somebody who spent a decent amount of time attempting to kill this thing, I believe I'm educated in the best way to defeat the Super Drunk. Step 1. He starts out asleep, so you can jump up real fast and pick up the lightning potion. Step 2. Play for almost 2 hours just shooting lightning at him. Unlike hard games now, where it feels like every attempt you're getting a little bit closer to defeating a boss, with this boss, it's more like, will I beat this boss first, or will he convince me to smash my skull into a cement wall? And then, when those thoughts begin to fester in your mind more and more, that's when it happens. You drop his health down, 50, 40, 30, 20, and then you're at your last 10 hits.
Oh, thank God!
And that's it. It's done. Or that's what my dumbass thought when Mr. Alcoholism comes back and proceeds to skull f me! Now, initially, I said, no, I've done what I had to do. I'm done. But you gotta remember something. This game let Jesus die. I couldn't let that slide. So I decided to push on, and like 10 minutes later, I did it again.
God damn. twice. That's how much I f***ing hated this game. Bad end. This is not a true end. Take the magic crystal ball and you'll find the door to secret road. No, we're done. Yeah, so I got the bad ending, but you know what? So did Judas, so I'll take it. This game right here knocked a good 10 years off my life from just one level. And looking back at it all, yeah, this game was pretty good. Now, this game definitely holds that NES era jank, but it is far from the worst. Games like this, along with Ghosts and Goblins, which had very fair continues for the time, are the reason why people are able to look fondly back at these games despite their difficulty. It's got its good moments, its difficult moments, and its moments that belong in Treachery, the 9th level of hell. But despite the absolutely disgusting things uttered out of my lips while playing this game, it was a fine experience and one that I'm happy Lady Luck bestowed upon me. You know, I've made many revelations today, like letting luck decide all of your outcomes, Bubble Bobble being the New Testament, and the biggest one of all, I'm not even in New Jersey anymore. This is South Carolina! Hello people, I'm Tommy, and as you can see, I am still here in South Carolina, and the effects of being in traitor territory and away from my old stomping ground has really got me pining for the good old days, when things were simpler, better, and the biggest stain on humanity was balloon racing. New Super Mario Bros., one of the most popular and defining titles on the Nintendo DS. A great platformer and was the first truly new 2D Mario game in almost 14 years. But that's not what we're here to talk about today, because we'll be going through the 4 categories of mini-games and rank all 18 of them just to see how funky or junky these games are 16 years later. Now, why am I not looking at Super Mario 64 DS, which has more mini-games? Snowball Slalom. Roll the snowball down, avoid the obstacles, get to the finish line before the time runs out, and then never play the game again. Once you win the game once, there is a little incentive to play again. Beating your time would be the only reason to, but too bad this game absolutely sucks anyway. Lakitu Launch. Shoot the shell into the other shell. This game is one of 2 in the collection that involves launching things on the top of the screen, and in my opinion is the weaker half. It's a good game and it's got some replay value to it, but there is very little reason to play this when a better version exists coming later. Danger Bob-omb Danger was a game I remember playing very little as a kid, but playing it again, it's pretty good. Move around the Bob-omb and avoid fire and other projectiles makes for a surprisingly addictive game. Not much else to say here other than it's a really fun one that I recommend. I'm gonna come out and say it, but back in my prime, I was the greatest Whack-A-Monty player in kindergarten. If there was anything that could inflate my ego as a kid, it was showing off my ability to smash mole skulls. Unfortunately, as I am now older, my 18-year-old self just isn't as sharp as it once was. But Whack-A-Monty is superb. Balloon racing sucks and it's bad. Quite frankly, this game offends me as somebody who suffers from... Oh, you think I'm overreacting? Well, let's interview somebody who's suffered from playing balloon racing. In recap, the action games were either good, bad, or the asthma assassin over here. I remember liking this section a lot more as a kid, but looking back now, if the games were good, they were pretty good, but if the games were bad, they were downright dirty. Starting off the puzzle section, we've got Wanted, one of the most recognizable games in the minigame collection. You have to find one of 4 characters, Mario, Luigi, Wario, or Yoshi, in a sea of all the other characters. As a kid, I remember this game being brutally difficult, and the game I played the most in the collection. Coming back to it, I now realize this game is super easy and brutally boring. There was never a point in this game where I was even close to running out of time. And once you play till round 100, you begin to see how many of the formats are exactly the same. Even looking for Luigi or Yoshi, which are typically more difficult than Wario and Mario, was surprisingly easy coming back to it. The only reason I lost was because I got so bored and just ended it myself, which is not a good sign. I have positive childhood memories of this game, and it can be fun in short bursts, but my god, I did not expect this game to be so mediocre coming back to it. Witch Wiggler is like taking Wanted and making it even worse. Now, I will say it's a more difficult version of Wanted, looking for the correct Wiggler pattern, but that ain't doing it any favors when it sucks this bad. This game can be just downright bullshit at points, and I really didn't have a good time with this one. Hide and Boo Seek. Now this was a game I loved when I was younger and still love to this day. Use the stylus to uncover the ghosts while being on a pretty strict time frame. Some levels will have multiple boos to uncover, others the boos will be moving super fast, making it more difficult to keep track of them in the beginning. This game is fun to play and another game that's great to go for a high score on. Puzzle Panel. You gotta match the puzzle on the top screen and a certain amount of moves. When the game tells you to solve the puzzle in one move, I'm a genius. I can do that with ease. You get to 2 moves, and yeah, I can do that fairly easily. Anything more than that, no. Puzzle Panel is the ultimate. I'm glad it's here, but I do not have any strong positive or negative feelings toward it. Coincentration is great. Wario drops down coins, and it's up to you to get as many of them as possible without hitting any empty blocks. Looking at the coins fall and trying to monitor where all the coins are really adds a hint of strategy to a fairly simple game. It's probably the shortest game in the collection, but I think that makes it way more replayable than most of the other games here. The puzzle section had some great games in it. These games can be from average to above average experiences. Almost great games and highly recommended. If these minigames did anything, it was put Luigi in a suit and tie and assist in giving a generation of kids a gambling addiction. I would know, I was one of them. The first section of the game is Memory Match, a simple game where you have 3 tries to uncover all the cards in order to progress. Not the most gambly game, but as you go on, the amount of cards increase, relying more and more on luck as time goes on. A short but fun one. Every single event in my life, both good or bad, every single choice I have ever made which positively or negatively impacted either myself or those around me, all of that can be traced back to a 5-year-old Tommy Gowers playing picture poker on New Super Mario Bros. For the first time. Picture poker! You get 5 cards, you can draw some back, and then you bet coins in hopes of beating Luigi. You see, this game teaches you 2 important life lessons. 1, you learn the hierarchy of a hand in poker, and 2, that Luigi is a f***ing cheater. He draws all of his cards and then proceeds to pull a 4 of a kind out of his ass, and then I proceed to drink my sorrows away. So for that, this game has earned my respect. Paragon is the thinking man's game. You have to get all the cards out, and the cards can only disappear if they're right next to each other. This game's fun, and is probably the most strategic game in the collection, while still being very simple. I don't remember playing this game much as a kid, but I had a great time playing this one. The weakest of the 3, but still a top tier nonetheless. The table games truly showed quality over quantity. These games are all spectacular, and it was a pleasure coming back to this section of minigames again. Mario's Slides. You have to guide this disembodied Mario head to the star while making lines with your stylus. Similar to Wanted, I remember playing this game a ton as a kid, but looking back, it's an okay game. It's an interesting concept, and one that can be fun no doubt, but not one that interested me for too long. Sword or Splode is the easy to understand, hard to master game in the collection. You drag the black bob-ombs to the right and the red to the left. But this game can get batshit insane. More bob-ombs popping out, increasing the chance of error, placing them in the correct side quick enough before they explode. Sword or Splode is an incredibly addicting game and one of the big boys of the collection. Bounce and Trounce is the weakest of the variety pack, but that does not mean it's a bad one. Tapping the Marios, you keep them in the air while they bounce on top of the Shy Guys. There really isn't much else to say here, other than it's a fun game, it's a fun concept, and is a perfect mini-game for the Nintendo DS. Starting to see a theme here, because all the mini-games that include Bob-ombs always seem to be some of the best games in the collection, because Bob-omb Squad is the cream of the crop in New Super Mario Bros. Mini-games. Shooting the Bob-ombs out of the sky and getting combos, while shooting Lakitu to clear the screen. As you play more and more, the amount of bombs increase while they get faster, and you lose when all the flowers at the bottom are destroyed. It's not the most original concept, but it works wonders on the DS with its stylus. The most replayable game in the collection, and one that I cannot recommend enough. The final game of the collection, Trampoline Time, takes the concept of bounce and trounce and makes it so much better. Instead of just tapping the stylus, you drag on the bottom screen in order to make trampolines, in order to get the Marios to the open door on the other side. If you make a trampoline right near a Mario, they gain a massive air. This is a great mini game, and only goes to strengthen the already beefy variety section of games. So in conclusion, what did I think of these mini games? Well, the action section was pretty mediocre with most of its games, while Puzzle had great games, Table had phenomenal games, and Variety had very addicting games. I'm happy I returned to this collection. Seeing games I loved as a kid and other games I had completely different opinions on, great time all around. Balloon racing is and always will suck ass. And that's all she wrote. The new Super Mario Bros. Minigames, to this day, can still bring joy to those who play them, and it helped me remember the good old days in my home state of New Jersey. Oh my god. I'm back, bitches! Coming to you live from the state of New Jersey, it's the TeeGees! Your host, Tommy Gowers III. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and welcome to the first ever TeeGees award ceremony, only behind the Oscars as most narcissistic award show, where we look at the best games that I played in 2021. Now, what criteria needs to be fulfilled in order to be in the TeeGees? First, I, Thomas Michael Gowers III, had to have played the game in 2021. This can range from old to new releases, even games that I sat down and replayed. Pretty much, if I played it in 2021, it gets a spot on the list. But without further ado, let's look back at the best games I played in this past year. Starting off, we got Wii Sports Club. Now this game definitely has its improvements over the original Wii Sports. Boxing is way more enjoyable with the 2 Wii mode experience. The Wii U gamepad support in golf and baseball were a much welcomed addition, and the mini-games were quite the quirky experience. However, for other games like bowling and tennis, the game failed to take any advantage of the Wii U with its gamepad. It will never be on the same pedestal as the other 2 Wii Sports games, but will always be number 3 in our hearts. And for that, Wii Sports Club is the winner of the Most OK Game Award. We got 2 spin-offs here with Persona 5 Strikers and Persona 4 Dancing. As a big shill for the Warriors-style hack-and-slash games, Persona 5 Strikers caught my attention immediately. This game continues the story of Persona 5 in a very fun way, with the Phantom Thieves going all across Japan while fighting enemies in the metaverse. You really gotta be a fan of both franchises to get anything out of this game, and as a big Persona and Dynasty Warriors fan, this game was so much fun. But it all came crashing down when I wanted to 100% the game, which meant I had to fight this random boss 87 times to get the Platinum Trophy, and my reward for doing so was so that I can make a 7-second joke in a TeeGeeThree video. The other Persona spin-off I played was Persona 4 Dancing. Now, I am quite awful at rhythm games, but Persona 4 Dancing really got me into the genre. It's a simple concept to start out, but becomes crazy hypnotic when you get into it. For a rhythm game, it had a lot packed into it. Specifically, it had a really cool story mode that tied itself into the Persona 4 universe. Or at least I think it did, because I would spend my time skipping through it. Persona 5 Strikers and Persona 4 Dancing win the award for best game to play instead of Persona 3. Now it's time for the replays segment with the Grand Theft Auto series. In 2021, I replayed the story mode for Grand Theft Auto 5, while finally getting around to finishing the story mode for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. This time, however, I did something unorthodox, and did not skip the cutscenes during the missions. This helped me because now I actually knew why Carman, Gunman, and Planeman are doing what they're doing in the game. Although GTA 5 has been milked for all it's worth by this point, its story mode to me is still one of its strongest features. Now jumping back to 2004 with Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, often considered GTA at its peak. Look, San Andreas is a great game, but has aged terribly in certain areas. First thing that needs to be discussed, the train mission. quite possibly one of the easiest levels in the game. I have played this mission so many times, and either got it on my first try or my second. Never had an issue here. Now then, we get to the plane missions, and oh dear God. NOE was ass. You can't go high or your visibility goes up, and you go too low, have fun hitting a tree, bitch. Then there's the final mission of the game. Most of it's fine up until you get to the time limit section. Now the timer wasn't the issue, it was the fire extinguisher you're supposed to use that didn't work. So the game forced me to play the fire truck missions in order to get a fire immunity in order to beat the mission. And don't even get me started on supply lines. F***ing supply lines. Using a toy plane that controls like donkey dick. You can show this level to somebody who knows nothing about game design, and they can easily tell you this is one of the worst designed levels in the history of gaming. And I know this because that person who knows nothing about game design is me. Other than that, the game is pretty good. And for that, GTA 5 and GTA San Andreas win the Driest Cow Award. Now, it's time for a segment within a segment where we briefly discuss the Star Wars games I replayed. The original Star Wars Battlefront 2. It's good. LEGO Star Wars 3 is still the best LEGO Star Wars game. Star Wars The Force Unleashed, according to my Xbox 360 achievements, took me about 9 years to actually beat the game. And lastly, Star Wars Republic Heroes. Now, if there's any game that screams guilty pleasure game, it's both this game and South Park 64. This game is a broken dog-shitting mess, but one that I cannot help but love. It's bad, but still has its moments of charm. The Star Wars games win the award for, yup, that's Star Wars. I played a lot of garbage in 2021, but I also took the time to play some of the most highly regarded games of all time. 3 of the big games I played this year being Uncharted, BioShock, and The Last of Us. Now, Uncharted was a pretty fun romp, jumping from ledge to ledge, shooting pirates, then the game turning into whatever this is, leading to one of the most boring final levels I have ever played. Now, that may sound pretty harsh, but I really did have a lot of fun with this game. In terms of difficulty, I played this game on crushing, and for the most part, it felt like the perfect difficulty to play on. Now, the game did struggle in larger areas, getting killed in one shot by guys you can't even see, and forcing you to do the section again, but I still had a great time with the characters, story, and most gameplay sections, and from what I've heard, Uncharted 2 takes everything from the first game and makes it better, and I am really looking forward to playing it. BioShock was a masterpiece. I had so much fun playing this game, seeing the unveiling of Rapture for the first time, and seeing how the inhabitants have gone completely insane over time was frightening and exciting. As you play through the game, more pieces of the story are unveiled through collectibles on the ground, learning why such a promising city in the ocean turned this way, and why the plane crash at the beginning of the game wasn't exactly the freak accident you thought. I cannot recommend this game enough. It deserves to be considered one of the best games of all time. And the last of the big 3, we've got The Last of Us. And in terms of overall quality, yeah, this is the best game I played this year. This is the part where I say, oh, I like the characters and the story and all that, but honestly, everything here is done beautifully. The choice you have to either attack or sneak by hostiles makes you think much more strategically. Watching the 2 main characters, Joel and Ellie, go from being bitter towards one another to getting to understand each other was great to see. Almost everything about this game is amazing, and it's so good that I will probably never play it again. I don't really have a good way to explain this, but I just find this game to be super unreplayable. Despite the fact that it has a new game plus, a bunch of collectibles, and trophies, I just do not want to do any of that. This is honestly one of my only complaints about the game. Oh, and that the online for The Last of Us is a steaming pile of deplorable stain on mankind 7 years ago bad poo-poo game. And that's about all I have to say about that. These 3 games earned the Single Player is Best award. Now, what can be better than BioShock, The Last of Us, and Uncharted? That's right, it's Talkman! Talkman is less of a game and more of a program on the PlayStation Portable for tourists who need phrases translated. In this day and age, something like this is completely worthless, but the thing that makes this game so much fun to me is hearing Max Talkman himself speak.
It's dangerous. You probably shouldn't go. I need to see some ID, please. Shut up!
And for that, Talkman earned the Still Useful in Our Hearts award. Now it's time for the ultimate runner-up. What was the second best game I played this year? Well, that award goes to Family Guy Video Game, a game that broke new ground and said, no, I'm not going to be one video game genre, I'll be a shooter, a beat-em-up, and a stealth game, and you know what? I'll do it terribly. Yeah, sorry, but unlike the absolute masterpiece that is the Family Guy show, this game is what we in show business call, f***ing terrible. The real runner-up is VVVVVV. This game was a trip. Going up and down the level, trying to get through rooms while saving your fellow V-named crewmates. This game is the textbook definition of a video game that's easy to play, but hard to master. On my first playthrough, I beat the game in roughly 2 hours. Next playthrough, I was able to lower that to an hour, and then got to around 40 minutes. If you need a game to beat in a single afternoon, I cannot recommend this game enough. I had an absolute blast with this one. VVVVVV earns the Best Game That Starts with the Letter V award. And the winner of the TG's 2021 goes to Gravity Rush, bitches. Holy shit, is this game cool. You play as Kat, a girl with amnesia, and her cat Dusty, who have to fix the lost pieces of the town of Hexville while also trying to regain her lost memory. You also have the power of the gravity shifters, being able to walk on walls, fly, and manipulate gravity and use it as a weapon. Then, you have all the other characters in the game. Raven, a fellow gravity shifter who you fight in the game, but eventually work together with. Sid, the police officer who helps Kat throughout the game. Gade, the wacky old man who helps Kat understand her powers, and that's just scratching the surface. The game's got this comic book art style when the game shifts to cutscenes. And the sort of silhouette effect of faraway places that appear as you get closer to the game fits the style so well. And then the music. Ah! This game is a work of art and fully deserves the award for the TG's Best Game of 2021. And that's about it. The first TGs ended up being a smashing success, and I hope to see you all next year for the next TG's award ceremony. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and in a world full of theft, terrorism, and tax evasion, sometimes I just need to rest my brain and play something simple. So now, it's time to take a look at and explore a puzzle collection that we in the West were refused. The Nintendo Puzzle Collection, a group of Nintendo's most enjoyable puzzle games, and Yoshi's Cookie. Released in Japan on February 7th, 2003, this game was advertised a decent amount west side, as it was planning to get a release here. However, we never did get this game. Did it sell poorly, or was it just an overall bad game? Let's take a look. Let's just insert the game, and oh wait, that's right! This system is region locked, which means I cannot play it on my North American GameCube. You know what that means? The devil has claimed my soul. So in reality, I do own a Japanese GameCube. Problem is, my capture card decided to not want to work, so emulation is my way of capturing footage, so we can just toss this out. And if I'm reported to the authorities for it, here is concrete proof of me playing Nintendo Puzzle Challenge on original hardware. Anyway, let's get on with the game. You start off with the home screen, where you choose between 3 different puzzle games. And if you have the Game Boy Advance to link cable, you can play other versions of the 3. They're just simplified versions of their original SNES or NES ports, not much to see here. Anywho, let's start with you. Yoshi's Cookie, saving the worst for first. Yoshi's Cookie is a return to the 1992 puzzle game on the NES and Game Boy, where cookies come down and you have to match them. You either move a row of cookies horizontally or vertically in order to clear the screen and move forward. This can maybe be fun. I've played quite a few puzzle games in my day, and Yoshi's Cookie is certainly not one that ranks high. The single player just doesn't have a lot going on to make the game exciting. However, there is a remedy to this. All games in the Nintendo Puzzle Collection went in on having the 3 games included have a story mode and a versus mode against bots, as well as having a multiplayer for up to 4 people to play at once. In terms of Yoshi's Cookie's versus mode, it is quite different to its single player counterpart, and by that I mean it is actually fun. Now you're given 5x5 rows of cookies, where you have to match 5 of the same cookie the fastest, while throwing status effects at other players. This is a major step up and far superior to the single player version. It's typically a 1v1 in the story mode, while the versus mode lets you fight up to 4 people, and there's no limit to the characters, so if you want to see 3 Bowsers go at it on the battlefield, you can tell Smash Bros to go f itself because we got Yoshi's Cookie out here. And in terms of the story, since I can't read Japanese, what I gathered was Mario and Yoshi make cookies, Bowser tries to steal them while they're asleep, and now we need to fight with cookies to get the other cookies back. And that's my interpretation, so you know it's right. In the end, the biggest flaw with Yoshi's Cookie was the lack of variety. It has a single player that, need I remind you, is quite poor, while having a versus mode against people or bots. There's not much else to say here, so although it's probably the best version of Yoshi's Cookie, that ain't saying much. Unlike Yoshi's Cookie, which was a remake of the original game, Dr. Mario in the Nintendo Puzzle Collection is just simply a port of Dr. Mario 64 from the Nintendo 64. The first mode is the standard Dr. Mario we all know and love. Drop the pills and destroy the viruses. Despite its simplicity, I love this version of Dr. Mario. It can get really hectic at points if you misdrop a pill, which can happen because I am bad at Dr. Mario. But what about the story? In this game, you have the choice between playing as Dr. Mario or Wario. And starting off, Mario has a magic pill bottle that's supposed to cure people of all known ailments, and this guy right here steals the pill bottle, and Wario chases him, and then Dr. Mario and Wario fight. Once again, this is my version, so it's definitely correct. Anyway, this introduces us into the versus mode for Dr. Mario, and this is where I take a stance. Now, I said with Yoshi's Cookie that I preferred the multiplayer over its single player. In the case of Dr. Mario, that opinion is reversed. I really could not get into the multiplayer. It doesn't have that competitive oomph that makes versus modes in puzzle games fun. It's just who will clear their board or fill up the pill bottle first. Now, this isn't the only way to play Dr. Mario. You've got this mode where your goal is to instead destroy the glowing viruses before your opponent. It's alright, it definitely changes the way you'd go about playing Dr. Mario, and it's probably my favorite mode here. Other modes include the timed mode, by getting as many points as possible, and the 4-player versus mode, my god. Now, you've got the option to play with teams or a free-for-all, and it's okay, but doesn't interest me for long. Dr. Mario was a pretty good time, the single player is classic, and I'm sure if I got people together I would have a lot more fun with the versus mode. There's a decent amount of variety here to keep the game fresh, and it is definitely a step up from Yoshi's Cookie, even if it is just a port of a Nintendo 64 game. Now, we've seen a puzzle game that was pretty underwhelming, a puzzle gaming classic with a fairly mediocre multiplayer, and now it's time to talk about the best puzzle game ever made, Panel de Pon. I absolutely adored the original Panel de Pon, released here as Tetris Attack on the Super Nintendo, and developed by Intelligent Systems, known today for developing Saved the Series over here. The origins of this game date back to the Nintendo 64, where the game was originally titled Panel de Pon 64. The game was eventually reworked as a GameCube title and placed in this collection, and you can tell because that 3D model just oozes N64 era. And this version of Panel de Pon is a full-blown sequel to the original on the Super Famicom. So this collection contains a remake, a port, and a sequel game. Talk about variety. But now it's time to get into the content with this game, and I'm not just saying this as a huge Panel de Pon fan, but this is easily the best game here, just based on content alone. So many modes. You got the single player, the multiplayer, and tons of variations on the Panel de Pon concept. I talked about how I preferred the versus mode in Yoshi's Cookie, and how I preferred the single player in Dr. Mario. In Panel de Pon's case, it is all top notch. The basics of the game is that you've got these colored shape tiles, and you have to match 3 of a kind, keeping them at the bottom as they ever inch closer and faster to the top. However, if you match 4 or more, you're rewarded with time freezing, and the more panels put together at once, the more time frozen. As tiles disappear, you have the opportunity to set up another group of tiles, leading to a ×2, a ×3, and so on, racking up massive points and freeze time, and that's just talking about the single player. If you bring these strategies to the versus mode, you can drop junk onto your opponent. And if a group of panels are popped right next to the junk, it turns the junk into panels. Typically, large amounts of junk pieces can lead to large combos, keeping the game super fun and competitive. This game succeeds in flying colors as both a casual and competitive game, but there is still tons more content than that. One of the biggest features included is the 3D mode, where you're scrolling around a cylinder shape as panels go up. This mode originated in the game Pokemon Puzzle League, which is just Panel de Pon with a Pokemon skin. Which, very interestingly, is a first-party Nintendo title that Japan never got. Now you know how we feel. Never given us Doshin the Giant. Eat shit, Nintendo. Other modes include clearing rows past a specific line, a puzzle mode which sometimes makes me feel like a genius and other times make me realize I am a disappointment to the Panel de Pon gods. Additionally is the 4-player versus mode, and this is amazing. This is the first and only way to play Panel de Pon with 4 people, and this is such a fun mode. It's chaotic, but still manageable. If you can get 3 people to want to play Panel de Pon with you, which is an achievement in and of itself, it can make for such a fun time. You got a large roster of characters, like the main character, Furl, who is the descendant of the Super Famicom's main character, Lip. Yes, these are separate characters. Lip has the flower, Furl has the amulet. Speaking of characters, this gets us to the final mode of the game, the story mode. Now, the original story of Panel de Pon was quite simple, so let's see how this one goes. The story starts with Furl being happy, living life to the fullest. However, that all changes one day when the upper class gets too big for their britches and destroy the land Furl once knew as home. Losing everything causes Furl to snap. She's had enough of the oppressive regime she lives under. Blissful ignorance is no longer tolerated. It is time to dismantle the foundation. Furl journeys across the land, gaining the support of the masses with the idea of the working man being the one in control. She frees a lion from his serfdom, where it transforms into his true form, a boy by the name of Cain, who assists in Furl's revolution. As she pushes onward, her group becomes an army, and they begin a ruthless purge of anyone against the revolution. As they inch ever closer to the castle, those who are in support of the current government are massacred indiscriminately. Men are cut to pieces. Women, trying to protect their children, are killed right in front of them, and not even the children of anti-revolutionaries are spared. Furl then pushes the masses of her army to the capital, where they are killed in the dozens. The blood stains of her closest friends and most heinous foes matter little to her. The death of one man is a tragedy. The death of millions is a statistic. They make it to the monarch's palace, and he and his family are brutally put to rest in an instant. Just as Furl approaches the throne room and takes her place as the leader of the people, a divine angel sent from the heavens appear to destroy Furl's bloodlust. But it was too late. Even the power of God was unable to destroy the flower fairy of destruction. The angel is destroyed, symbolizing that the people need no God, no religion to follow, a world where one's destiny is carved by man and not in the hands of a divine being. But yet one still remains, the whale. The large creature was a last resort to end Furl once and for all, but just like the gods above, was far too late. As Furl and Cain defeat the creature, Furl chooses to spare its life, and instead of killing it, they brainwash it, bend its mind to serve them and them alone, showing that nature itself has kneeled to Furl's new order. And by the end of it all, Furl and Cain stare off, seeing a new world created. However, after this moment of bliss together, Cain himself would grow wary of Furl's increased ruthlessness, even with all opposition destroyed. He began to conspire a coup d'etat against Furl's new government. Unfortunately for Cain, he would be exposed, and all memory of Cain's contribution to Furl's new order would be wiped, and he was forced into exile. Years later, he would be found dead, killed by an ice pick to the back of the skull. And so ends the story of the revolution, and the end credits play of the supreme leader running on the rainbow. She had gotten what she wanted. No gods or kings, only Furl. I hope somebody can verify that for me, but I'm almost certain that's what the characters were talking about. It's a shame we never got this game. 3 puzzle games and some of the best in their respective franchises. But playing this game has rejuvenated me, so it's time to go outside and get some fresh air. The world is a cruel place. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and kids these days need to take a step back from the luxuries they have now and take a look at the finer details of video games, the ones that go unappreciated by the common swine. And you know what? If they took a long look at it, I think they'd finally come to an understanding as to why the Persona dancing art book looks like this shit. This game makes my eyes happy. If you've ever had a reaction like that, then you're sure gonna want to invest in that video game's art book if it exists. The art book, a simple yet very effective way to get big fans of video game to cough up a few extra ducats for some behind the scenes content. Art books have a wide variety of different shapes, sizes, and features. Some art books just show characters and concept art, while others go way more in depth. Today, I'll be going over the art books I have in my collection and see just how much they add to a single game or franchise. A way to sell art books to people is have said art book appear alongside a video game release as bonus content. That either means the game comes in a bigger case, they make the art book the size of a typical video game manual, or whatever the Persona Endless Night collection did. Coming bundled with Super Mario Maker, we have the Mario Maker Idea Book. Now this thing takes a more visual approach, having little to no text included in the booklet. It's supposed to be used as a beginner's guide to Mario Maker, and give inspiration for level creation. Now that's really neat, but it really doesn't help out the way it should. It has pages showing how enemies move and the like, but other than that, it's like a slideshow of images. There is nothing included that teaches the reader how the level creator works, or how to play other people's creations. It's got fun ideas in it, but due to what it was trying to accomplish, I feel it comes off a tad short. The Art of Danganronpa Trilogy art book came in the game's case as free bonus content, and it is very fine. Skimming through it, you see Bear, Pink Bear, Bear family, and a bunch of people who die. Not much to say here, it's a pretty bare bones art book, but I can't complain, it's free content that ain't hurting anybody. Now what I will complain about is this thing right here. The Persona 3 and 5 Dancing Endless Night Collection. What the hell is this? On the surface it may seem all good, but you open up that sleeve and everything gets f***y. They combined all of this together. Now convenient? Sure. The execution, however, is abysmal. This is a terrible art book. Not only is the content generic, it's a struggle to even keep open. The art book is fused with the plastic disc casing, meaning that these pages are shutting when no one's holding them, and the book was put together so poorly that's a struggle to even see the art. This has got to be one of the worst art books out there. And not only that, but I pointed out before that 2 games are in this collection, so where's the other disc? Oh, that's right, directly under the other one. Why? Why not have 2 disc trays? Why not have separate art books? Why make this? Who wanted this? Did you want this? James Farrell? Did you want this? And then you put the game back, and it sticks out like a sore thumb in your PlayStation 4 collection. Oh, so this is what Orwell was trying to warn us about. After looking at trash like that, how can the art book be saved? Well, there are dozens of incredible art books out there, and when I think of a franchise that knocks it out of the park, making some of the most high-quality art books in the video game industry, well, it's time to talk about the Fire Emblem franchise. Now, these are art books. However, before we get into these big boys, let's start off with the weird ones first. Up first is Fire Emblem Warriors. Now, this didn't come with an art book, but did come with what it refers to as character card sets. A PNG of a character on cardboard. Whoop-de-doo. Trade 'em, trash 'em, hoard 'em, put 'em on your fridge? Who knew you could have this much fun with anime PNGs? Moving on, we've got the Fire Emblem Fates art book, which came with the Fire Emblem Fates Special Edition. This art book is fairly run-of-the-mill. It shows cutscene art, character art, scenes of increasing discomfort, the typical Fire Emblem Fates fanfare. It's fine. It's comparable to the Fire Emblem Awakening promo art book, which came with the GameStop pre-orders. It's cheap, small, and has little to it. But you see, this promo book was just a prelude to something huge. It's time to show you what art books can really be. Now this is content. The Art of Saved the Series comes jam-packed with character designs, concept art, storyboards, weapon art, voice lines, proposal event illustrations like every good art book should. If you're a Fire Emblem Awakening fan, this book is amazing. It's got a section dedicated to fans, where Lissa got snuffed and was placed in 7th for Best Female Character. Democracy is dead. Who would you like to cosplay as the most? Avatar, you self-centered And Frederick's famous quote, "Pick a god and pray," didn't even crack the top 10. Come on, that quote is so good, it could be someone's senior yearbook quote. Clearly, this art book isn't 100% perfect. As you see, this part of the book shows avatar customization, and this one right here says Build 05. Sorry to burst your bubble, but there's only 3 builds for the male and female avatar, and that's also Build 02, and Dark Horse thought I wouldn't notice. At the very end of the book, it shows every single support conversation in the game, which if you don't know are these events in the game where 2 characters talk to each other, and there are quite a few of them, and mark my words, someday I will read all of these. This art book is absolutely filled with behind-the-scenes features related to the best Fire Emblem game, and it is such a cool thing to own. Jumping over to the Nintendo Switch era, Nintendo would release and then unrelease the first Fire Emblem game, Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, onto the Nintendo eShop. And with this event commemorating the 30th anniversary of the series, a 30th anniversary Fire Emblem Special Edition would be released. Inside includes a code to a 30-year-old game that aged as well as milk left out in a desert, a glass Fire Emblem cartridge, no it does not work, I tried, and most importantly, the Legacy of Arcanea art book. The main focus of this art book is on Fire Emblem 1, Fire Emblem 3, Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon, and man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. This art book opens with the tagline, "In the beginning, there was Shadow Dragon, Falchion Sword, and Fire Emblem." Similarly to the opening of the first Fire Emblem game, this is what we call a reference. Anyway, this book shows us a timeline of the 2 wars that occurred during the events of Fire Emblem 1 and 3, and due to Fire Emblem never really having an official timeline, as some games are connected directly while others aren't, it's nice to have something with accurate dates. Now this book's got one thing going for it, and it is character art. The FE1 era, the FE3 era, FE11, 12 Heroes, even BS Fire Emblem gets a mention, and that game was released on the goddamn Satellaview. The game even mentions Codename Steam. You know, Codename Steam, the game that made Abraham Lincoln canon in the Fire Emblem universe. The Japanese-only card games got spotlight, the Fire Emblem TCG that failed miserably, and Fire Emblem Cypher that succeeded and then failed, but at least had some really banger art, like for example, Bantu. Bantu is this old dragon man who is pretty weak in most of the games he's in, but the Fire Emblem Cypher artist must have really liked Bantu, so designed him like a badass fire dragon. This is just a lie. Other fun designs include Worse, who's carrying the vulnerary he turns into in Fire Emblem 3, and the changes in the Arcanea crew's designs throughout the years. FE1's got the classic cartoony designs, love these. FE3's got a fusion of the classic and more modern designs these characters have now. Shadow Dragon's got much more detailed and realistic designs. And FE12, despite it being a steaming load of shit, does have Legion in it, so credit where credit's due, I guess. Just like the art of Fire Emblem Awakening, the Legacy of Arcanea shows just what art books can and should be. A love letter to the fans who love these games, and my god, where would we be without this atrocity? Despite some art books being less than stellar, there are others that truly go the extra mile and deliver for the fans. And you know what? I have become inspired to make my own art book. That's right, the digital Tommy art book full of behind-the-scenes content. Let's take a look. Anything for the fans. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and I sure do love hitting things with bats, but unfortunately, I am unable to throw things at far distances. Sigh, if only there's a way I could learn how to throw and destroy things from the same guy that directed the 1979 film 1941. Steven Allen Spielberg, one of the most well-known film directors in the history of cinema. He's directed such films as Jurassic Park, E.T., and Jaws. He's famous for his contribution to the film industry, but a more unknown side is the video games that he's created. Spielberg contributed to some LucasArts games, like The Dig, but his biggest creations would come from his collaboration with Electronic Arts. Spielberg would go on to be the creator of the Medal of Honor series, a World War II first-person shooter that would go on to inspire other franchises, most notably the Call of Duty series. But then, in the year 2008, Spielberg, along with many others working on the EA Los Angeles team, would develop one of the Nintendo Wii's most iconic third-party games, Boom Blox. So this game is the love child of Spielberg and EA. It's a puzzle game developed for the two titans of the 7th console generation, the Nintendo Wii and the Nokia N-Gage. Yes, this exists, and this is the only time I'm bringing it up. You move around and try to complete the objective while getting medals based on your performance. The game opens up with a training section in order to get you understood with controls and important features, and one of the most important features of Boom Blox, the ability to move the camera. You see, Boom Blox isn't just about hitting a block, knocking it on the ground, and getting points. If you want to go for gold in this game, you really need to think about the best way to get through levels. That might be hitting weak spots to knock over blocks, timing a shot just right, or hitting spots at specific places in order for the projectile to bounce off. It really does add strategy and replayability to a game that could have been a go-for-high-score kids game. After you complete the training, you get sent to the main part of the game, the Explore section. This part of the game is where you'll experiment with different weapons, or as the game calls them, toys, and block types, and there is a lot of variety here. The first stage of the game is Gem Block. Your goal is to knock over as many gem blocks as possible with the fewest baseballs thrown. Although simple, this stage is a fun one. It really is gratifying to slam blocks in the perfect spot and watch those gems come falling down. As you play through the stage, you get the bowling ball, a much stronger version of the baseball. And the end of the stage, you get to smash the EA logo, and I guarantee you there are people out there who have had wet dreams over this exact concept. Up next is Point Block. This one's all about knocking off blocks with a specific number in order to get the highest score without hitting the negative points. This is one of the more strategic stages, needing you to think about how the strength of hitting a ball might knock over a negative point block. Some levels in this stage can be long and tedious, but I had fun with it. Also, we get the introduction of the laser gun, which is by far the most fun toy in this game. The third stage is Bomb Block, which has to be one of the most missed opportunities in history because they were so close to calling this thing a boom block. But watching everything explode in all directions is still fun to this day, just simply fun. This stage emphasizes timing, hitting bomb blocks at the right moment in order to knock over the most points. Love this stage even to this day. Next up we have Vanish Block. You hit these purple portal blocks in order to knock over other blocks. It's fine. The early stages you just hit the purple blocks and watch things fall like dominoes. This stage gets good when the rubber ball is introduced, and you have to throw it at the perfect spot in order to knock down groups of blocks on different layers. Good stage, but the second half is superior. Chemical block is up next, and it's all about hitting these green blocks together in order to cause a chemical reaction. It's a fun one. I like it more than Vanish Block, and the hose toy you get in the later stages makes for both great and terrible levels. And here we are at the final stage, the grab tool. And this is by far the worst part of the game. I absolutely despise the grab tool and the levels associated with it, because all the levels in the game are just Jenga. Every single one. All you do is take wooden blocks off without the tower coming down. This stage is the most motion control focused of the bunch, and like most Wii games with too much motion included, just showed the flaws of the Wiimote in the Wii's earlier years. I really did not have a good time with this stage, and it's the only one of the Explore stages that I actively dislike. And so that is the Explore mode. After that, you get the other mode in the game, Adventure Challenge, which is using the concepts you learned from Explore mode, but now with story. And by story, I mean a bunch of images that are interpreted as a story. Other than that, you've got the challenge modes. It's more of what's already been seen with a bit more harder stages. And lastly, we have the create mode. And for a game like Boom Blocks, this is a pretty in-depth level builder. Place NPCs, props, commit domestic terrorism, it's all here. I would spend so much time here and would have a blast. Although the novelty's worn on me after years of being away from this game, I still get nostalgic over that simplistic music and being able to do whatever I wanted. Boom Blocks came out at one of the best times to own a Wii, right around the same time as some of the most famous games released on the system, such as Super Mario Galaxy, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, and Mario Kart Wii. Although the Wii was a console that really did struggle with third-party development due to most of it being just simply bad, being shovelware, or both, Boom Blocks was an exception. It was a great game and one that I recommend almost 15 years later. Now, Spielberg, being a movie guy, knew better than anybody that if something sells, you take that and slap a 2 on it. And with that, 1 year later in 2009, we would get the sequel to end all sequels, because you might as well take that Boom Blocks game and get rid of it, because quite frankly, there is no reason to go back to it when you can play this beauty. Boom Blocks Bash Party. What the hell were they doing with this case? Why did they put Boom Blocks on the side like this when that title would be the bigger selling point? Other than that, Boom Blocks Bash Party is a huge improvement over the already very good original Boom Blocks game. The overworld being an amusement park, different environments affecting the physics and gravity, an achievement system, having 5 worlds with multiple different stages in them, new toys, new blocks, and this game's presentation is so colorful and full of life that it almost makes you forget that the director of Schindler's List made this game. This game truly took the original Boom Blocks and expanded upon it. Like the original, you start out in the training mode, same old, and then you unlock the rest of the game, and this game is way longer than the original Boom Blocks. You've got an Explore mode that handles all the old and new toys, like the Virus Ball and the Chemical Ball, and then you've got the themed worlds. First up, you've got the Carnival, where you throw colored paintballs in order to make combos, giving the game an even more puzzle game feel, and using the slingshot to topple gems. You've got the Heroic World, about a city that's under attack, and it's up to you to use toys like the slingshot to shoot pigs at point blocks. There's Space World, where you blow up asteroids and shoot down UFOs defending gems. And then you've got the Pirate World, not only having a fun use of the cannon toy by destroying other pirate ships and stealing gems, but doing the impossible by making the grab tool fun. My god. And lastly, the Create mode, which due to way more content compared to the original, this makes the Create mode so much better. You can have NPCs battle each other, have robots attack squids, chicken cannon. The original Boom Blocks is great, but Bash Party took that concept and expanded upon it just like a good sequel should. It's one of the best games for the Wii, and it's also cheap as hell, so I couldn't recommend it enough. So that was Boom Blocks, a great set of games that definitely made for a childhood or two for those who grew up with it.
And now it's time to use those throwing skills I learned and see if I can take down this Boomblocks case right here. It's a work in progress. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and today I am finally gonna do it. I'm gonna finally end years of judging a book by its cover and play Tokyo Mirage Sessions FE. You know, this home screen has a lot of personality. The video game console, a piece of hardware that lets you play a wide variety of different games. But some days, maybe you just turn on the console, ready to play a game, and then realize you just don't want to gouge out your eyes today. So instead of doing that, we're going to take a look at the history of one of gaming's most useful, yet unappreciated features, the home screen. Back in the Stone Age, video game home screens were non-existent. Some consoles had a boot-up screen, but other than that, not much else to see here. So if you wanted to play Phalanx on the SNES, well, the console knew its place, so it started up immediately. So during this era, the use of a home screen was very rare, but not unseen. The Famicom Disk System is one of the earliest examples of a home screen. You got the Mario Cast jumping around on the bottom, and the Disk System practically on its knees, begging you to insert a disc card. After that stint, the home screen would go into dormant once again. The Sega CD would have a home screen akin to the Famicom Disk System, but Sega does what Nintendo don't, and so Sega inserted a bit of psychological mindfuckery to get you to play a Sega product. But please, this is also the company that bestowed Knuckles Chaotix onto this plane of existence, so I'm smarter than that. We arrive at the 6th console generation, the PS2, Xbox, Dreamcast, and GameCube. And completely out of the blue, the idea of having a home screen with a truckload of features went from something almost non-existent to an industry standard. All 4 consoles had a home screen in some shape or form. The Sega Dreamcast had an appealing one. There's nowhere to go but up after you make Knuckles Chaotix. It's got all the necessary features a home screen should have: opening the game, memory card section, settings, and time and dates. Run of the mill, but it has a nice presentation. This is a good one. The GameCube is iconic. You got the square come in and BAM! Mr. Bronze Medal. Other than that, it's very similar to the Dreamcast. You've got the opening game, options where it can mourn my recently corrupted memory card, you got the options to change sound and date and time. Other than a few Easter eggs like pressing a specific button on the controller while starting up the console, that's all there is to see here. It keeps with the theme of the console because every corner is cube, but still looks a bit bland. I'm soiled. The original Xbox home screen, my favorite science fiction horror experience. This menu just radiates early 2000s. It gives the feel that you're digging through the system itself as you look through the memory section, and parental controls has never looked this badass. Unless you absolutely hate the colors green and black, then this home screen is pretty sick. PlayStation 2, it's got that memory card game, big f***ing whoop. It's fine, it's got the moving lights, which freaked me out as a kid for some reason. Best-selling console of all time, this menu ain't doing it any favors. Jumping up a generation, we've got the Nintendo Wii, and this is nice. Nintendo went for a television vibe, making all the programs channels that are super easy to shuffle around with. Even moving around the channels made a TV-like sound effect. The Wii's home screen is iconic, and then the Nintendo DS home screen, time, date, PictoChat, these are all physiological needs. The Xbox 360 actually went through a few facelifts with its home screen, as at launch it looked like this. So we went from an alien spaceship to a filing cabinet. This is lame and I don't like it. But eventually, Microsoft would update the Xbox home screen to what is called the Xbox 360 Metro. And this is when Microsoft started making everything look like their Windows operating systems. And I'm gonna come out and say it, this is my favorite home screen. There is nothing here that's buried and hard to find. The first screen has all the important stuff, like the game that you insert into the disc tray, along with the digital downloads. Then you've got the Xbox Marketplace, movies, music, and settings. You can also change the theme of the background, something that has become a staple for home consoles.
Simplistic, yes, but still succeeds to have a personality while still being easy to manage. The PlayStation 3, it's a better PlayStation 2 that tries to be like the Xbox 360 Metro. It's got icons, and when you hover over a game, you see the only semblance of life this home screen has. It's got the little wave in the back that's nice. The trophy collection is in the PlayStation Network section. I don't know what that's about. It's obviously better than the PlayStation 2, but it is still not wowing me. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, said Nintendo, except in some places, so make it bad. I have a very on and off relationship with the Wii U home screen. On one hand, Nintendo tried to modernize the Wii channels, but this only made it have a feeling of placelessness. On the other hand, almost every other area does ooze that classic Nintendo charm. While waiting for the eShop to load, you get to play a little mini game that's fun. Back in the day, Miiverse would show games in your collection and you'd be able to see other people's art. But the Wii U lacks in presentation, it makes up for wholeheartedly in personality. After the Nintendo DS, Nintendo would release the DSi with a pretty nice home screen. It's fine, the top screen is dedicated to the photo album as the camera was a big selling point of the console, and the rest of the home screen is just a conveyor belt of programs. I like it, but it's vastly inferior to the Nintendo 3DS. Now, I'm going to try and not be biased while talking about my favorite console of all time, but this is great. One of the big features of this home screen is the changing rows. One row takes too long to navigate, two is alright, but I am a strict believer in a 3-row supremacy. And if you go to someone's house and see that they have their 3DS home screen at 4 or 5 row mode, fucking run! Ability to create folders, easy access to internet, Miiverse, and friends. This in the 360 really threw it out of the park with these home screens. Xbox One, we had a good thing, you stupid son of a bitch. We had Metro, we had organization, it ran like clockwork, it was perfect. But no, you just had to blow it up. You and your layers upon layers of buried content. You just had to be the all-in-one console. If you stuck with what worked, knew your place, we'd all be fine right now. Also, there's a revamp called Xbox One Experience. It also sucked. PlayStation 4. You know what, Sony? You did it. It kept the things that worked with the PS3 and made a home screen more akin to the Xbox with its copious amount of squares. For the most part, it is much easier to navigate, except for the fact that with the TV and video section to access YouTube and streaming services, you gotta click on that icon and wait 3 years for it to load. The PS Vita went with this bubble design, tapping icons and quite literally ripping open the game. Both the PS4 and Vita did a solid job. Congratulations, Sony. Better late than never. And here we are at the modern day with the Nintendo Switch, and this is so bad. Like, I know this sounds hypocritical coming from a guy who praised the Xbox 360, but this is too many squares. And then everything is just dumped into the settings. Like, why is me creation in the settings? Why is themes in the settings? Why is all of this just together and not its own area of the home screen? And then there's the folders. It took Nintendo actual years to add these. Why? If the 360 was simple in the good way, Nintendo Switch is simple in the bad way. And now we finally arrive at post-singularity. The PS4 and Xbox One home screens were just so advanced that Sony and Microsoft just kept them with the PS5 and Series X. PS5 is PS4, fine. Series X is just the Xbox One. Why would anyone want to keep this garbage? So in conclusion, the best home screen is one that's simple, easy to navigate, but still retains a hint of personality. I had fun looking at these. You see how the home screen started off as something very simple, and then each company would go up and down with their best and worst console home screens. And that is the home screen of consoles, a typically overlooked aspect, but one that is very important. In fact, I was so mesmerized by the Wii U's personality that I accidentally dropped my Tokyo Mirage Sessions disc into a paper shredder. Hello people, I'm Tommy. And you just caught me in the middle of fall cleaning. I'm getting rid of all my Nintendo games, you see, as I've been told that I can get all of the Nintendo content right here. I hope it's got Pikmin.
Oh my god, my fingers are the controller? The wonderful world of mobile gaming, a land of free-to-play games where you pay for limited time rushes of dopamine. The mobile gaming market is huge, and back in the early 2010s, many big console developers wanted a slice of that rapidly increasing pie. Dead Rising, BioShock, Grand Theft Auto all came out to mobile platforms in different levels of f***ing garbage. Despite this, one company that adamantly refused to jump to mobile was Nintendo. Many stockholders criticized Nintendo's lack of venturing into a new market. Nintendo defended their choice with at the time CEO Satoru Iwata stating their focus was on compelling games that would drive their hardware sales, and I am sure that did wonders for them. After the Wii U turned out to be the worst thing since bubonic plague, Nintendo suddenly had a change of heart about the mobile gaming scene, and would partner with Japanese mobile developer DNA, beginning development on games for mobile devices. Today we'll take a look at how hot or not these Nintendo apps are. Miitomo, released on March 17th, 2016, was a social networking application where you could interact with your Mii through My Nintendo. A typical freemium, you can pay for in-game currency in order to customize your Mii. Within the first month, the game had already accumulated 10 million downloads. Unfortunately, due to a lack of updates, the player population only decreased from there, leading to Nintendo's first romp with mobile being shut down in May of 2018. I never had this app when it was out, but I'm sure it would have been great fun for about 15 minutes. Super Mario Run was released in December of 2016, and unlike most mobile games, this one had a price tag. And not that typical 99 cents or $1.99, Nintendo was selling this game for $10. What the hell? I expect this kind of behavior from Square Enix, not my precious multi-billion-dollar company. In truth, Nintendo did this in order to see if they could sell a game for a one-time purchase, just like how most console games are sold. Other than that, it's a typical auto runner. You tap the screen to control Mario's jumps and see how far he goes. You can play through the first world for free, but after that you get hit with the price tag. But after that, there's no other in-game purchases. I'm pretty mixed about this one. On one hand, it's a very simple game and one that is very short due to its limited modes. But this is a game on the App Store that after you spend money on it, there's no other strings attached. Games like this aren't exactly my cup of tea, but $10 for a full Mario game, albeit a very simple Mario game, it's not that bad. Released in October of 2017, Animal Crossing Pocket Camp would be a free-to-play, in-game purchases social simulator based on the Animal Crossing series. Now unfortunately, I have not dabbled with the Animal Crossing series, but I've heard great things. In the beginning, you get introduced to your camp, make a character, get introduced to your animal buddies, and then you get introduced to the leaf tickets, the item that speeds up crafting with in-game purchases. After all that, I am welcomed to the not enough storage to play the rest of the game. So, buy Jeopardy, buy Count Masters Crowd Runner 3D, buy Daily Crosswords, buy Paycor, I didn't need to see my work schedule anyways. And after that, we return to Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. We get some items and another not enough storage screen. Buy Solitaire, buy Cody Cross. We go back and buy Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. I'm left with my Nintendo apps and peak gaming. There's nothing else left to be deleted. So, sorry Animal Crossing, you're just a modern-day Smurfs village. I hate to do this to you, but if you can't handle my iPhone, that sounds like a you problem. Dragalia Lost was the big outlier of the main Nintendo mobile games. Released on September 28th of 2018, it was developed by Cygames and published by Nintendo. And you know what? I like this one. It's an action RPG, one of gaming's best genres, and having one on mobile devices is great. After we get introduced to the game, we see... Appearance rate? Summons? 3, 4, 5 stars? This is a gacha game? So, what exactly is a gacha game? Well, it's a genre of game most popular in the mobile game market, where one of the biggest gameplay mechanics is tens of hundreds of different characters that can be unlocked at random, typically through paying for in-game currency. If you're looking for one specific character, well, you better hope you're lucky, or say goodbye to those life savings. On the other hand, the action RPG aspect is great. It's a fun time with all the characters you acquire. This game's got cutscenes, story, voice acting. Yeah, you, Animal Crossing Pocket Camp.
Also, this walk cycle on the home screen is funny as hell to me for no reason whatsoever. It's wonderful. This is one of Nintendo's best mobile games, and I cannot wait to play it more in the future. Huh. Well, unfortunately, this game just wasn't good enough, it seems, as it'll be shutting down on November 30th of 2022. Well, rest in peace, Dragalia Lost. You took 1 hour of my life away, but I will miss you. Dr. Mario World, released on July 9th, 2019. It's Dr. Mario, you've got a wide cast of characters, and it got shut down 2 years later. Well, rip Dr. Mario, but this opens up the door for a Panel de Pon mobile game, so eat shit, Dr. Mario World. Announced in January of 2018 and released on September 25th, 2019, the popular Mario Kart franchise would see a mobile game release with Mario Kart Tour. I remember when this game first came out, and it was the talk of the town for a grand total of 1 week, and then everyone, myself included, dropped the game. It's a fine game, but once again, we meet our gacha game companion, which I feel turned away a decent amount of the mainstream audience. It's got fun exclusive maps, some of which actually have come over to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe in the form of DLC, and dozens of different characters from the Mario Kart series. For a lot of people, the game was a fun time, but after racing and racing and racing non-stop, the novelty quickly evaporated, and many either quit the game or migrated back to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. In my opinion, it's like a 6, maybe a 7 when you get it drunk. I had my one night stand with the game, and that's about it. Aw, yeah, Nintendo got another IP dirty in the mobile game scene, and that was Pikmin with the game Pikmin Bloom. A game where you grow and raise Pikmin by walking around in real life, where you can see them with the AR camera. Okay, well, unfortunately, this game is lame. I don't care, it's not engaging nor incentivizes you to go exercise, but this is a great segue into the next part. Welcome to the Pokemon Mobile Game Marathon, where we run through the Pokemon mobile games that you don't care about. 2015, we got the Pokemon TCG. It was ported from the PC version. 2015, we got Pokemon Shuffle Mobile. It's a port of the 3DS version, and it's better than the 3DS version. 2017, give us Magikarp Jump. Raise your Magikarp, and then watch it get stolen from you and then brutally murdered. 2018, Pokemon Quest. It's dog shit. 2019, Pokemon Rumble Rush, a mobile version of Pokemon Rumble. 2020, Pokemon Smile, teaching your kids how to brush your teeth. Gingivitis is pissing itself right now. 2020, Pokemon Cafe Mix, also known as another Pokemon mobile game. 2021 bestowed upon us Pokemon Unite as a one-trick Gragas thank you, but League of Legends is garbage and so is this. And Pokemon Sleep, it has not been announced yet, but it will help with sleep. I can now sleep with the Lavender Town music, thank you. And so that leaves us with only 2 Pokemon mobile games. My god, has Pokemon Go left an impact. Back in 2016, this game exploded. I remember just how hard it was to even get the game open when it first came out. Now this is what it means to encourage people to go out and walk. Catching Pokemon and conquering local points of interest in gym battles, it is so much fun. Walking hatches eggs, and you can put down lures to get more Pokemon. Oh, and that Team Mystic are nose pickers and Team Valor are mouth breathers. Team Instinct is where it's at. Even today, I occasionally go back to this game, and it's still a fun thing to pop open when I'm walking. Pokemon Masters is a big crossover between the whole Pokemon franchise. There really isn't much else to say. You can fight with your favorite trainers and Pokemon throughout the series, and yes, it is a gacha game, so you better hope Lady Luck is on your side or you're getting garbage. And that is almost every single Nintendo mobile game. Lots of these apps had great ideas in them. Dragalia Lost with the RPG mechanics, Pokemon Masters with the crossover between the Pokemon games, and they were also gacha games. But what if there was a game that took these elements and combined them? Not including the Pokemon side, the main Nintendo mobile games still make an obscene amount of revenue, but compared to one of them, they are but Davids. So who is the Goliath for Nintendo's mobile game market? It's time to take one last look at Nintendo's mobile games, and it's a game from a franchise that I kind of like.
Fire Emblem Heroes!
If you forgot to mute your phone, now everyone knows that you're a fucking loser. Fire Emblem Heroes is a gacha game, crossover, strategy game with heavy quotation marks over the word role-playing game. When playing these mobile games, I put about 30 to 60 minutes into them, a bit more if I enjoyed them, but Faye, oh dear god, the amount of time I put in this game. All the years wasted put into a gacha game. All the dragon children I slaughtered. But I will say, these 5 stars I have, not a single cent was spent on this game. That is the only thing that keeps me going, and the day I cave will be my downfall. So Fae is all about characters, strategy, and luck. Fire Emblem is a series with hundreds of characters, so the game actually works very well as a gacha game. Every few weeks, new characters are announced on the Nintendo Mobile YouTube channel, and they can range from getting really cool, obscure characters to getting our 8th version of the same character. All I wanted was the red orb character in this banner, but then I didn't get a red orb and had to pick a blue orb, and that's when the game gives me Lyn, because clearly owning 8 Lyns was not enough. It's fun to go for a character you want, but if you miss it, specifically a seasonal character, have fun waiting another year. For example, I tried to get Summer Robin in my freshman year of high school, and I didn't get her until I graduated, and now she sits there in my barracks completely unused. And if you're really desperate and unlucky, there are some banners that let you get a free character, and there's also a lot of community interaction, specifically biannual events called Choose Your Legends, where fans can vote for their favorite characters to get special alternative skins. In Fire Emblem Heroes, your choice matters. That's how we got Brigand Boss as a playable character. Intelligent Systems is finally doing something intelligent. And as you can see, you can have multiple teams of heroes, like the A-Team, the Heroes Trio, the Christmas Croms, Perfect Woman. And you know what? That reminds me, we haven't even gotten to the very robust gameplay. Early on in Fae, weapons and skills had very easy to understand effects. Some did 20% more damage when against other units, or others moved character positions. Nowadays, powerful units have skills that are quite literally more than a paragraph long. You could make a title crawl out of this description. The story is split into multiple different books that change each year. I would tell you what they are, but I only hit the skip button. The interesting part of Fae is how different it is from main series Fire Emblem in its gameplay. Unlike main series where luck can make or break a character, every unit will have the same stat at first and last level, the only changes being random points that increase or decrease a stat. Meaning luck does not exist in the gameplay. You could come up with a strategy that is a 100% chance of clearing a map no matter what you do, due to characters and skills. Many modes are included. Aether Raids, you attack other players' defenses. Arena, you accumulate high scores to increase your overall rank. Special events like Tempest Trials in order to get a character an exclusive skill. Voting Gauntlet, where you fight, defend, or refuse to pick a side or waste a character slot in Smash Bros. It's a game that has quite a learning curve, and one that I don't even fully understand that well, but still a game I play a ton, and the fact that it's one of my most played games of all time fills me with existential dread. And that was Nintendo's mobile game offerings, a world of bad games, gacha games, and Pikmin. And I destroyed my video game collection because of it. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and as you can tell by the glasses, shit has hit the fan. I'm going through something that you'd call a PR disaster. Not too long ago, I was exposed online for dunking Oreos into water and then eating them. And now I am public enemy number 1. And I thought the restraining order was bad, but not to worry. I've trained for an event like this. Having the whole world against you is just like what happened in one of Valve's greatest games of all time. Ricochet. Half-Life. Half-Life is one of the most influential games of the first-person shooter genre, and still to this day one of the greatest PC games ever made. Half-Life's influence on the gaming industry can still be felt to this day. Gone were the days of loading into a game and going ham with a gun 5 seconds in. Now you're on a tram, getting exposition on learning about what the hell a Black Mesa research facility is. Half-Life became an instant classic, taking the FPS genre in a new and better direction with story, characters, and the incorporation of puzzles in between combat segments. Because of this success, we'll see Half-Life be tweaked, ported, and remade many times over throughout its life. Today we'll be looking at the different versions of Half-Life that exist, and see if there's a definitive version of this iconic FPS.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System.
Starting off with Half-Life's first release, we have the PC version. And what else is there to say? Your MIT graduate Gordon Freeman, who's inbound for the Black Mesa Research Facility. He works for the anomalous materials sector, and the scientists at the Black Mesa Research Facility have a very unstable alien crystal, and Gordon is instructed to cram it into this machine. Now, with the context we have, this is what we would call a bad move. The machine goes haywire, causing a resonance cascade, and now the Black Mesa Research Facility is subject to an alien invasion. It's now up to Gordon to put an end to it while fighting back against not only the alien invaders, but the US military, who's been ordered to execute anyone associated with the project. Gordon must adapt and survive against all odds, fighting against tentacle monsters, military helicopters, the rail system, and even Sir Isaac Newton. As Gordon travels through Black Mesa, he witnesses the exploitation that the science team had been conducting on the alien life and the questionable ethics that were performed. Gordon eventually arrives at the Lambda complex, where with the help of the remaining science team, jumps through a portal and arrives in the alien border world of Zen. Gordon must jump from platform to platform, killing giant testicle spider monsters, and then arrive at the home of the being that caused this resonance cascade, Nehilinth. After destroying the creature, instead of death, we are saved by the G-Man, a being that has been watching Gordon's progress throughout the whole game, and he offers a job opportunity to Gordon. Without much of a choice, Gordon agrees, and then cliffhanger. And that was just the simplified version. Not only was Half-Life breaking new ground by including a story, but one that was this in-depth really goes to show just how much Valve cared about this game. In terms of gameplay, this game kicks ass. With a variety of weapons, you have highly powerful military, scientific, and alien-grade weaponry. But Gordon's weapon of choice is his trusty crowbar. The game is very combat-focused, but that doesn't always mean running and gunning, and there are some segments in the game where you have to sneak in order to not alert enemies. Speaking of which, throughout the game, Gordon will encounter many friends and foes. The employees at the Black Mesa Research Facility, who are stuck in Gordon's position as well, make up your allies. They can open doors that hold supplies, heal you when your health is low, and even support you in shootouts. Not very good, mind you, but hey, it's the thought that counts. Enemies vary. You've got the military, who's not too happy about the alien invasion or the fact that you are still alive, and then you've got the Zen invaders like the head crabs, alien grunts, and the enslaved Vortigaunt species under the mind control of Nehilinth. At certain chapters in the game, you get into a boss fight, and there are 3 asterisks in the game. For the sake of discussion, I will consider the tentacle monster, whose only weakness is a very conveniently placed rocket engine placed on top of them, as the first boss. The second boss is the head crab queen, known as the Gonarch, who freaks the fuck out if you kill her head crab children. And like discussed before, Nehilinth, who uses portals to teleport you to other places before you cheese the fight by standing behind a rock. Half-Life is an incredible game that I've come back to play many times over, but like all things, nothing can be perfect, and Half-Life is no exception. Chapters like On a Rail cause so much backtracking and cheap enemy placement that leads to it being one of the low points in the game. But that is nothing compared to the Zen chapters. If your crush ever said that they love you like the Zen chapters in Half-Life, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there are plenty of fish in the sea. So Half-Life goes from a 3D first-person shooter with puzzle elements to a platformer with guns. Valve dropped the torch at the finish line with these chapters, specifically with the second-to-last chapter in the game, Interlooper. The worst chapter in the game. A confusing maze in a Zen factory. Yes, a Zen factory, which means Zen has a GDP, and you know, Zen always gave me the Kentucky vibes, so I'm just gonna assume they have similar GDPs. Breaks the immersion a bit, and Valve has gone on record that they regret how Zen turned out, as it was clearly a very rushed part of the game. The boss fights against the Gonarch and Nehilinth were the strongest part of Zen, and although this part of the game is poor, you can still get through it in like an hour, so you're not there for that long. And so that's the original version of Half-Life. A great game with a few hiccups here and there. Despite that, this game is still a masterclass in storytelling and combat even all these years later. And those console folks wanted in on that Half-Life pie, so let's take a look at Half-Life's time on consoles. The year is 2001, and the PlayStation 2 is destroying the console competition. Valve, seeing the success of the console, decided that it would be a great idea to port their most popular game to the most popular console. So Valve entrusted Gearbox Software to develop a port for Half-Life on the PS2, and on November 14th, 2001, we would get Half-Life on the PlayStation 2 here in North America. On the most surface level, it's pretty much just Half-Life, just changed to work on the PlayStation 2. A few of the new features being graphical changes and auto-aim. The graphics obviously took a hit in conversion from PC to console, but it's not that noticeable to make a huge impact. And when Gearbox was developing Half-Life, they did make some changes to models in the game, specifically with the health and HEV stations. Yeah, look at that. The health station pulls out a syringe and the HEV tases you. That's cute. One of the biggest shifts was the controls, and it's fine. From the jump from PC to console, it was definitely hard early on getting used to the controls, making certain early platforming sections a bit more difficult. But then, we get to the absolute punch in the gut. Okay, so on the PC version of Half-Life, if you die, you either get sent back to the most recent loading screen or your most recent quick save. The fact that each loading screen saved your game lessened the need for you to save every 5 seconds. This term is better known as save scumming, where you save after every little thing you do, which pretty much ruins the enjoyment of the game. The PlayStation 2 version didn't have this, and when you die, it sent you back to the start of the chapter. And because of this, it essentially encourages you to save scum, since you can save at any point. This one oversight is quite possibly my biggest complaint with Half-Life on PS2. Now, jumping over to the other game mode in Half-Life, we have Half-Life Decay, a cooperative Half-Life experience. Now, I've sent out letters to see if anyone wanted to play, but apparently saying, please play Half-Life Decay with me, written in your own blood, is not considered very inviting. So we gotta play the single player. You play as both Dr. Gina Cross and Dr. Colette Green, where they deliver the unstable alien crystal to Gordon Freeman, which leads to the resonance cascade. With the help of Dr. Rosenberg and Dr. Keller, the team of doctors fight in order to end the incident, as they fight many of the villains seen in Gordon's adventure. It ends with the resonance cascade being weakened but not destroyed, and the fates of Dr. Keller, Dr. Cross, and Dr. Green are left unknown, with Dr. Rosenberg being seen later on. And if you get an A rank in all chapters, you get an extra chapter you get to play as 2 Vortigaunts, which is a pretty good completionist bonus if you ask me. Half-Life Decay is short and gives you a bit more of Half-Life's already expansive lore. Just, if you're going to play the game now, there is a mod for it on PC, which I recommend. It's obviously inferior to the PC version, but Half-Life on PS2 succeeded in what it needed to do. Get console players to learn just what the hell a Black Mesa is. Now it's time to jump over to Half-Life's other console port and see how well that one went. The Sega Dreamcast, the final hurrah for Sega as a console developer. The Dreamcast came out 1 year before the PS2 and was able to get a much needed head start. It was quite a scary time for Sega. They needed to get good games out before the PS2 was released, and if that Half-Life port for the Dreamcast was released, the Dreamcast might just stand a chance. The port was then cancelled, and then Sega proceeded to make Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis on the Game Boy Advanced. We are truly living in the darkest timeline. So Half-Life on the Dreamcast was cancelled right before release. The game was sent out for review copies, critics panned the game got shelved, and the Prima strategy guide was sold for 1 cent that day. However, years later, a prototype of the game would be found and dumped online for play. So let's see if this game really deserved to be cancelled. In terms of graphics, gameplay, and story, it is just like the PS2 version. Only real graphical change was that in the Dreamcast version, the health and HEV stations are what they looked like in the original PC release, and not the enhanced PS2 models. So these games are pretty much the same, except for one thing. Now, here's a timestamp if you want to skip this segment, because this is one of the most horrifying, scary, and downright mind-breaking things the Half-Life series has ever done. This is your final warning. Are you ready for this? Oh my god. The controls in this game are dreadful. These controls made the game so much harder than it needed to be, and I tried getting through the game like this. In fact, I was so flabbergasted, I forgot about the PS2 having bad saving, so when I died in the most humiliating way possible, I realized that the auto-saving in the Dreamcast version was even worse. So instead of starting back from the beginning of the chapter, this happened. Now, that stung hard. I tried. I really did. But I could not, for the life of me, get far in this game. And that goes for the same for its bonus content, Blue Shift. Now, Blue Shift was a much more expansive story than Half-Life Decay. You're in the boots of Barney Calhoun, a Black Mesa security guard who got caught up in the whole resonance cascade thing, and works with Half-Life Decay character Dr. Rosenberg to escape Black Mesa. Calhoun and the science team go to the abandoned teleportation section of Black Mesa, and decide to charge it up in order to escape. Barney must go to Zen and then far underground in Black Mesa in order to get the necessary components to get the teleporter working.
Barney, Rosenberg, and the remaining science team escape Black Mesa. No man in a suit cliffhanger ending here. Due to the cancellation of the Dreamcast version, Blue Shift would eventually be released as an expansion pack on PC, and the Dreamcast version of Half-Life would never see the light of day for years. Critics complained that was the long loading, low frame rate in areas, and the lack of online play. It's sad to see the game was never released because the developers really did try and make this work. Fun Easter eggs early on, like Sonic Adventure's disc popping out of destroyed crates, and even the Dreamcast's memory card, the VMU, would display a little Lambda logo when playing Half-Life. It was a flawed game, but still would have been interesting to see it get an official release. If you want to play it today, the ROM file was dumped online, so you can see what could have been. And in terms of consoles sold, the Dreamcast would just barely lose to the PS2 by about 146 million consoles. And with that, the life of Half-Life 1 on consoles would come to an end, and now we jump back to the PC, where Valve moves Half-Life to new heights. In 2004, Valve was on their way to releasing the groundbreaking sequel to Half-Life, Half-Life 2. And a few months before that game came out, Valve decided to take Half-Life, which was a game made on the Gold Source engine, and upgrade it to Half-Life 2's engine, Source. And with that, Half-Life Source would be released. The game does improve upon Half-Life graphically, including character shadows, better physics, NPC ragdoll on death, and the Half-Life Source team's biggest priority, sloshy water. Other than a few other graphical changes, it's Half-Life. But is it better than the original? In my opinion, no. Half-Life Source may have graphical improvements, but this game was clearly just a side project for Valve as they were developing Half-Life 2. This game is pretty bug-filled, and dying due to physics or map design is much more common than in the original version of Half-Life. It's a fine game, but many consider it to be underwhelming and greatly underutilizing the power of the Source engine due to Valve's lack of staying up to date with the game. So in retrospect, none of the other versions of Half-Life were able to compare to the original PC release of the game. Half-Life Source was so disappointing to some fans that a group of modders, who would go on to be referred to as Crowbar Collective, attempted to rebuild Half-Life from the ground up and make what Half-Life Source should have been. And after heavy development of the game for 16 years, we would be given Black Mesa. Black Mesa's original intention was to show just how much Half-Life could do on the Source engine, and compared to Half-Life Source, these two games are incomparable. Black Mesa adds more physics-based puzzles, combat, movement, weapon changes, NPC changes, and despite all of that, it retains what made Half-Life special, its story. And it even expanded upon it, giving funny Easter eggs in the character dialogue, making Black Mesa look much more alive instead of the people working there being Scientist Model 1, 2, and 3. After the Resonance Cascade, the game presents you with all of its changes. You have to move objects out of the way and rely on security guards to kill enemies in the very beginning. You're able to throw flares in order to see in the dark and ignite zombies, and once you get the crowbar, you can see just how much the weapons were revamped. The crowbar is much more reliable, making it easier to time hits when headcrabs jump or when zombies swing at you. And all the weapons have a secondary fire. The Glock has a more inaccurate but rapid fire mode. You can double barrel with a shotgun, look down the sight with a magnum, and so much more. The game does a great job of showing, not telling the player how to get through obstacles. One of the strongest examples is in the chapter Power Up. Right at the beginning, you see the military trying to take down a gargantua, and the bullets are just bouncing right off, so you, as a player, would know that using guns are ineffective. Then a soldier fires a rocket at the gargantua, knocking it into a generator, which noticeably damages the creature. However, the power goes out before it could die, and it proceeds to kill the rest of the soldiers. So now you know how to kill it, and you know what you need to do. And all that was explained in just about 15 seconds without dialogue. This game's strongest suit is expanding on and improving flaws with the original Half-Life. But now it's time to see how they handled Half-Life's biggest mistake, the Zen chapters. Unlike the rest of the game, Zen is almost 100% different from its original counterpart. This part of the game is about 4 hours long and adds a ridiculous amount of content. Unlike the washed out gray of the original Zen, this place is chock full of color, luminescent plants, and man-made architecture just to show how much Black Mesa was screwing around with this place.
It's a good first chapter to Zen and way better than anything the original Half-Life ever did. And then you get to the next chapter, where you quickly find a portal directly to Nihilanth. However, the portal is then destroyed by the Gonarch, who is way more terrifying in this version, as instead of it running away from you like in the original Half-Life, now this thing wants you dead, and so you and the testicle monster fight all over the border world before she is eventually destroyed. And then we move on to Interlooper, and this is where I have to complain a bit. With the original Half-Life, the Zen chapters were underwhelming, but at the very least you can get through them quickly. Interlooper now goes on for about 2 hours, and although it is an improvement, it still kinda rubs me the wrong way. Now there are parts I do enjoy. The areas of the game where you have unlimited energy weapon ammo lets you rip through enemies in a breeze. It's a fun little power fantasy. You even get to explore a Vortigaunt slum. Oh, so this is Kentucky after all. It just goes to prove the fact that the Vortigaunts are mind controlled and that you do not need to kill them. You even get an achievement for sparing them. But then you get to the factory, and it is long. You have to scale this whole thing while having to open laser fields and clear out enemy areas. Personally, I think Interlooper could have been scaled back a little bit in the factory section. But you do eventually get to the fight with Nihilanth. You watch the factory fall, and then the G-Man makes you a job offer, and cliffhanger. So in conclusion, what do I think? Well, for newcomers to the Half-Life series, play the original Half-Life. And then play Black Mesa on every other playthrough, because this game is f***ing awesome. A group of passionate modders did what big developers couldn't, and remade a game with the same love that the original studio had for it, and expanded upon it. The original Half-Life will always be one of my favorite games of all time, but Black Mesa isn't just a good game. It was a triumphant victory for the people who spent a decade and a half making one of the greatest video game remakes of all time. And that's about it. But apparently talking about Half-Life has only prolonged the attack on my character. But I will not be deterred, because sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Oh, somebody's just thrown a brick through my window. Wow. Oh, hello people. I'm Tommy, and get in before they see ya. As you can see, I am still on the run, but it's not because of the Oreo and water thing, it's because when I talked about Half-Life, I mispronounced Interloper as Interlooper. But not to worry, because I do have a solution, as I will create a fun little character to become the face of the controversy. But as I'm crafting this character, I think it's best to talk about the history of video game mascots, and how they went from the then to the now. The mascot, an easy way to associate your product with a fun character. You've got Toucan Sam on Fruit Loops, Kool-Aid as the Kool-Aid Man, and Stanford University has a tree. The concept of having a fictional character represent an entire product or even franchise is nothing new, and a place where mascots are most prevalent is in the world of video games. So let's take a look at the rise and fall and of video game mascots. Starting in the early days, having a mascot was practically non-existent. I'm sure some people tried to push the square that you play as in Atari Adventure, but unfortunately, they were just too similar looking to Pong Square to be marketable. Holy sh**! Are you guys seeing this? As graphics improved and characters became more and more recognizable on the box art and on screen, we begin to see the rise of video game mascots. Pac-Man's wide appeal landed the yellow guy to become one of the first big faces of video games. At this point, Pac-Man was pretty much the mascot of the whole gaming industry, having a line of merchandise and even a cartoon. And after the dust settled in North America due to the video game crash of 1983, new contenders would enter the scene, most notably Sega and Nintendo. Now, Sega would use the titular character of Alex Kidd as the main face of the Master System, a character who failed to leave a mark for most players. But Nintendo took the main protagonist from Donkey Kong, gave him a few graphical changes, threw the word Super in the mix, and now we've got Super Mario.
To this day, Mario is still one of the most recognizable characters on the planet. Mario would propel Nintendo to new heights, and would pretty much give Nintendo complete control of the home console market in the third console generation. After the success of Mario, every video game needed a mascot, and I mean every game. We would see the rise of characters like Mega Man, Link, Kirby, f***ing Wally Bear and the No Gang keeping drugs off the street because you can't be doing drugs if you're playing Wally Bear and the No Gang. And so, the 8-bit era would give us some of the most iconic and most forgettable characters to ever grace the screen. The 16-bit generation came in swinging. Sega took their head out of the gutter and began experimenting with new mascots because Alex Kidd was being too much Alex Kidd and not selling Master Systems. So Sega released tons of video games with hip and cool 90s era characters. We'd see Toe Jam and Earl, Altered Beast, Echo the Dolphin. All would have some level of success, but then we'd see the release of a video game mascot that would lead to the biggest clash of characters in the history of gaming. And his name? Ogilvy Maurice Hedgehog, also known as Sonic. The Blue Blur, the Ring Fiend, and the character that put Sega on the map. Sonic was a smash hit right off the bat and was the main contributor to knocking Nintendo off their throne and would lead to quite possibly the most famous console war in history. Mario on the Super Nintendo and Sonic on the Sega Genesis. The fourth console generation saw another surge of video game mascots, some that are still iconic to this day, and others being cool spot. Yeah, so Sonic the Hedgehog would lead to the rise in animal-based mascots. Accolade would create Bubsy the Bobcat, Irem would make Rocky Rodent, Shiny Entertainment developed Earthworm Jim, and Awesome Possum, get the f*** out of here! But that's not all. We would see the rise of licensed mascot video games. Although these would exist before with games like Yo! Noid on the NES, the 16-bit era would see the rise of Chester Cheetah, Too Cool to Fool. 7-Up would bring in a pretty cool spot in a pretty bad game. McDonald's Global Gladiators, what fun. And after a few bad deals with Nintendo, Sony would go on to make its first console, the PlayStation. And that console's big names would include the likes of Crash Bandicoot, Spyro the Dragon, and their most famous mascot, Spider. Looking back at this era, it had very strong mascots and many of them. Onto the next generation, we would reach a point where too much was becoming too much. Oh yes, how could I ever forget about you, Glover? Or you, Gex? Or you, Croc? But I will defend Blasto, he is a classic. But these all fail in comparison to the Atari Jaguar's mascot being a Jaguar Cube. The possibilities are endless with this iconic character. The Nintendo 64 was doing pretty good with mascots, mostly because of British developer Rare creating such famous characters of the era, like Banjo-Kazooie, Conker, and of course, James Bond. Nintendo even made a game where all their mascots beat the shit out of each other. At this point, if you weren't any major company mascot like Mario, Link, or Sonic, it seems like your time was running short. And so we reach the GameCube, Dreamcast, PS2, Xbox, and this generation truly was the final days of dozens of video game mascots. Nintendo was going same old with Mario and Link. Sega tried their best with Sonic, but would eventually cease as a hardware developer. Sony would continue to bring in more third parties that would make iconic characters, such as Sly Cooper, Ratchet & Clank, and Jak and Daxter. And Xbox would go on to make a very iconic mascot of their own, Blinks the Cat. Xbox really tried to push Blinks the Cat for some reason. You already had Master Chief, and the Microsoft Rare acquisition gave them Conker and Banjo-Kazooie, so what was even the point? But to me, Blinks symbolizes the end of an era. The end of the new animal mascots that, although will pop up every now and then going forward, it would never be on the same level. The big thing about this generation, however, was not video game mascots, but licensed games. We would see SpongeBob, the mascot of Nickelodeon, Peter Griffin, the mascot of Comedy, and Tony Soprano, the mascot of New Jersey. So although the Outsiders and television were doing good, the video game mascots were dwindling. And so, we've reached the 7th console generation and onward. It's pretty ironic how the story of video game mascots went. Pioneers like Mario, Link, Sonic, Donkey Kong, and Pac-Man are characters that still, to this day, receive games, while others that showed up due to their popularity have mostly vanished or are rarely, if ever, seen nowadays.
Sony during this time would go into an identity crisis. Many of Sony's big exclusives like Crash and Spyro would eventually appear on Nintendo consoles, so Sony's answer to losing these well-designed and loved characters would bring back classic 90s character Polygon Man, dear god. This character was created to show the power of the PS1, but then would lie dormant for many years until returning as the main antagonist in Super Smash Bros. Sony Edition. I get that was to show the power of the PlayStation, but that's about it. And he also looks like my sleep paralysis demon, so double yikes. The God of War series would take off, leading to Kratos being considered the modern PlayStation mascot, and that is certainly better off than Computer Barf over here. Nintendo would stick with its large lineup of iconic characters, and with the popularity of the Wii, that led to Mii's leading the charge as the big figureheads of the era. You see, Mom, I am the mascot! And Nintendo would go on to make an even bigger fighting game where you beat the shit out of Nintendo characters, even being able to fuck up Ogilvy Maurice Hedgehog. And with Xbox, Master Chief was still doing very well in the Xbox 360 generation, with a few other new faces like Marcus Phoenix from Gears of War and everything but Blinks the Cat. Sega, despite ending console development, would continue to push Sonic deeper and deeper into a never-ending pit of despair, until Generations saved it, and then it fell back in, and then Sonic Mania came out, and then it fell back in. And that brings us to today. Although we still get animal or object-based protagonists like Super Lucky's Tale or Cuphead, they're not trying to be this big new mascot for a company or franchise, they're just trying to be a video game. Although the era of mascots are long gone, video games still rely on well-known recognizable characters. Come on, Smash Bros. Has evolved from Nintendo mascots beating the shit out of each other to just simply video game mascots beating the shit out of each other. So although less prevalent, the video game mascot life is still alive in a way. Video game mascots will always have a special place in our hearts, but one video game mascot will have a special place in no one's heart is our new spokesman, Filbert Milk. All we gotta do is take a picture, post it online, and just like that, I am free. Remember kids, when you f*** up, it's everyone else's fault but yours. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and I'm what you would call a free thinker, because in this day and age, everyone is just mere cattle to their corporate overlords, but not me. You see, I only own 3 versions of Skyrim, which is actually lower than the national average. As the years go by, a video game slowly becomes less and less accessible. Some games are just stuck on older pieces of hardware and left to rot. But one day, the planets align, and that game is given a second chance at life. Now this can come in many forms. Sometimes it's just a direct port of the original, sometimes it's just upscaled for modern hardware, and sometimes the developers go above and beyond and try to make this new version of the game an experience so much better that there's no reason to play the original. Today, we'll take a look at option 3 and see some examples of games that can be considered quote-unquote obsolete. Kirby Superstar, it's got 8 games in 1. This game has so much you can do in it and is considered one of the SNES greats. But can you play as Meta Knight? I don't think so. Kirby Superstar Ultra for the Nintendo DS. Hal looked at the original and said, 8 games, what are we bitches? King DDD's got a mask, we're f***ing crazy. It has everything Superstar had, but improved upon everything. New games like Revenge of the King, a harder version of one of the other games, Spring Breeze, and Meta Knight Ultra, where you run through the entirety of Superstar Ultra, but as the character Meta Knight. Other additions include 2 new versions of the arena, one harder variant, and the other where you play as the helpers in the game. With all these new additions, there isn't much of a reason to play the original Superstar over Ultra. Some people may say they don't like the updated graphics or new 3D cutscenes, but other than that, Superstar Ultra is the superior way to play Kirby Superstar. Now, one studio that absolutely loves to update their games is Atlus, specifically with the Persona series. Why play Persona 5 when you can play Persona 5 Royal? Why play Persona 4 when you can play Persona 4 Golden? Why play Persona 3 when you've got Persona 3 FES and Persona 3 Portable? All these games add additional content. Persona 5 Royal gives you another palace, Persona 4 Golden gives you like 5 different endings, and Persona 3 Portable gives you a female character, while Persona 3 FES gives you an entire 25-hour-long epilogue. Yes, a 25-hour-long epilogue that is dog shit. Still, there is so much these games add that's hard to go back to the originals. Yes, some changes can make the game easier. Persona 5, for example, went from a fairly easy game to a super easy game in the conversion, but the added story, characters, and gameplay makes it a much better buy for a newcomer into the series. Another way a game can be rendered obsolete isn't due to added content, it can be just from simply changing the controls. Gravity Rush, the first ever winner of the TGs, originated on the PlayStation Vita. And can anyone else smell a gimmick? Because this one reeks. You aim the Vita to where you want to go. Playing this game after experiencing how well the game plays on console is jarring. Like said before, it just comes off as extremely gimmicky than a good control layout. Gravity Rush, I love you, but stick to the PS4 remastered version for the best experience for both your time and your hands. I'm also placing Kid Icarus Uprising here because despite it being a really good game, after you play it, you'll never be physically able to play another video game again. So please remaster this game like Gravity Rush, I'm begging you. Games focused heavily on online play rely on developers keeping them alive. Once a studio pulls the plug on a game's servers, yeah, it's donezo. In terms of games like Club Penguin, after the servers were shut down, fans tried to bring it back, with a decent amount of success. Disney got the game shut down and the police were involved. Oh yeah, and Flash was shut down, so that was the final nail in the coffin for the criminal empire that was Club Penguin rewritten. In terms of online games like Overwatch, after that game shut down, you could play Overwatch 2 for free with it, but honestly, these things are as pricey as a belly button lint, so now, instead, you've got a new knife to make a peanut butter sandwich with. The examples being shown have really glamorized remakes and remasters as the superior choice when playing games. Now, is this always the case? F***ing no! In certain cases, we've got games that claim to be the new, refined, definitive edition Sonic Genesis on the Game Boy Advanced. I am pretty sure this game's existence violates the Geneva Convention. Sometimes remakes and remasters are hastily stitched together for a quick buck. The Silent Hill HD collection, oh boy, back when this thing came out, people were pissed. Bugged to all hell, poor graphics for something declaring itself as the high-definition version of Silent Hill 2, and the lack of care from the developers make this one of the most heinous acts in gaming. But I'm not a Silent Hill kind of guy, so as long as a franchise I like is constantly good, we'll be fine. Nope. No. Nope. Not doing this. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever. Goodbye. No. I'm not doing this. Not today. Not tomorrow. Fine. Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy, the definitive edition, is bad and is absolutely the worst way to experience GTA. These games were developed by Grove Street Games, who, according to their own website, states, Grove Street Games has grown to be a leader in the industry by taking smart risks and fostering creativity to develop the world's greatest games to millions of players. And you know what? They're right. The creativity of taking 3 PS2 Xbox era games and the smart risks of taking said games and making them bad, and the world's greatest games, all you've made were ports! And yes, this studio was also responsible for the mobile port of GTA San Andreas that went on to be the console release on Xbox 360 and PS3. So their sins on the Grand Theft Auto franchise have existed for years. Anyway, this game looks bad, feels bad, and it makes me sad. Yes, today these models don't look that good, but they were incredible for the era. What is this? What's this? Ryder has scoliosis? This is asinine. waste of resources, and time. This game was obsolete the day it was released. So in conclusion, we've seen games that are useless, unneeded, and have superior versions. But does that mean you're not allowed to play them? No. It is perfectly fine to play older or quote-unquote inferior versions of a game. In fact, sometimes that's the more accessible option. You could go out of your way to hunt down a DS and then track down a copy of Kirby Superstar Ultra, or you could just play the SNES version on the Switch with the online. There is never a wrong way to experience a game. You can play the original versions of Persona. You can play Gravity Rush on the Vita. You could play the Grand Theft Auto trilogy. You'd be brain dead after playing, but the option exists. There are good games, bad games, kitchen utensils, but there is no wrong way to play a game. So many options, and no wrong way to play them. In fact, as I was talking about this exact topic, I bought a 4th version of Skyrim. Oh god. I'm a sheep! It's the late 2000s, and the internet is still in an era of forums, message boards, and the like. During this time, user-created horror stories began to spring up like wildfire across every corner of the web. These stories would be known as creepypastas. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and today we're going to take a look at video game creepypastas from the days of yore and see just how entertaining, scary, or just downright stupid they are 1 decade later. Now, I love unregulated internet access as much as the next guy, and creepy internet stories definitely left an impression. Some as scary as the Smile Dog, or others as famous as the Slender Man, and even the worst creepypasta ever made, Jeff the Killer. But today, we're gonna keep it simple and only talk about video game related stories. And before we get into it, I must clarify, there is a difference between video game creepypastas and creepypasta video games. We'll just be talking about the stories today, so stuff like Slender Man the 8 Pages and Sonic.exe, I will be saving for another day. But without further ado, Ben Drowned. Quite possibly the most famous video game related creepypasta. Now, the oversimplified version of the story goes that our writer here has acquired a copy of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, and over time the game becomes more and more corrupted because of a haunted spirit. Which, as a side note, is a very common trope with stories like this. We learn the original owner Ben was sacrificed to a cult called the Moon Children, and now his soul is trapped inside the Majora's Mask cartridge. Now the story does expand from there. In fact, there was like a 10-year gap in between the second and third arc. But to me, what makes this creepypasta so special, and is probably why it was so popular back in the day, was because it is one of the only creepypastas of its era to have footage. Yes, the writer not only wrote a story, but even included actual gameplay of the supposed haunted cartridge. Just that freaked people out, and this convinced many 10-year-old children that this creepypasta might actually be real. I really like this one, and although the story gets a little wonky later on, I will always remember the uneasy feeling of watching that original Ben Drowned video all those years ago. Also, the game being Majora's Mask, a game that already has pretty dark themes, makes this story much easier to grasp than turning a fun and happy game into a dark nightmare. Speaking of which, Pokemon Black version. Oh no, not that game. Or that one. This game. The story goes, a collector comes across a Game Boy Pokemon cartridge that was just black and just had the title Pokemon. The game opens and the player gets to pick their starter, which is the ghost that appears in Lavender Town. It couldn't be damaged, and it only knew one move called Curse, that immediately killed the Pokemon. And after the battle, you would curse your opponent, leaving only their tombstone. After doing this for the whole game, there were no trainers left. Only their tombstones remained. The game fades to black, and reappears where your trainer is now an old man who starts a fight with the ghost, only to be cursed themselves. The writer then says they lost their cartridge during a move and blah blah blah, how spooky. You can play a ROM hack based on the story, and all you do is press one button. What fun. The story is whatever. It just comes off as a guy reviewing a ROM hack, which honestly makes the story really funny if you put it in that context. Another story about Pokemon is that of Lavender Town. Now in the actual games, this place was always a bit unsettling,
people talking about ghosts. There's a whole tower that has literally just a Pokemon graveyard. And then there's that ghost from the previous story. This brings us to the urban legend of Lavender Town Syndrome. In the Japanese version of Pokemon Red and Green, it's rumored that the high frequency of Lavender Town's music would cause kids and teens to commit suicide due to having more sensitive hearing. Now, I'm a fervent believer that the Lavender Town music is an absolute f***ing bop, and if it was confirmed that this music was connected to hundreds of suicides, I'd really doubt Pokemon would even exist anymore. But hey, in the sequels Gold and Silver, Pokemon Tower got turned into a radio station, which when you think about it, is way more f***ed up than any creepypasta. So when making a creepypasta, they aren't typically long reads. Even the Ben Drowned one, with its tons of videos, isn't that long. And Pokemon Black version is like a 5-minute read. But we've entered a video game creepypasta that isn't famous for just being scary, but because it is long as hell. The NES Godzilla creepypasta. Chapter 1, Earth and Mars. When I was a little kid, the two things I most loved in life were Godzilla and NES games. So naturally, when Godzilla Monster of Monsters came out, it was like a dream come true. Chapter 2, well, almost. Pathos. To sum it up, most of the game revolved around getting through very repetitive, board was outer space blue rather than green. Smashing first thing I noticed and jets. Chapter 3, Trams. It was pretty aside from all that, my eye, I didn't care. Aside from that, my eye was drawn to a new icon on the map, a question mark. I was really curious as to what it did. Chapter 7, I trade the as you can see, there's a question mark over top. You don't have Amazon. The lanky apparition had replaced Gazor. You already know. A year later, the first few expressions I understood. 1. Was like its default expression around 2. Angry. You have saved us. We are forever grateful. We'll be together again someday. So did you get all that? Because what I learned from this story is Godzilla on NES is shit. Up next, we've got a story that made me shit my pants as a kid. The Legend of Herobrine. Rumored to be Minecraft creator Notch's dead brother who never existed, the Legend of Herobrine would take the internet by storm back in the day. Looking back on early Minecraft, due to how simple and limited the game was, it gave off the eerie feeling when playing in a single-player world, almost as if you were being watched. And maybe you were. If you made a shrine and lit the netherrack, well, nothing would happen because Herobrine's not real, but now you have something to blame when something stupid happens. Random creeper holes in the ground? Herobrine. No animal spawning? Herobrine. Can't find diamonds? Well, Herobrine mined all that shit. Mojang has made references to Herobrine on multiple occasions. Most notably, most Minecraft updates would always read "removed Herobrine" on the bottom to spook early 2010 kids such as myself. And the last story we'll be talking about. Okay, let's get this over with. So, Polybius was a supposed shoot-'em-up puzzle arcade game manufactured by our good friends at Cineslosion. A quick, rough translation, it comes out to sense delete and/or sensory deprivation. And in the world of stories that are dumb and fake, we call that foreshadowing. A very limited supply of Polybius cabinets were sent to Portland, Oregon, because if anyone can handle mind manipulation, it's those soulless fucks in Portland. And periodically, Men in Black would come in and extract data from the game. Are you f***ing kidding me? This story is so dumb, so stupid, and the fact that this is the one that people point to and say, oh, Polybius, no, that story's real. Like, no? There was another version of Polybius made for the Portland Retro Gaming Expo that flashes words at you, but alas, the story of Polybius has always kept its place in the public conscience, even if the story is stupid. Well, that about covers the good, the bad, and the Polybius of video game creepypastas. But stay tuned on January 9th, 2023, where I unveil the evil spirit that lurks inside my unopened copy of Odama. The year is 2013, and Nintendo's Wii U is not shaping up to be the next big thing like its predecessor. Throughout the year, Nintendo tries desperately to scrape together something, anything that'll get people invested in this tablet, and in doing so, they create one of the most forgettable, yet oddly interesting pieces of software on the system.
Hello people, I'm Tommy, and today we're going to take a look at said software, the Wii U Panorama View, and see if this piece of Wii U history should be remembered or left as a relic of a bygone era. As I was scrolling through the Nintendo Wii U eShop for what may be the last time, I noticed a group of games that looked oddly out of place, and of course it was the Nintendo Wii U Panorama View. 4 programs where you view skies, cities, and towns through your Wii U tablet, as if you're really there. During the short runtime of these things' lives, we would see such fascinating titles like Bird's Eye View, Carnival in Rio, Double Decker Tour, and Kyoto Sighting. So let's strap in and enter the virtual reality of Wii U Panorama View. Up first, we've got Bird's Eye View, which takes us to Ancona, Italy. And I hate to disrespect my Italian forefathers with this statement, but this is easily the lamest of the collection. You do go to various areas, explore from sea and sky, but there really isn't much else to look at. Honestly, the best part of this video is turning the camera around and seeing these group of guys, with one of them having the absolute time of his life. Other things noticed is how the panorama view actually works with the Wii U, as you simply move the tablet around and it changes position. As for the TV view, it can either be in a stationary mode with the Wii U view in the top right corner, or make the whole screen the Wii U point of view. So now, you can show the whole family the magic of low quality video. Yeah, that's another issue, the camera quality. It can be tolerable, but if you try to zoom in, yeah, that video becomes a pixelated hellscape. So Bird's Eye View is boring, and the only entertainment is watching the random people who show up, sit there, and do nothing. Italy, beautiful place, but you got the worst Wii U Panorama View. Next one is Carnival in Rio, and compared to the last one, this is a massive improvement. Unlike flying or sailing over landscapes, you are right in the center of the Carnival in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. A yearly event and is considered the largest carnival in the world. I like this one because it shows the local folk culture and something my American eyes have never seen before. And despite the video quality, it can still be quite interesting to look at, especially for somebody who had never seen footage of the event prior to this. It's easily the most glamorizing of the collection, and once again the best thing to do is watch the random person that's not doing anything. My person of the video was definitely this guy that fixated me for some reason. Other than that, it's people dancing, playing music, and very impressive floats, because these things look very good looking. So good job Brazil, you land yourself at the top of the pack. Double Decker Tour. We're going on a voyage through the city of London in the United Kingdom. And just those words, London and United Kingdom, should land this one at the bottom automatically. But I'm merciful. I'm willing to give the Redcoats another chance after burning down the White House during the War of 1812. And Margaret Thatcher. In terms of landmarks, we see the Palace of Westminster, Big Ben, Tower Bridge, the rapidly increasing amount of fatal stabbings, and we see an ambulance pass by, so it's possible that a person's last moments were recorded on the Wii U Panorama View. What a way to go. Also, for some reason, the passengers clap for the most stupid shit. Probably due to the fact that most of the people here lack melanin. Also, Tower Bridge gets this cinematic shot of it opening, which honestly makes the video quality more jarring as you go from this, to this, back to this. And at the end, we get to see the same thing, but at night, because everyone had to stop for tea time. This one's fine, it's going in the middle of the pack. And here we are at Kyoto Sightseeing, the final panorama view. And you know what? This one's not too bad. You explore Kyoto, Japan, visit Shinto shrines, ride through the town in a pole rickshaw, pick up random women for some reason, and during all of this, we are being supported by my favorite person in Wii U Panorama View lore, the pole rickshaw man. Throughout this whole 7-minute long video, this guy always has your back and he is just loving it. Always staring back at you smiling. I hope this guy's doing good today. Easily the most emotional of the panorama views, because once that video ends, I know that I will never see Pole Rickshaw Man again, and that actually bummed me out. I have the same compliments about this one as the Carnival in Rio, as it's showing the full culture of an area, which I like to see. It's definitely neck and neck between Rio and Kyoto, but both are equally very good to me. And that was the Wii U Panorama View, a short set of fun for a very forgettable piece of software. But now, it is time to let go and say goodbye to the Nintendo Wii U eShop.
The year was 2006. The gaming industry was in its twilight years of the 6th console generation, as the PlayStation 3 was on its way after an incredibly successful past few years with the PlayStation 2. The Xbox 360 had already been released, with its early months being notably slow because despite all these games at launch, none of them were called Halo 3, so no one cared. And then sitting in the back lines was Mr. Bronze Medal himself, the Nintendo GameCube. The release of the next console, the Nintendo Revolution, which would eventually become the Nintendo Wii, was still a few months away, so Nintendo needed to squeeze the life out of the Nintendo GameCube as much as possible. During this time, we would get pretty much nothing, but there was a third-party game published by Nintendo, something sealed away, an entity that if released would possess the victim with the spirit of a stereotypical mid-2000s white American. A game we may or may not be better off without. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and nothing screams 2023 quite like 2006. And ever since Halloween, I have dreaded the day that I have to bring the power of Odama back into the modern world. But what the hell is this exactly? Well, on first glance, I have no f***ing clue. We can see a medieval Japanese setting with famous Japanese icons like samurai and the giant disembodied spider head man, but other than that, I am at a loss. At first, I thought it was something similar to Dynasty Warriors, a hack-and-slash franchise where you fight large armies in style. But no, I couldn't have been any more wrong, because you begin to see what this game's all about once you glance over at the back of the box. Yes, this is no hack-and-slash or role-playing game. This is a medieval Japanese strategy game, but the gameplay is pinball. But that's not where the twists end, because this is also a game that utilizes the GameCube microphone. To put that into perspective, the games that used this peripheral were Mario Party 6 and 7, Karaoke Revolution, and of course, the man, the myth, the legend, Odama. That's the whole GameCube microphone lineup, so Odama better impress, because if it doesn't, I might have to scoot over to Mario Party 6 and use the microphone for an actual good video game. But I've wasted enough of your time. Let's release the Kraken and unbox this copy of Odama. Oh, the sweet smell of 2006 air. How I have missed you. And I can feel the air rushing to my brain as we speak. Oh god. I'm okay. Just a little lightheaded. What's this? Oh, Nintendo GameCube! Yo, this thing is baller! And it's a game called Odama. We gotta try this right now. So welcome to the world of Odama. You're first introduced to the story where you're leading an army in order to take over medieval Japan. You get to play as the mighty Odama, also known as the pinball itself. And you must guide your army from the bottom of the screen to the top of the screen while you shout commands at them. And this is where the GameCube microphone comes into play, where you must yell commands like go forward, advance, and rally to get your troops into position. And you have two powers during the course of the game. The Odama, like talked about before, and this bell, referred to as the Nintendo, or Ninten Bell. Can you take a wild guess on what that's a reference to? And you have to get this bell to the end of the stage. Also, this is spoken completely by a Japanese narrator with English subtitles, which is reason number one why this shocks me that we actually got this game overseas back in 2006. But anyway, you use the power of the Odama and bell to lead your army to victory under a time limit. And come on, a medieval Japanese pinball conquest game? Tell me that's not a unique idea. And it is a unique idea because the premise was done so poorly that no one has ever attempted it ever again. You thought this was going to be something where I talk about the positives and the negatives of Odama? No, I'm not, because this game 100% sucks ass. Where do I even begin? Okay, the troops. You have a limited number of these guys to deploy, and as they die, or if you hit them with the Odama, your morale goes down. Why is this bad? Well, you need these troops to do specific actions in order to get them to the end of the stage. So you use the GameCube microphone to command the troops. Well, in reality, you're mainly going to be just screaming one command, and that's the rally command, because you need your troops to carry objects to a specific place in order to go forward. Now, this wouldn't be an issue if they weren't slow as hell and got pushed back every 5 seconds by the enemy team. Now, yes, there are ways to replenish your troops. If you get this power up, it turns the ball green and adds the enemies to your side. But that's luck-based, just like every other action in this godforsaken game. I don't have a problem with games that make you micromanage small details, but this game makes you spread out your army in a way that you'll be getting cut down, and by the end of it, your troops are no longer going to listen to you because your morale is too low. And then we've got the timer, which in all fairness, I didn't have that much of an issue with. In most instances, it was nothing to pay mind to, but in a specific area, it was very annoying. So let me talk to you about my personal hell that was playing this game for 3 hours. The start of the game was fair enough. It taught you the basics of how physics lets you hit a ball with a paddle and it shoots upwards. The earliest form of pinball can be traced back to the 1930s, but no one actually gave a rat's ass about the game until Space Cadet Pinball came out and revolutionized the industry. Odama wanted to innovate on this concept by adding a microphone, and I will say, I never had one issue with the GameCube microphone, but that's not really any points for Odama, that's more points for the microphone itself. Anyway, the first 2 levels are fine. Level 3, on the other hand, made me question a lot of things about myself, included, but not limited to, why am I here? What crimes against humanity did I commit in my past life that God had to force me to sit down and play level 3 of Odama? Smegma. But alas, I did overcome my divine punishment and I beat level 3. And then level 4 was the first boss fight of the game, and it wasn't that bad, still pretty annoying with the troop morale, but it was way better than the previous level. But after that, my physical and mental state was too drained to move on. So in conclusion, do I recommend Odama? Well, the game does have its upsides. Like if you're trying to torture a prisoner of war and you need them to talk, I'm sure the game can help with that. If someone were sentenced to death, and the only way to avoid it was to play 15 minutes of Odama, I can guarantee you that that death row inmate would be begging for the lethal injection. And, that's about as far as my Odama recommendation goes. After playing this game, it actually pisses me off now that we got this game and not Nintendo Puzzle Collection. I have no idea why this was localized. No Doshin the Giant, no Puzzle Collection, no Donkey Konga 3, but hey, at least we've got Odama. It sucks that this game isn't good, because it had potential to be something very creative. And if I can say one positive thing about the game, it has a pretty cool manual. Can you tell I'm trying to think of something nice to say? But that was Odama, a foolproof example of even though something has got a unique concept, does not mean it's gonna be any good. And so the mid-2000s demon has left me. And you know, Odama sure was the interesting venture. One of agony, torture, smegma, and hate. And now, Odama sits right next to Tokyo Mirage Sessions FE, a fate worse than death. The year was 2017, and it was doomsday for Nintendo's hardware flop they called the Nintendo Wii U. It was at this time we would enter an era that seemed brighter than ever, a Nintendo that had rebounded from its failures with its new console, the Nintendo Switch. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and you don't truly miss something until it's gone. Whether that be a family member, a pet, Austria-Hungary, McPizza, and tonight, I am lighting my candle to one thing that we have all lost. Nintendo eShop music. The console home screen, the one thing that gives you an excuse from playing an actual video game. I've already gone over my opinion on almost every home screen in the history of gaming, but I felt the need to go back to a console that had very little to say back then. I said that the Nintendo Switch home screen was too simple and boring, but now I believe that my opinion has changed, as I've gone from simply disliking the Nintendo Switch home screen to downright despising it.
let's take a brief look at the Nintendo Switch home screen and truly see why this thing completely sucks ass. In the beginning, there was nothing, until there was a demo available for Sea of Stars. So this is the first screen on the Nintendo Switch, and when you get in, you are prompted to press a button 3 times to get in. Now, normally, this would be a very redundant thing to talk about, but did you know, if you press down on the left and right triggers, plus the circle pads, it plays a secret sound depending on the one you click? I bring this up because have fun with that cute little knowledge, because it's the only personality you're going to get out of this system. You are then booted to the main home screen, filled with lots of geometry. Circles and squares are on the menu for today, and you've got the time and battery of the system on the right, profiles on the left, and a bunch of buttons on the bottom. This main conveyor belt of games are the last games you've played. Once it's been long enough, that game is then thrown into the deep dark realm of all software, a land filled with all the games you've spent hundreds of hours playing, and random eShop games that you're bound to never touch. And while you're navigating the home screen, you begin to notice something that is missing, something that is crucial in the art of iconic menus. The music. I believe a big factor in why the home screens for consoles like the Wii were so popular was the combination of them being unique and having a simple yet iconic theme to go along with it. One of the most nostalgic things you can do to somebody who grew up with the 7th generation of consoles is show them that warning screen, that little sound effect, and then simply beautiful. I don't think kids growing up with the Switch will look back at it in 10 years and say, hey, remember when there's nothing here. And going back to the all software menu for a minute, we have the folders. This feature was present in consoles like the Wii U, a feature that was on the console since day one. In terms of the Switch, we didn't get these till 2022. 5 years after the release of the Switch. Thank you, Nintendo! Also, as a side note, if you sort your games by anything other than by playtime longest first, you deserve to be put down. Jumping to the top left of the screen is the profile section. First, you get to see your profile. This is the only way to check how much playtime you have on a game, because God forbid you have the ability to check on the all softwares menu. And if you want to check the hours played for a game you haven't played in a while, you gotta walk your sorry ass to your shelf, get the game, put it in your Switch, start the software, and only then would it be on public display that I have a 1-inch cock. After that, there's the friend-related content. You get to now make fun of your friends' taste in video games, and also cry knowing the first person you ever added to your friends list all the way back in 2017 will never be online again. And lastly, you've got the user settings, which, yeah, these are user settings, alright. And now it's time to talk about these buttons down here. First button is for Nintendo Switch Online, which is a completely separate can of worms and will be talked about on another day. News is all about the spicy politics regarding Advance Wars getting a release date after being delayed 14 times. The album lets you save pictures and 30-second videos of you cheesing boss fights in Borderlands 2. Controllers. Settings lets you see the data management and lets you change your Switch theme to one of 2 themes. It's been more than half a decade and we still only have 2 themes. Thank you, Nintendo. And you get to look at that oh so awesome Joy-Con drift. Why this isn't in the controller section is beyond me. But that just leaves us with one more button, and the greatest sin the Nintendo Switch has done. The Nintendo Switch eShop. This is the most bland, boring, ball-busting, bronchitis online shop out there. The Wii Shop channel was simple but easy and quick to navigate, with an amazing theme to boot. The Wii U radiated personality, with colorful features to click and explore. Even the 3DS eShop had character, with a more simplified Wii U eShop layout. The Nintendo Switch has none of this. It has search/browse, featured, recent releases, great deals, best sellers, coming soon, late stage capitalism, enter code. It is so f***ing boring. And the game selection is so clogged with so much garbage that it makes recent releases pretty much inhospitable for game buying.
But you know what? All of this wouldn't be an issue. I could tolerate a sterile, white and orange dystopia like this. But what I can't tolerate is how slow all of this is. Navigating this place is an absolute bitch. No matter which part of the eShop you're at, it will run like shit. Instead of a new page, it just keeps on loading once you reach the bottom, meaning that it won't take long before it starts running at a snail's pace. This is, without a doubt, the worst online shopping interface for any of the modern game consoles. No competition. So, in conclusion, the Nintendo Switch home screen and eShop is bad, and you should be mad that it exists. And after lighting 5 candles for the life that we had with the Nintendo eShop music, I am starting to realize that sitting in front of 5 candles is really bad when you suffer from asthma. The year was 2010, and during that year's E3 discussion, Nintendo talked about the revolution of the Nintendo 64 and how it introduced the world to some of the greatest 3D games of all time. The Nintendo DS was also discussed, Nintendo's flagship handheld that was beginning to show its age even after the release of new models like the Nintendo DSi. Immediately after the discussion, the at the time Nintendo of America CEO, Reggie Fils-Aimé, would unveil one of Nintendo's most creative and impactful pieces of hardware of all time. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and today we're going to be taking a look at the greatest console of all time, and its first year on the market. We're going to be looking at the good, the bad, and the Pilot Wings resort of the console that gave every 6-year-old permanent vision damage. The Nintendo 3DS is my favorite piece of video game anything. A console with such a diverse, fun, and what we'll be looking at today, gimmicky library. After being hyped up during 2010, the 3DS would be released February 26th, 2011 in Japan, March 25th, 2011 in Europe, and 2 days later on March 27th in North America. And so would truly begin the legacy of the greatest console ever made. Despite the incredible legacy I believe the 3DS has, the early months were absolutely botched for our three-dimensional friend here. First off was that North American price tag, $249.99, which is quite steep for what many considered a secondary video game console. To put that into perspective, the original DS first sold for $149.99 in North America, and would drop to $129.99 by the summer of 2005. Now yes, the 3DS had a lot more packed into it than a DS, but that wasn't really convincing people to pick this up for $250, so early on, the 3DS really struggled to get its foot in the door. And those launch titles are not doing it any favors. Yuck. This is the absolute epitome of quantity over quality. Like, goddamn Nintendo, you made Pilot Wings Resort. Go back to making color TV games, because Pilot Wings clearly is not working out. We've got The Sims 3, but now downscaled to Oblivion, and I can guarantee you, you're not gonna feel like the real Ridge Racer with Ridge Racer 3D, and fucking Pez. I feel like Nintendo thought the big system sellers at launch were going to be stuff like Rayman 3D, which is just a port of Rayman 2. Nintendogs, a titan on the DS that failed to leave an impact on its successor. Super Monkey Ball 3D, guess what? It's Super Monkey Ball, but 3D, even though the original Super Monkey Ball is already 3D. This name is stupid! And, Madden Football. No. So, one overpriced handheld and a botched launch later, and we've got a recipe for absolute disaster. I guess Nintendo's finally gonna lose in the handheld business to that soon-to-be-released PS Vita, because you can't have a worse launch than this.
And that's kind of where the console stood for the first few months of life, a system in absolute limbo which needed to be helped out fast. Now, by this point, Nintendo was in quite the bind. The Wii was on its way out, and Nintendo had its sights full on the success of the Nintendo Wii U, a console that also shared a name with the previous system. Nintendo really had attachment issues with this generation. So to save the 3DS, the first thing Nintendo did was in the summer of 2011, the 3DS was officially price cut from $250 to a bit more reasonable $170. Now, Nintendo felt a little bad about pretty much scamming people out of $80, so that's where we would get the Nintendo 3DS Ambassador Program. Yay. For being an ambassador, you get the basic bitch set of NES games that can give you fun for about 25 and maybe even 30 minutes.
Hey guys, it's your favorite indie developer, Nintendo, and we're just here to say thank you for spending $250 on the Nintendo 3DS. And a special deal just for you, Yoshi. Fuck you.
Now, Nintendo did also give you some actual fun video games as well from the Game Boy Advance library, such as Metroid Fusion, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, WarioWare, and Fire Emblem The Sacred Stones. But this right here would cause the biggest controversy about the 3DS, something that would affect the console for its entire lifespan: the purchase of GBA games. Now, another big feature with the 3DS was its inclusion of digitally buying games online, the Nintendo eShop as it would be called. This was a spiritual successor to the Wii Shop channel on the Wii, where you could buy games both old and new all in one place. The Virtual Console was the name given to all the legacy titles released on the eShop, rather that be the first-party games, third-party games, the TurboGrafx-16 if you're feeling like murdering somebody. But one thing the 3DS never got through its entire life was Game Boy Advance games. We would never see any first-party GBA titles on the Nintendo 3DS eShop. They were completely exclusive to this Ambassador program, which is stupid. It's not like Nintendo were still profiting off of the GBA anyway, and during the lifespan of the 3DS, there was a huge wave of GBA nostalgia. It would have been perfect for Nintendo to throw these onto the system. But now it's just another stupid decision made by our good friends at Nintendo. Right there next to Tokyo Mirage Sessions and them leaving behind the Love Tester business. But with our talk about the 3DS eShop, was there anything on here that was worth buying? Well, early on the eShop was full of pretty simple titles, not much of note from this year. Some stuff include Mighty Switch Force, which was pretty fun, Freaky Forms, which in fact did survive the eShop purge of 2023 by getting a physical release. But there was one game that came out on the eShop in 2011 that I would go as far as to consider an unofficial mascot of the 3DS eShop, other than that shopping bag guy. And that was a little game called Pushmo. This game really was a fun time, and I'd go as far as to consider it one of the 3DS greats. A simple game to understand, but can get quite difficult later on. So good job, Intelligent Systems. Oh yes, Intelligent Systems. You should remember that name, because throughout the life of the 3DS, these guys were going to absolutely carry this system. But let's spin right over to some of the big, heavy-hitting 3DS titles from 2011. Mario Kart 7 continues the trend of taking a DS game and not making it as good. Look, Mario Kart 7, it has its moments. Woohoo Island course, that's great. Rainbow Road, I'm gonna be honest, I still don't get the hype with this one, but to each their own. The game has one of the worst selections of characters in the series. Like, I'm happy to see my favorite game of all time having a rep in Mario Kart, but Honey Queen is stupid. Just as stupid as Metal Mario. Waluigi could have taken up both of these slots, and I would have been happier. Out of all the Mario Kart games after Mario Kart 64, this one is down there with Super Circuit. I am sorry. Another big thing we got throughout the year was Nintendo telling 3DS owners, yes, we can run Nintendo 64 games. Sure, we destroyed Mario 64 on the DS, but with this system, you can play Ocarina of Time. In all fairness, these N64 games are actually pretty good. Ocarina of Time is incredibly well made, and Star Fox 64 3D ain't too bad either. But come on, what's the big game of the year for the 3DS? Something new. A game made specifically with the 3DS hardware in mind. Here we go! Super Mario 3D Land was that big title, and was released right before the 2011 holiday season. Now, I didn't get to play this game until years after release, but 3D Land was a pretty fun time. This was the game that proved to a lot of people that the 3DS can truly handle three-dimensional graphics and still be a fun game. It's not a long game by any means, and has little replay value in my opinion, but I had fun with it. It was a little Mario 3D adventure. There's not much to complain about here. It's a solid game if you want to waste an afternoon doing something. And so that was the 3DS in 2011, but wait a minute. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting here. Oh yeah, Face Raiders. So this was a cute yet incredibly terrifying little game that came with all 3DS systems where you can take a picture of your face and then blow it up. If Nintendo did more marketing focused on this game, then that $250 price tag would be completely justified. But alas, it is time to talk about this slider right here. And the major reason I kept myself from talking about it all this time is because it really doesn't matter. The 3D slider throws you into the world of the game you're playing at the sacrifice of your vision. Now, in terms of visual discomfort, it's not the worst thing Nintendo's ever done. Just almost. This was such a big piece of the early 3DS marketing, and it really amounted to sweet nothing. It's just there as a way to drive up the price of the 3DS. It's only tacked on there because the early 2010s were a big time for 3D movies and 3D stuff, just like how the tablets were the big craze when the Wii U came out. There is never a reason you need to have the 3D slider on, and I'm sure 90% of people open their 3DS for the first time, hit that 3D slider, saw the visual garbo before them, and never used it again. This was one of the biggest gimmicks in gaming history, more so than others like motion controls, because at least on consoles like the Wii, the motion felt decent in games like Super Mario Galaxy and Wii Sports Resort. In conclusion, holy shit, the first year the 3DS on the market was ass, with Nintendo fumbling to get this thing in the consumer's hands, and no real games for the 3DS to call its own. So, in conclusion, the 3DS launch was tart, and it failed to pick up a big audience of people early on. But what can we learn from this? Well, 1, don't gatekeep Game Boy Advance games, and 2, why would you release this fucking sin of a game on to mankind? Fuck! The year was 1941, and on a date that will apparently live in infamy, the United States officially joined in on a conflict known as World War II. But jumping half a century later, it was time to milk the deadliest conflict in human history. So now you can feel what it's like to storm the beaches of Normandy as the Americans, push those Germans out of Stalingrad as the Russians, commit war crimes, liberate France, commit even more war crimes, and then go back home half the man you once were. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and the situation has become serious foobar. We've got Jerry's on the other side, we are pinned down. Look at those bastards over there. It makes me sick. You know, this situation really brings me back to the original Call of Duty trilogy. I remember that day like it was yesterday. World War II and first-person shooters. First-person shooters and World War II. They go together like peanut butter and jelly. Games like Wolfenstein 3D were pioneers in the FPS genre, and was a game that took place during World War II. Just like in real life, you blasted Nazis and killed a mech suit wearing Hitler. Jumping to the early 2000s, World War II shooters were still on the rage, with games like Battlefield 1942, Day of Defeat, and Medal of Honor. But in 2003, we would get a game that no one was prepared for. A game that would kick off a franchise that would eventually lead to the greatest trilogy of games in history. But before we get to that point, we have to talk about the first trilogy in this franchise. Also, yes, I am aware there are side games made: Call of Duty Finest Hour, Call of Duty Big Red One, Call of Duty Fates Revelation, Call of Duty at the Olympic Games. I really don't care, we're just sticking with the big boys today. The first Call of Duty starts off with you playing from the American perspective, where you're learning about the basics of the game. Throwing grenades, movement, switching your secondary weapon is always faster than reloading, that kind of thing. After that, we are then thrust right into the true World War II experience. And we'll be playing on veteran difficulty, because there's no room for little bitches in my Call of Duty. You know, there really is no shame in playing on Hardened. So the story is pretty simple. There's this guy with a mustache named Adolf Hitler. He has his ass spread all across Europe, and it's up to us, the Allied powers, to stop him. And as we push closer and closer to Germany, we all begin to realize that the real Call of Duty were the friends we made along the way. Call of Duty 1 is split into 4 different parts: the American, British, Soviet, and final missions. You start with the Americans, where you parachute into German lines to secure a clear landing for the invasion of Normandy. The British missions have you fighting on both the front lines, which are some of the worst missions in the game, while doing some classic espionage on the Germans, which are some of the best missions in the game. Then there are the Soviets on the Eastern Front, as they are finally being able to push against the German forces after the Battle of Stalingrad. And then there are the final missions, which are just one mission for each of the 3 countries you play as. The Americans take some documents, the British destroy a rocket silo, and of course, the Soviets take control of the Reichstag, plant the flag of the Soviet Union, ending the bloodbath in Europe. And so that is the story of the first Call of Duty, but what about the gameplay? Well, as somebody who's been playing COD since the good old Modern Warfare games, I can confidently tell you Call of Duty 1 is by far the worst game in the entire franchise. It's not even close. I'm not going to say the game doesn't have any redeeming qualities, because there are, just that they are buried under the steaming load of horse shit that is 90% of this game. When I switched my difficulty from veteran to hardened, that wasn't entirely because I was a complete bitch. It was because the veteran mode in this game is terrible. To me, the biggest struggle with Call of Duty 1 is when you're fighting in very open environments, which is most of the game. You'll be getting killed by enemies you can't even see, and the repercussions of that can be severe because the checkpoints in this game are a complete joke. After doing some research, it seems the reason checkpoints vary so much in missions is because it has to do with the amount of health you have. So if you're crawling through the level because you are at a sliver of health and anyone can kill you, guess what, fucker? You're not getting a checkpoint. So if you die, have fun doing all of that again and then getting killed by the same enemy who appears as a pixel on your screen. And then there's the health bar. Oh god, only 2 games in the series use a health bar like this: Call of Duty 1 and Call of Duty World War II, and we know how good that game was. The health bar will force you to be on the ground at all times, being aware of your surroundings and make sure no enemies are in sight. And then you can crawl all the way to the next objective. You know, fun. But the last thing I want to talk about is the missions themselves. To me, most of them are completely forgettable since they are pretty much going from point A to point B, then finishing the level. But then there's a special kind of hell in the missions that you have to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Pegasus Bridge and Pavlov's house. These 2 missions can go fuck themselves. You can't dig in and defend yourself because if you don't follow the objective, the game will just kill you. And enemies come from all over the map, so hopefully you've got enough health to trigger those checkpoints, kid. But I understand. I've been a bit spiteful of this game, so what does it do right? Well, the cutscenes before each level are pretty nice, but give it 5 years and World at War will show you how it's done. In terms of weapons, they operate how they should, and the M1 Garand does have that amazing ping noise. But there is one mission in the game that not only did I like, but I absolutely loved, as probably my favorite mission in the whole trilogy. British mission number 3, Eater Dam, is the crown jewel of this turd of a game. Small areas, easy to navigate, faster and closer combat. You have to run through this dam to get to the other side, and then back again to the other side again. This is the only mission in the game where I was happy both playing and finishing the level. Unfortunately, this mission's quality is not enough to save Call of Duty 1. I'm sure this game had a great multiplayer back in the day, as most Call of Duties do, but looking at this game 20 years later, it's definitely aged. Hopefully this isn't an omen for things to come, but let's jump to the sequel game, Call of Duty 2. Europe is at war by the bad mustache man who has expanded his buttocks all across the land. It is up to the only contributors of World War II, the British, Americans, and Russians, to destroy the Third Reich once and for all. Immediately starting the campaign, the most notable difference is the order of the missions. In the first Call of Duty, you played as the Americans, British, and then the Soviets, but in this game you start as the Soviets, play as the British, and then end with the Americans. The game is pretty much just like Call of Duty 1, except for the fact that this game is actually pretty good. Visually, the game looks very similar to COD 1. The map still looks like a compass, all the weapons are still present, the health bar being gone is fantastic, checkpoints actually show up now, and the game does a much better job at getting you right into the combat with a way more forgiving veteran difficulty. Not that this game isn't without difficulty, it's definitely got its moments, but it is more than possible to get through without ripping the hair off of your scalp. In terms of the missions, you've got the Americans fighting on the Western Front, the Soviets fighting on the Eastern Front, but for the British, they are fighting in the North African campaign, which is a part of World War II that almost never gets any coverage in any media form whatsoever. So that's neat. Some of the nitpicks I have with the game is that due to how the game is pretty easy, especially compared to Call of Duty 1, it makes these missions way less memorable for me. It's kind of a double-edged sword type thing because missions like Pavlov's house are awful, but it's because I hated it so much that it's an incredibly memorable level. Call of Duty 2 doesn't really have that, and even worse for me is the story doesn't really conclude. I understand that Call of Duty 1 ended with the Soviet flag being planted on the Reichstag, because that's easily the best way you could end a European theater-centric World War II shooter, but in COD 2, it ends with the Americans crossing the Rhine, and then the game's over. It's pretty anticlimactic. But in the end, Call of Duty 2 is so much better than the first game that I can forgive the story, as it was trying to be different from a game that it's already pretty similar to. And so that leaves us with the final game of the trilogy, Call of Duty 3. So we've seen a terrible game, a great game, and now we will take a look at a game. Story of this game is Hitler's cheeks are enlarged all over Europe. You know the story at this point. Call of Duty 3 makes many changes and is a much bigger leap forward for the franchise compared to COD 2. Most notably, the game going into this cinematic shot when it wants to go in for story time, which happens only about 500 times throughout the game. Another big difference is the way you throw grenades, which is horrible, and it's not a shock that we've never seen this grenade mechanic ever again. Oh yeah, and everything needs to be either a cutscene or a QuickTime event. Gone are the days of placing down a C4 with a press of a button. Now you've got to slowly go through the process of pressing a button, turning the analog stick, and pressing another button. Also, this game has lots of different perspectives of World War II. You fight as the Americans, the British, the Polish, and of course the easiest levels in the game where you play as the Canadians. Yeah, so no Russian campaign here, and also the game almost entirely takes place solely on the Western Front, so if you like history of the boring half of the European theater, Call of Duty 3 is the game for you. Okay. But now I need to derail this whole discussion for a bit, because Call of Duty 3 isn't just the most okay Call of Duty of the trilogy. Call of Duty 3 is cursed. The reason I'm showing such a limited footage of the game is because my recording software decided it wanted to not work after the first mission of the game, leading to the footage looking like this. Also, this game is responsible for murder. Call of Duty 3 killed my Xbox 360. So after trying to load into Chapter 10 of the game, which is the last third of the game, I was informed that the disc couldn't be read, and the game immediately crashed to the greatest home screen in gaming. So I turned the game back on, and the same thing happens. Then I put in another game, and then a screen I never even knew existed popped up saying the disc couldn't be read. I put in more games, and the disc still couldn't be read. So in conclusion, Call of Duty 3 destroyed my Xbox 360. In all honesty, this Xbox 360 has been going strong for well over a decade, so its optical drive breaking was going to happen sooner rather than later, but I need a scapegoat here, so it's all Call of Duty 3's fault. So other than the fact that I can't even finish this game because Call of Duty 3 does not exist on Steam, let's just assume that the real Adolf Hitler was about the journey, not the destination. The original 3 Call of Duty games really did feel like they were just another World War II shooter, just due to how frequent those types of games were around that time. Do I recommend them today? Well, Call of Duty 2 is a pretty good game, and Call of Duty 3 was pretty interesting up until it destroyed my childhood gaming console. So in conclusion, just play World at War. That flashback did not help the situation. So you know what? I'm gonna have to deal with these motherfuckers the old-fashioned way. That's what we call tactical supremacy.
The year was 10,000 BCE, and mankind would begin to forego their nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyles after some new craze called agriculture began to take shape in places that would later be known as Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. Jumping ahead in time about 1,000 years before a guy would get nailed to a cross, human civilization had seemed to conquer the concept of growing things from the ground. But unfortunately, these great civilizations that loved plants and bronze would see societal collapse because of the sea people. And other factors that we're not going to talk about. But if we look into this a little deeper and we rearrange the word sea people, we get the word epopee. Sal. The definition of epopee is epic. Especially in an epic poem, but I don't really care about the poem part. And you know what's epic? That's right, trout. Oh, and zombies. Which clearly means that the Bronze Age collapse was the first moment in human history we witnessed a conflict of plants versus zombies. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and after talking about the first ever moment in human history of a Plants vs. Zombies incident, I think this is the perfect opportunity to go through every single version of Plants vs. Zombies in existence, whether that be epopee or not too epopee. But not to worry, I've already planted my allegiance to chlorophyll by giving them a little bit of that special Tommy Gower's beverage. And also get ready, because I'm about to say plants versus and zombies a lot. During the zombie craze of the late 2000s, we would get so many zombie-related games. Some games from this era turned out to be masterpieces, while most faded into obscurity. But among those masterpieces, Plants vs. Zombies reigned supreme as a unique game at the top, as it was one of the few zombie games to not have the word dead in its title. But let's jump right into the monotony of the Plants vs. Zombies games on computers, consoles, and even phones. First off is the PC version of the game, which was released for both Windows and Mac OS. And I'm going to keep it super brief, as it's the version most people know about, and it really doesn't have that much to talk about. The biggest thing, however, is that Plants vs. Zombies has two major releases, the original 2009 release and the 2010 Game of the Year release. One change between the two being the placement of some text and the inclusion of the zombie customization Zombitar in the 2010 version. But the original 2009 version did have one interesting change to a zombie design. The dancing zombie was originally based on the King of Pop, Michael Jackson himself, And Michael Jackson loved this inclusion so much that 3 months after the release of Plants vs. Zombies, he died. And now, the dancing zombie is into disco. Other than that, 2009 and 2010 are pretty much the same. Today, the 2010 Game of the Year edition is probably the most common way people have played Plants vs. Zombies, as it's the one available on Steam. So we'll be using this one as the baseline to compare all other Plants vs. Zombies games. But it's time for the big boys, and we've got the incredibly iconic Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 releases. And even before we jump into Plants vs. Zombies, we are encountered by the only big difference between these two console versions of the game. On the Xbox 360 version, you get 2 bonus games, PopCap's pachinko game Peggle and PopCap's Zuma, a game that's concept they definitely did not steal from Puzzloop. And on the PS3 version, you also get Peggle, but instead of Zuma, you get another game called Heavy Weapon. So if we're looking at bonus games here, Xbox 360's already got the lead here, and Xbox should have really advertised that they were the Plants vs. Zombies with the best PopCap games. Now, actually getting into Plants vs. Zombies, we've got a fairly similar menu to the PC version. Getting into the levels are the same. There's Crazy Dave's Shop, the Zen Garden, Tree of Wisdom, and the survival and puzzle modes are pretty much the same. There are 3 big differences in the console version of Plants vs. Zombies. The first is the inclusion of a leaderboard, which is also the player's house, but that house does not show up in the game, so that's points deducted for realism, Plants vs. Zombies. The second is the exclusion of the minigame It's Raining Seeds, and to replace it, we have the console-exclusive minigame being Heavy Weapon, based on the game included on the PS3 version of Plants vs. Zombies. Good job on the unique name, guys. It's actually a pretty fun minigame, but not one that I would go back to anytime soon. But the true behemoth of a difference in the Xbox 360 and PS3 version of PvZ is the co-op and versus mode. For the adventure and survival mode, you have a co-op version where you do your typical gardening against the undead. I have a lot of nostalgia for this game mode because I'd play with my dad back in the day where he would never let me plant anything and force me to only butter the zombie's head because apparently I was a stupid kid who couldn't handle Plants vs. Zombies even though I'd gotten a well over wave 40 in survival on my own and I knew how to do proper sun economy, but no, I was the dumbass for setting down the potato mines because they're apparently a waste of 25 sun even though they're amazing to use at the start of the game while placing down sunflowers. Dad. But the real star of the show is the very unique 2-player versus mode. And this ain't your grandpa's Plants vs. Zombies, because this is head-to-head, competitive. May the best zombotanist win. In simple terms, this mode is all about the player controlling the plants, trying to destroy 3 of the 5 targets on the other end of the lawn for their side to win, while the player controlling the zombies has to try and push into the house for their side to win. It is a very interesting game mode, and one that has its own meta for both plants and zombies. And it's because of this version that I would kill to see a sequel to Plants vs. Zombies that isn't a mobile game, or a Plants vs. Zombies Definitive Edition that includes every mode from all versions of Plants vs. Zombies. And that's the Xbox 360 and PS3 version, and it is a great way to play Plants vs. Zombies, and one that I heavily recommend. The game looks, plays, and is just all around incredible, and I had a blast coming back to this version all these years later. And before we check out a very different version of Plants vs. Zombies, let's quickly discuss the version of Plants vs. Zombies on the PlayStation Vita. It's based on the home console versions of the game, but with the beloved co-op and versus modes completely gutted. The only things of note in this game are the touch and tilt controls during regular gameplay, and the inclusion of Zombatar, which did appear in the PC version, but was not in the home console versions. Also, both PlayStation versions of Plants vs. Zombies were published by Sony Online Entertainment, a subsidiary of Sony that they would later spin off into Daybreak Game Company, which means that all their published games were taken off of the PlayStation Network store. Which, for the PlayStation 3 version, isn't that bad as the game was released physically, but for the Vita version, there is no legitimate way to download this game anymore. So, if you've got a PS Vita with Plants vs. Zombies on it, you can make a hell of an investment. And here we have arrived at Plants vs. Zombies' most interesting version, the DS. And quick disclaimer, if you see a mouse icon appear while I am playing the DS version of Plants vs. Zombies, I am not using an emulator, as emulation is a moral evil, and I would never support the evil institution of video game preservation as it stifles innovation. Baby's first Plants vs. Zombies was my first exposure to the Plants vs. Zombies series, and I loved this version as a kid. For the most part, it is a very faithful port of the original PC version. Everything is as it should be, just with some exceptions for the hardware limitations. Due to this, it is one of the most stripped down versions of the game. The visuals are downgraded, you get a funny look at the zombies walking up to your house on the top screen, and the music is fine. I like it, and it has its charm over the other PVZs, but sometimes it can feel off. Listening to the DS music compared to the PC or consoles, bits and pieces of it feel wrong. And yes, I know the sound quality is going to take a hit because of lesser hardware, but that's how it should be. Because sometimes it sounds like the music is just being played incorrectly. Now, I'm certainly one to talk about music, as it is something that is definitely not my strong suit. It's just something I noticed while playing the game. In terms of gameplay differences, the biggest is during the adventure mode, where level 3-5 is completely altered. Normally, this level has a gimmick where all the zombies are tiny, making them very fast, but also very weak. On the DS, however, the gimmick of this stage is that there's a heat wave going on, and you have to take advantage of the Nintendo DS blowing feature to cool off the only 4 pea shooters you get during the level in order to supercharge them. Besides that, adventure mode is exactly the same. But the mini-games, however, is where the differences shine the most. The minigame Zombie Nimble, Zombie Quick is similar to the original gimmick of level 3-5, which was removed, but in exchange for that, we would get 5 minigames exclusive to the Nintendo DS family of products. Heat Wave, which we've already discussed, Bomb Altogether, where you've got to take down zombies with explosive plants and walnuts, Home Run Derby, where you use the touchscreen to get 30 home runs while also defending your house from the horde of zombies. We have Zombie Trap, which is interesting because it's not in the DS version of Plants vs. Zombies, but an exclusive for the DSiWare version of the game. And from what little I could gather from the DSiWare game, this seems to be the only difference from it compared to the DS PVZ. Oh, and you use brains to, like, kill zombies? Yeah, it's nothing special. But you know what is special? The last minigame, Air Raid. This is one of the best minigames in all of Plants vs. Zombies. You take control of a Gatling Pea as you fight Dr. Zomboss in the sky, dodging his attacks while getting power-ups on the way. In all my time playing Plants vs. Zombies, this single minigame was the most challenging. It didn't take me too long to beat it, but compared to the ease that the rest of the game is known for, it is a pleasant surprise jump in difficulty. And just when you thought that was all from the little zombie that could, the DS had one more feature that really shoved it to the PS Vita, because that beautiful versus mode from the home consoles, it's in the DS version. I really doubt that many people got to experience the Plants vs. Zombies versus mode on the DS, but the fact that it's even here is crazy to me. But in the end, returning to the DS Plants vs. Zombies after well over a decade was a treat. It holds up surprisingly well, even if I mostly recommend the game for its side content. Lastly, we will be discussing the mobile market. And Plants vs. Zombies does have a history on Apple devices, with iPhone, iPod Touch, and iPad releases as early as 2010, and also Windows phones, but no one cares. This version was a big driving force for the overall success of the Plants vs. Zombies franchise, even though I think the PC version did most of the heavy lifting. They were fine back in the day, but let's jump to the now and forget about all the innovation you saw with the home consoles or DS version of Plants vs. Zombies, because now we have the lifeless garbage patch that is the modern day iOS and Android versions. First, every single positive that I have. 1. The game lets you select any level you want after completing it. Okay, now on to the negatives. You play through the adventure mode, you're going to be stopped by ads every so often. If you want rakes or other bonuses that you really don't need, you have to watch an ad. If you want to reset the level, you get an ad. And if you just simply want to go back to the main menu, you have to watch an ad. I could tolerate that, but what I don't accept is the minigames, survival, puzzles, all of that is blocked by what is pretty much a paywall. It is possible for you to grind and get all the extra content for free, and I know this because I did it on my old phone during my graphic design class in my sophomore year of high school. But EA doesn't want you to do that because EA wants you to pay the real bucks. No, thank you. I wish they just threw the game on the App Store for like $3 and gave you everything, but unfortunately, we live in a world where the sea people destroyed society and then went back into the ocean and turned into trout. Plants vs. Zombies on the DS is better than the one on mobile, because at least with the DS version, that game is worth your time. Then there's the BlackBerry version, which yes, it's real, or at least I think it's real, because there's footage of Plants vs. Zombies being played on a BlackBerry book, which is the iPad but even worse. But in terms of the 2013 BlackBerry 10 mobile version, there seems to be little to no footage of the game being played, making it the most elusive of the bunch. There is still one more version to talk about, and that is the Plants vs. Zombies Java mobile version. And I have no words to describe what I witnessed with this game, but I will show you some pieces of gameplay. I never knew this was real. I did not want to know this was real. And to tell you the truth, I'm a worse person because I now know this is real. And that was the good, the bad, and the of Plants vs. Zombies. It was fun playing some of these versions for the first time, returning to them after years of absence, and discovering videos documenting ancient pieces of Plants vs. Zombies history. But now, it is time for me to cast my vengeance upon the trout for bringing mankind to ruin. Okay, the Trouts may have won this round, but they will rue the day they messed with a top 500 Plants vs. Zombies versus mode player. That tastes like leaf. The year was 1986. The Nintendo Entertainment System had already proven itself to be a dominant force in North America. This would be due to the revolutionary first and third-party games that were released on the system, including Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda, Punch-Out!, and Mega Man. But there was another series that would have its start on the NES. A game where you play as a badass space marine dude named Samus Aran, where you explore the map, fight aliens, kill bosses, all while reaching the climax of the game where you fight the big baddie Ridley. Metoroid is a franchise only for the most badass and hardcore gamers. And... oh, wait a minute. Hello? Yeah. What do you mean Ridley isn't the main bad guy of the franchise? Yeah, I get that. Then why the fuck is he in Smash Bros? Hello people, I'm Tommy, and I gotta come clean with you for a moment. You see, for almost my entire life, I've been affected by a terrible illness. One that's made it very difficult for me to do all the fun things other kids got to do. And that is... poor financial decisions. Nintendo, the granddaddy, the messiah, the game company that's closest to all of our hearts. I will support anything this company does, no matter how many lives they ruin with their dystopian business practices. Like really, what's worse? A guy having to give Nintendo a part of his salary for the rest of his life? Or Yoshi's New Island? Well, being a Nintendo fan has one golden rule, something so easy that if you break it, you can pack your bags and move over to the Nokia N-Gage fan club. And that rule being not knowing what the hell a Metroid is. Now, I've played a little bit of Metroid Zero Mission and Super Metroid, but I've never finished any of the games in the series, so I have no idea about anything this manly, masculine man, Samuel Us, actually does. But today's the day I change that. I will no longer be a Nintendo fan, but a Metroid fan. And what better Metroid game to start with than Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, one of the fan favorites of the franchise. Story goes that the mirror world above Dreamland needs help. Meta Knight is defeated by a shadowy figure that takes his form, and this figure then slashes Kirby, turning the pink puffball into different colors of himself. The portal to the mirror world is then destroyed, and now it's up to the 4 Kirbys to split up and work together to collect the mirror shards. And by work together, I mean just you doing all the work. Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is all about non-linear progression and exploration. This genre is known as Metroidvanias. Holy shit, I get it now! You explore multiple different areas, all with their own maps to collect to get a better idea of the area you're traversing. And other than the main area, Rainbow Route, every area has its own boss that you need to defeat to obtain a mirror shard. You do this 7 more times, and you end up with quite an amazing mirror. Kirby as a series is known for being very consistent with its formula, a pretty short and casual platform adventure that can be enjoyed for all ages. And before the release of Kirby and the Forgotten Land on Switch, I would have said that this is the most ambitious game in the series. Obviously for this game being a Metroidvania, but also being a game that supports up to 4-player co-op. And this isn't like your old Kirby's where everyone is confined to one screen. Anyone can go anywhere on the map, which is really interesting. Now, this wasn't a concept that was completely new, as Nintendo seemed to be pushing for 4-player co-op games around this time, most notably with The Legend of Zelda 4 Swords Adventures. But when playing by yourself, the other Kirbys just kind of bounce around the map doing their own thing while you go and collect mirror shards. And sometimes you'll randomly come across one of them and they might follow you for a bit. However, if you need all of your Kirbys together for a boss fight, you can call them on your handy-dandy Dreamland cell phone, and they'll jump into wherever you are. But 9 times out of 10, I usually call the Kirbys, because when you call them over, they usually drop food for you. The phone also costs batteries, but it really doesn't matter, because the game has these in quite abundance, as they are everywhere. Also, I didn't know where to fit this in, but there's a Shadow Kirby that shows up at random points in the game who helps you, but I always end up just kicking his ass. But this is a Kirby game, so what about the power-ups? For the most part, you've got your usual fanfare, like the Fighter, Fire, Ice, and Cutter abilities. But then there are some of the more uncommon abilities, like the UFO. Very rare, pretty much exclusive to a few points in the game, and completely destroys the Shark Boss. There's magic that lets Kirby get items, power-ups, or Meta Knight to show up. The Missile ability, which once you get the hang of the movement can be quite fun to use. But there is one power-up in the game that is one of the most unique in the whole Kirby series. I was running through the Radish Ruins, and out of pretty much nowhere, I am put into a fight with Master Hand from Smash Bros., and after kicking his ass, I got the Smash ability. The name is pretty obvious, it gives you Kirby's Super Smash Bros. Moveset, and not only is this power-up cool, it also gives you access to almost every power-up exclusive area in the game due to the variety of the moveset. And that's pretty much all there is to say, except for what is on the other side of that amazing mirror. First is a fight with Dark Meta Knight, which after defeating and getting sucked into a portal, the real Meta Knight throws his sword to Kirby, and the true villain of the game is revealed. Dark Mind, which you have to kill. And then kill again. And then again. And again. And now you're fighting against the core of Dark Mind. You poke the eyeball a few times and then are launched into the final phase. A top-down shooter where you blast Dark Mind with stars. And then the funniest thing in the whole game happens, because right as you're about to hit it with your last climactic projectile, the credits immediately start. There is no delay once you defeat Dark Mind. The game just ends. After you finish the game and collect all the items, you get all 4 of the sub-games, which 3 of them just kinda suck. They're just time your button press correctly, but in different environments, rather that be eating, surfing, or breaking the ground. But the final sub-game is the arena that's famous in many other Kirby games. And it's fun in this one, but it failed to keep me interested compared to games like Superstar Ultra did. And that's Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, considered the hardest game in the Kirby series, which I guess is true, but let's be real here, the words Kirby and difficulty really never worked together. It's slightly harder than your average Kirby adventure, but it is still a cakewalk regardless. But I did have fun with it. The game was about 3.5 hours long on my playthrough, and going back for every item only knocked my game time up to around 4 hours. If you like Kirby and want to play something different, or if you want to get into Metroid, this is a great game to play. So it seems we've entered the dark timeline, the one where I now have to play every single Metroid game. But you know what? That actually doesn't seem too bad. I'm kind of excited. Oh, one moment. Hello? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Well, it has come to my attention that at the end of the first game of Metroid, this sprite pops up, which means that Seaman Arlen is not in fact a masculine manly man, but is in fact a classic rock and roll fan sporting long hair. Hell yeah! And that's macho as shit. The year was 2015, and the Wii U and 3DS were struggling heavily with some of the lowest quality first-party titles Nintendo's ever put out. And it seems like the releases Nintendo expected to win crowds over just flopped one after another. But there was a single beacon of hope, a presentation that could wrap up this year of misfortune with something sweet. And on December 15th, we would get the Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS final video presentation. Well, hello people, I'm Tommy, and having to remember December 15th, 2015 has caused me to go into a downward spiral. That Smash presentation was something you truly had to be there to believe. But before we get into that, let's set the mood a little. I was but a wee lad back in those times. I was a 12-year-old in middle school with a Wii U in 2015. You truly could not ask for a worse time to be alive. Now, being the only person in the entire state of New Jersey that had a Wii U, my greatest gaming pleasures back then consisted of me drawing dicks on Miiverse and playing Smash 4. This is all Tommy knew back then, and so you bet your ass I was excited to see that final Smash Bros. Presentation. So, I sat my ass down, and for the next 30 minutes, I would witness the downfall of a video game from a genre that I really don't even like that much. We would be graced with Cloud, a character from a game where that one girl died. Bayonetta, a character who would get a lot of hype when announced, but little did we know would leave a permanent stain on Smash 4's legacy. And then we have the main subject matter and why I'm here today. The character that 12-year-old me cared about the least would go on to be the character that 19-year-old me would also care about the least, but for a much different reason.
Join Smash!
The ramifications of Corrin Fire Emblem's inclusion in Smash Bros. Has set human progress back 10 to maybe 100,000 years. I'm going to be looking at Corrin from two perspectives. The first from the eyes of a Smash Bros. Fan, and the second from the eyes of a Fire Emblem fan. Because I am something of a Fire Emblem fan. In today's day and age, the stereotype that Smash fans hate Fire Emblem is just as iconic as hating deodorant and not knowing other fighting games exist. Back in the day, however, that wasn't always the case. In Melee, there was Marth and Roy, two characters from a franchise no one outside of Japan knew about. And in Brawl, we have Marth once again and Ike, a character from a game that sold really poorly and is now a bragging right for GameCube collectors.
Back in these days, there wasn't any hate for Fire Emblem. They were a popular piece of Nintendo's history, and they got the spotlight that they deserved in Smash. But you see, in between the release of Brawl and Smash 4, a game would be released in the Fire Emblem franchise called Saved the Series. Now personally, I only think this is the second best video game humanity's ever constructed, and because of that popularity, 2 more reps from the Fire Emblem series would be added, Robin and Lucina. At this point, you could argue that Fire Emblem is bloating the lineup a little. We've got the Brawl veterans and the 2 newcomers, and compared to the other Nintendo franchises, maybe it is a little bit much. But I believe 4 characters from a franchise that very much values having a lot of characters in it is fine. Nintendo then decided that they want to capitalize on Smash Bros. Nostalgia, so we would get some classic characters returning to the roster as DLC, such as Mewtwo, Lucas, and our 5th Fire Emblem character, Roy. Okay, 5. I can see how 5 characters from a single franchise in Smash may seem extensive, but Smash 4 used its DLC to bring back old favorites that fans loved, and new characters outside of Nintendo's IPs. And then Corrin happened. A new character from a Nintendo IP from a franchise that now takes up 2 DLC slots and has 6 fighters in the Smash roster. Right here, this moment when this screen popped up was when Fire Emblem became too much for a large number of the Smash player base. To Smash players, Corrin was yet another Fire Emblem character who used a sword. This final hoorah for Smash 4 gave us the worst character in the game to fight against and the most ugh announcement of a fighter. But let's jump a bit further in time. Middle schooler Tommy enters high school, the Nintendo Switch comes out, new Smash Bros. Announced, and during the trailers building up hype for the game, Chrom is in the game. Yay. I genuinely forgot this happened, and for the longest time after Smash Ultimate's release, I just assumed Chrom was in Smash 4 the whole time, and there's just a gas leak in my house for 3 years. But no, this happened, and no one seemed to care. Probably because Chrom was just an Echo Fighter, which means less development time, and he wasn't taking up a DLC slot. But you know who did take up a DLC slot? That's right, Byleth. A Fire Emblem character who mainly uses a sword, is anime, and a DLC fighter. This was the final fucking straw for people. Fans were mad, some were sad, governments around the world made Smash Bros. Illegal, cats were thrown into wood chippers, and that was all because, in the eyes of Smash Bros. Fans, Fire Emblem was bloated in the lineup ever since Corrin was announced. But I do believe that Byleth never deserved the hate they got, and the only way to get the full picture is to take a step back and look at Corrin's inclusion from the eyes of a Fire Emblem fan. In Melee, there was Marth and Roy, 2 characters from a franchise no one outside of Japan knew about, and by the time of Brawl, we would get the addition of Ike from Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. To the Fire Emblem fans in 2008, this was pretty good. Obviously, not all of them cared because they probably didn't care about some random fighting game, but getting the original Fire Emblem guy and the new Fire Emblem guy, oh ho ho, they were eating good back in the day. In between the release of Brawl and Smash 4, the Fire Emblem franchise's magnum opus would be released, and we would get Robin and Lucina as newcomers, and Roy would be added as DLC. All was right in the world. And then Corrin happened. Corrin's inclusion led to a good number of Smash fans not liking Fire Emblem due to how many of them populated the Smash roster. So let's look at Corrin's performance from their own game. Fire Emblem Fates was a game that was created. Now, due to the fact that the series had already been saved, Intelligent Systems decided to take what worked with Awakening and fix what didn't. However, what we ended up with was a game with pretty good gameplay, an incredible soundtrack, all wrapped together in what is quite possibly the worst story in the history of gaming. If you've never played Fire Emblem Fates, one of the things you most certainly know about it is the Japanese-only petting minigame, and the incredibly bad story is a close second. Now, to some people, this may be seen as a non-issue, you just hit the start button. But when that shitty story affects the characters, most importantly, the main character who is kinda supposed to be you, it really does pull down the game a few notches. I'm not breaking new ground by saying Corrin is a terribly written character. Everyone in the game loves Corrin. God loves Corrin after giving them the Chosen One sword, only given to those who will bring peace to the land of no name, because fuck world building, am I right? Even after Corrin betrays their family, rather that be the family that raised them, the family that they were born into but are not related to, because I was actually given a letter by your late mother that tells us that we are in fact not related, so despite the fact that we thought we'd been related all of our lives, it's actually perfectly okay for us to fuck, or both, they still just can't stop loving Corrin. And the only characters who hate Corrin are ugly people, so their opinion doesn't matter. Corrin faces no consequences for their actions, and when somebody does die in the story, Corrin must tell everyone how difficult it is being them. Woe is me. Only for the other characters to tell Corrin that they're doing a great job and can do no wrong. Now, let's go into an incredibly uncomfortable kissing scene.
Kiss me, you fool.
Oh yeah, by the way, we are definitely not related. It's not hard to grasp why this type of writing makes Corrin quite the unpopular character in the eyes of the Fire Emblem community. So when Corrin got announced as the next character in Smash, it wasn't just Smash fans who were annoyed, but also Fire Emblem fans. Who would have thunk it? Smash Ultimate would then release, Chrom gets announced for some reason and no one cares, and then Byleth would be announced as DLC in the Smash Bros. Fighters Pass. Now, Byleth isn't some messiah of Fire Emblem character building, which is quite apparent due to the fact that they are soulless. But Three Houses was such a major step up from Fates in terms of story that the Fire Emblem community would enter an era of constant Three Houses discourse. Eventually, we would get Fire Emblem Engage, a game that fans played for a month and then promptly went back to the Three Houses discourse. I believe that Byleth deserved to be in Smash, but their appearance was quickly tarnished because earlier in Smash's life, we would get a character that no one wanted. Smash fans didn't want another Fire Emblem character, and Fire Emblem fans didn't want a character that was written with the personality of a leather boot. If we went back to that Smash presentation and had the ability to change Corrin to a different Fire Emblem character, Smash fans would be pissed regardless. But if any other Fire Emblem character was added, I can tell you that the Fire Emblem fans would be much happier. They could have added Lyn, Sigurd, fucking Dolph. And if they really needed a Fates rep, they could have added Azura, who's just Corrin, but good and doesn't use a sword. Anyone else would have been better, which to me makes Corrin the most undeserving fighter in the history of Smash Bros. And that's the story of how Super Smash Bros. Took my innocence, a single decision completely shifting the history of a video game's legacy. And because of that, December 15th, 2015 will go down as the worst day in human history. And no, I will not be explaining what these other two dates are. Figure it out yourself. The year was 2005, and PC gaming was never going to be the same. People like to say that games like Doom, Wolfenstein, or Half-Life were the most important games in the history of personal computers. But in reality, that credit actually goes to Club Penguin, one of the greatest social platforms in the history of mankind. A place where philosophers and scholars discuss the meaning of life and law,
Club Penguin will go down in history as a centerpiece in the golden age of information.
Hello people, I'm Tommy, and Club Penguin is one of my earliest and most beloved gaming memories. It was a perfect game for a kid like me, and the developers must have knew that because the PC wasn't the only home for the series, as Club Penguin would appear on both handheld and home consoles. So let's take a trip down memory lane and see just how good those games really are.
Club Penguin had 3 games on consoles, and we'll be looking at this trilogy and seeing if they can fill that Club Penguin-shaped hole in my Club Penguin-shaped heart. The first game is Club Penguin Elite Penguin Force on the Nintendo DS, and no game in my life will be clouded by nostalgia more than this. I have played this game tens, if not hundreds of times when I was little, and if you were a kid in 2009, the Nintendo DS and Club Penguin simply could not be beaten, and this game was perfect for a 6-year-old such as myself. The game is based on the mission mode that can be played on the actual Club Penguin, which is in fact the best part of that game. And in this game, you get to explore the lively Club Penguin Island, compete in minigames, help other penguins, listen to the incredible music in the game, and of course tackle the main story of the game, which centers around you, the new recruit of the Elite Penguin Force. In the beginning, you perform missions such as helping locate famous Club Penguin icon Rookie, learn how to harness the absolute power that is the elite puffles that are crucial assets to getting through the puzzles, uncover the disappearance of EPF scientist Gary the Gadget Guy, all while being pursued by these shadowy figures that try to stop you. These mysterious figures are also responsible for stealing objects all across Club Penguin Island, such as minecarts, the ticket booth from the stage, and the boiler. The greatest minds in all of Club Penguin assemble: Jetpack Guy, Dot, Rookie, and you find blueprints that begin to put the pieces of this mystery together. Gary explains that he had made 3 robots intended to help the island, but the robots went haywire and Gary was unable to turn them off. So with the Robo-Locator, we hunt down and deactivate the 3 robots and restore Club Penguin to harmony. You continue to help penguins across the island, like finding a guy's wrench, helping the pizza guy deliver pizzas, and this stupid alien conspiracy mission that I hated a lot as a kid because I was too lazy to write down the codes in the snow. You then go to the stage where the EPF congratulate you on your efforts, and the credits roll. Until a giant crash happens. Okay, you have to understand, I had never had a credits fake out before this moment. I was a 6-year-old who thought when those credits rolled, anything had to be over. But we would get sent into the final mission. An agent's work is never done. It's time to save the day once again. Hell yes! That text right there is how you hype a 6-year-old up. And it is, without a doubt, the best mission in the game. Gary and the Puffles go missing and the EPF laboratory was breached. We must trek back to where we found Gary in the first place, and that's when everything we've been doing up until this point becomes clear. We find out what the robots were really doing, because all those objects were being used to create a 4th robot. And with the Puffles and Gary captured, we have reached the final boss, the giant, very funny 3D modeled robot. The reason why I love this mission so much is because it encompasses almost every mechanic you've been using throughout the game. You use the tools in the spy phone which frees a Puffle, and then you have to use the power of each freed Puffle to slowly weaken the robot. You chase it up a mountain where you free Gary and destroy it once and for all, truly saving Club Penguin. There is no story in gaming that can make the toddlers playing it feel like an absolute badass quite like this. But that's the thing about this game, if you're like over the age of 10, this game is probably not for you. And even more so, I believe that I was the perfect demographic for this game. I loved Club Penguin, and this game delivered on that in flying colors, letting you explore the iconic islands, play minigames, and customize your penguin. This game was a childhood favorite, and I thought it could never get better than this. And then they made a sequel, Club Penguin Herbert's Revenge. Now, if you were listening closely to my discussion on the previous game story, you would notice that I never mentioned who this Herbert guy was. And that was because he was never in the first game. But all you need to know about Herbert is that he's the main antagonist of Club Penguin lore, and he is responsible for Operation Blackout, which was the greatest event in the history of Club Penguin. I cannot properly explain the amazement of Operation Blackout because you truly had to be there. So anyway, the interesting thing about Herbert's Revenge is it's not a sequel to Elite Penguin Force, it's more connected to the mission mode like discussed before. So although the people who played the first game most likely already played Club Penguin on PC, you didn't have to experience Elite Penguin Force. This game, on the other hand, is more in line with main Club Penguin, which sounds great on paper, but to me, greatly weakens this game. So right off the bat, this game only has 10 missions compared to EPF's 13. Now to compensate for that, the missions are longer, but we reach one of the worst things about this game. After you play Mission 1, you then go into a simulation that replays missions from the PC version of Club Penguin as a way to tell you about all the bad things Herbert did. This would be fine if they did this for one mission and then got us right back to the main story, but no. We are in this simulation for 6 missions in a row. 60% of the story is something you could have experienced online and in better quality. And I said one mission could have done this because the third mission in the game, Questions for a Crab, literally explains everything. We see Herbert and his sidekick Klutzy, and he explains why he's on Club Penguin Island, why he hates the penguins, and we even foil one of his schemes all in a single mission. The other 5 missions are just a fighting Herbert montage when the player already gets why Herbert is a threat. The only missions to be original to Herbert's Revenge is the first mission, which is just used to explain game mechanics, and the final 3 missions, which all go together with Herbert's final plan to melt Club Penguin Island. I didn't play this game as much as Elite Penguin Force, but I do remember liking it back then, but replaying this game immediately after playing the first one, I was really shocked at how underwhelmed I was. Even the last mission of the game was nowhere near as intense and thrilling, as it's split into 3 different objectives, all culminating into dropping a statue into a hole. And yay, the island is saved. No fake out ending here. Also, another awful thing about this game is that there is no side missions. You don't have any free moments to waddle around and explore the island, which goes against the tagline of what Club Penguin even is. Waddle around and meet new friends! The biggest pro I can give this game is the minigames, which are better than EPF's, but even then they get very repetitive as the game goes on. And that's Herbert's Revenge, a shocking disappointment. I really went into this thinking I was gonna like it just as much or even more than EPF, and not even nostalgia could save this one. That game might have been a disappointment, but you truly don't know how bad things truly are about to get. Club Penguin Game Day is the only game of the 3 that was released on a home console, the Wii, and it is certainly something. So the premise of this game is that the ethnic groups of Club Penguin Island have devolved into a 4-way civil war, and it's up to you, the chosen one, to choose who to fight with. Do you defend the red team, fight with the blue team, refuse to choose between the two and go with the green team, or join the battle in the yellow team? So this is a party game where you and up to 3 other players compete in minigames, and you've got a large selection of games to choose from, all of which suck, except for the dancing game. That one is very funny because of the camera. And as you conquer more territory, you eventually take over all of Club Penguin Island, where all the penguins dance for you in a cult-like ritual, and you ascend to divinity. You're then told to play the game 3 more times as the other teams, and that is most certainly not happening. Once again, I did play this game in my youth, but even back then, I knew that this game sucked major ass. And that's the story of Club Penguin on console, a trilogy that started promising but got worse as they went on. It was an absolute pleasure going back to Elite Penguin Force, and I will always cherish that game. Herbert's Revenge, I wish could say was good, but I was just left disappointed. And Club Penguin Game Day at least had a name for its main setting, so its world building is still better than Fire Emblem Fates.
What a roller coaster, from glad to sad to mad. But don't let this tarnish the importance of Club Penguin on our society, because think about it. How screwed would the British have been if my man George had the power of the elite Puffles?
Hey, what's up, YouTube? TeeGeeThree here, and I'm back, and I'm doing a Let's Play series, and all I got was stuff in a bonus chest.
The year was 2013, and everything was looking up in the world. We got the amazing giant robot film Atlantic Rim, the city of Detroit filed for bankruptcy, Margaret Thatcher was finally burning in hell, and most importantly, after a pretty weak start, the Nintendo 3DS was finally going to enter its golden age.
Hello people, I'm Tommy, and having to live through the struggle that was the 3DS in 2012, I would finally make my return on investment with the quality titles put out in 2013, such as...
We got Tomodachi Life, A Link Between Worlds, Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, and the rest of the world would finally be graced with Japan-only titles from 2012, such as Animal Crossing New Leaf, and a little niche game called Saved the Series. But all of that's for another day, because it's time to celebrate 10 years of Pokemon's jump to 3D, and the first games in the franchise 10-year-old me beat, Pokemon X and Y. We'll solely be playing Pokemon Y for this playthrough because I've been a devoted follower of Pokemon X for 10 years, and this will be my first run of Y. So let's explore the region of Kalos, turn up the speed, and talk about Pokemon X and Y. We are awakened in our sleep by none other than Professor Sycamore, the third hottest Pokemon professor in all the land. He introduces us to the world of Pokemon, lets us choose who we are, what we look like, and now we can enter the world of Pokemon. Speak to your mom, who is ranked 2 in hottest moms in the Pokemon games, and speak to your new friends. So we've got Serena, who if you play as the girl is replaced as Callum, Shauna, who is the closest thing you'll have to a rival with even a sliver of personality, and then we've got these two fucking jabronis over here, Tierno, a guy who likes to dance, and Trevor, who I'm surprised could even hear what anyone is saying with the giant light bulb he's got for hair. This is truly the point where the whole rival who's your friend thing became solidified. We've gotten them since Generation 3, but they really went big on that trope here. Anyway, we get to pick our first Pokemon, a Froakie named Kermit, learn how to catch Pokemon and get our second party member, Wendy the Bunnelby, and now we head off into the wild world of Pokemon France. Our first stop is Santaloon Forest, and what a first impression. The music is amazing, and I love the ambience with the fletchlings chirping in the background, and we get our third party member, Caesar the Pansage. We then arrive in Santaloon City, home of our first gym leader, Viola, who uses bug types, and after winning, we are rewarded with one of the biggest game changers in the Pokemon franchise, the new Experience Share. This item used to give XP to a single Pokemon of choice, whether they fought in battle or not. In X and Y and beyond, however, everyone gets the experience. This was quite a controversial change, and a leading point in the X and Y is too easy discussion, which, to their credit, isn't wrong. But now it's time for the Great Gap. You see, the Great Gap is the name I'm giving to this point in Pokemon X and Y's progression where there's a huge gap between the first and second gym. So let's speedrun the Great Gap in its entirety. Arrive at Lumio City, meet the professor, get fan service Kanto starter, and throw them in the box. Walk. Uh-oh, sleeping Snorlax, help capture a dog, get Pokeflute, fireworks, wake Snorlax, kill Snorlax, welcome to the team Tony the Krogunk, get up to the mountains, welcome to the team Drifloon named after the clown from Ace Attorney, go to Mountain Town, ride a Rhyhorn, first encounter with the big bad Team Flare, get Fossil, revive Fossil, welcome to the team Ingrid the Amora, walk more, and then finally make it to Silage City, fight Grant, who's actually a pretty tough fight and is the only difficulty spike in this game, and with that, so concludes the Great Gap. Did you catch all that? Because none of it will be on the test, because it was all completely forgettable. At this point, the game now becomes incredibly straightforward, as gym leaders now appear incredibly frequently, and there's only minor deviations to do big bad Team Flare business. But this city also gives us the bicycle, which means now you can listen to the best song in the whole game, which you'll barely be listening to because the roller skates are way more convenient to use. Thanks for that, Game Freak. You run over to Geosenge Town, encounter a girl named Karina who has 2 Lucarios and is the next gym leader. So go through this crystal cave, go to Shalor City, fight Karina, and then wield the almighty power that is Mega Evolution, which is by far the best gimmick in the entire series. I will never forgive Game Freak for not making this a staple mechanic. I love this idea so much, and it's the reason why my competitive Pokemon history peaks during Gen 6 and then falls like a brick after Gen 7. But ironically, due to the team that I assembled, I will not be using Mega Evolution once in this playthrough. After this, it's now time to run through the game, and 4th Gym Leader Ramos is an absolute disgrace to the Grass type. I would love to make a video in the future licking the boot to my favorite Pokemon type. We've got many great Grass type reps before and after this, like Buff Guy, Edgy Guy, Soup Girl, Stoner Girl, all incredible Grass type trainers, and this old geezer had to ruin everything. I hate you, Ramos, but at least you're the easiest fight in the game, so I don't have to waste my time in this embarrassment of the Grass typing any longer. Now we go out to my favorite biome, the desert, fight Team Flare to restore power to Lumio City, fight Clement, and have your buff bunny rip him apart. Go through the worst biome, the swamp, arrive at the fairy-type gym and defeat the creepy I can speak to Pokemon lady, and then ruh-roh, the Pokeball factory's in trouble. Stop Team Flare! Again! You get the catch box art legendary ball, then make it to some snow area to save a Mamoswine from guess who? Team fucking Flare. And then you arrive in Psychic Lady Town to fight the Psychic Lady. And then, oh shit, it's climax time! Team Flare finally has the ability to unleash the power of the ultimate weapon that ended a Pokemon War centuries ago. Interesting tonal shift, but hey, after the slog this game had become after the 5th gym, I'm just glad we're getting something. Really tall guy named AZ had a Floette that died. He made the weapon so that the Floette can return to life. It succeeds and makes the 2 immortal, but the Floette leaves him after seeing all the Pokemon that died. We then arrive back in Geosenge Town to confront the big bad Lysander, a guy I completely forgot to mention because he was too boring to bring up before. We make it to the power source where it's revealed to be the Pokemon of Death Yveltal, so we throw the box art legendary ball and capture it. Oh yeah, and then Lysander leaves or dies or some shit, I don't care. Back to the boring slog. Snowbell City. The gym leader ain't there, so we have to go into the forest where children get lost and turned into phantoms go, find the Pokemon village, tell the asshole to get back to his job, fight the big Iceman, and now it's time for the road to the Pokemon League. Run through Victory Road, and now we're here at the Pokemon League. We fought long and hard, and our team is strong. It's time to fight the toughest trainers in the land. Okay, well now it's time to fight the champion Diantha, the greatest, most powerful... Yay, we did it! Ceremony for the brave trainers who fought Team Flare. Good job, Tierno. Fight AZ one last time. And hey, the Floette comes back. That's nice. And that's the story of Pokemon X and Y. And that story sure is something. I know I seemed very sarcastic and negative about the story, especially near the end, because at that point I wanted the game to be over, but building up my team of misfits and having them absolutely obliterate the Pokemon League is the best feeling you can have with a game as easy as this. And you do also unlock the Friend Safari, which is the place I got my first ever shiny Pokemon, a Stunfisk that I still have and cherish to this day. So, other than the brief stints of playing Pokemon Black 2 at a friend's house, Pokemon X and Y were my first Pokemon games. I love the inclusion of Mega Evolutions, the music is good as always, and 10-year-old me at least had a good time with them back in the day. But this certainly was not the best Pokemon game on the 3DS. Give it one more year and Game Freak will construct the last quality Pokemon games in the series, but that's a tale for another day. And that's Pokemon X and Y, games that I grew up with, but personally don't think have aged the best after 10 years. But hey, if this review's got you down, look at it this way. Pokemon X and Y are your annoying middle school years, Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are you peaking in high school,
Pokemon Sun and Moon are your college years where you don't go to parties, but you start drinking by yourself. And Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon are you dying at 35 due to a heroin overdose.
The year was 2012. A website known as YouTube would see an explosion in popularity due to people playing video games and reacting very funny to them. And hey, if you need to get a loud screech out of your mouth so people can laugh, well, games based on those internet legends known as creepypasta was your ticket to stardom.
Hello people, I'm a wizard named Slickback, and happy
November 1st.
and on this spooky
November 1st.
night, we're gonna be delving back into creepypastas and going through the video games associated with them. So sit down, get cozy, as we go through a few spooky games.
There is no better place to start than the granddaddy of creepypastas and one of the most iconic horror games of the early 2010s, Slender the 8 Pages. You're dropped into a forest with one task, collecting 8 pages. Although it sounds easy enough, you'll quickly find out that you're being watched by one of the scariest entities in history, a white man. This game's simple premise and scary setting led it to being one of the earliest games to become popular due to online exposure. Today there are many games that become titans off of a big name playing them to millions of fans, but back then, a game getting popular with no marketing or not being an established franchise was unheard of. But what about the game itself? Well, it's a little thing we in the show business call very okay. Back in the day when you were like an 11-year-old kid, this shit's scary. But 8 years later, you grow some hair on your chest, both figuratively and literally, and now this game is not scary at all, but an even worse feeling sets in. Boredom. You waddle your slow ass around, collecting scraps of paper off of trees, cars, and abandoned architecture, while this Caucasian is stalking you. I played this game for about an hour, and based on my experience with it, you are never gonna die by being jump scared. In the beginning, the Slender Man is only going to be creeping up from behind and very rarely showing up from behind a tree. The point of this is you're supposed to get jump scared and startled by the loud sounds, causing you to stop moving your mouse and keyboard, which is how he gets you. But that never happens because he's not scary. But this then leads to the game's biggest strength and most annoying feature. The forest is absolutely fantastic for a game like this. You can and will get lost in this natural labyrinth and find yourself at landmarks you previously explored many times. This is a great setting, but it's because of the forest maze that the most annoying thing happens. You see, I said you were never going to die by getting jump scared by the Slender Man, but you are most certainly going to get killed by him because you couldn't find a page fast enough. This happened on every run of the game I did, and it was so stupid. I get that's a way for you to remember where every landmark is and beat the game over multiple runs, but it is just so demoralizing to die like this and having to start over and slowly creep back towards these locations. And sometimes without even a page being there because they are random each time, it just makes me not want to finish it. And good luck finding shit when you lose your flashlight. Why is this in the game? In the end, Slender the 8 Pages is a flawed but still enjoyable time waster. If you played the game as a kid back in the day or want a quick horror experience, this might be the game for you. Well, we're back to Pokemon much sooner than expected, with Pokemon Black version gracing our presence years before the release of the actual Pokemon Black version. And this is your stereotypical haunted cartridge story. I talked about the creepypasta last year, but now we can actually play the game, and it's your classic Pokemon ROM hack experience. Turn up the speed and watch as your little ghost buddy murders everything in its path. I don't have much to say about this one. Your ghost can't take damage, and your move one-shots everything. After you kill the trainer's Pokemon, you can then curse the trainer themselves and kill them, leaving a tombstone in their spot. Any NPC that can be battled can be killed, and this can cause certain puzzles to be swept through.
For example, if you kill this guy who typically blocks you from fighting Giovanni, all you gotta do is kill him and walk past him before his tombstone appears. We can vanquish any gym leader, even our #1 stoner rep Erica, and you can kill the Elite Four and your own rival after crushing his dreams of being champion. At the end of the game, you're an old man and you're free to walk around and see the tombstones of the trainers you cursed. You can then walk back to your house where you go through a montage of all the Pokemon and trainers you killed before being killed by your own ghost. And yes, I did play through all of Pokemon Red just for this one single change at the end. You may say the gameplay's bad and boring since all you're doing is pressing one button. And you're right. But you gotta give it to the creator because this is a very faithful adaptation of the creepypasta. In fact, it's probably the most faithful adaptation of a video game creepypasta. If you crank up the speed of the game and your knowledge of the layout of Gen 1 Kanto, you can knock this game out in about an hour and 15 minutes. So good job, Pokemon Black version, you adapted a story that described awful gameplay into game form. Let's stick with Pokemon because I want to talk about Escape from Lavender Town, a mostly forgotten game that I remember from the golden age of creepypastas. This is a fan game based on the Lavender Town Syndrome myth, another thing I talked about last Halloween. It's a very, very short game. If you wanted to speedrun it, you could beat it in like 45 seconds, but doing that, you'll miss all the funny quips the Lavender Town residents have to say, like the name raider wanting to move, or this lady telling you you'll get brain damage, or this random guy who just says, I have a terminal illness. Alright, buddy. But you're supposed to exit the game by pressing the escape key, where it does the fake out close, gets all distorted with images popping up, and doing the old PC gaming trick of saying the name of whatever your PC is called. Unfortunately, my name is not DJ St, but close enough. After that, the creator thanks us, and that's that. A short game based on a really funky story. If you have 5 minutes to spare, you can give the game a try, but we've talked about the Pokemon games long enough. Let's jump over to another franchise where its fans want to fuck animals. I cannot talk about Sonic.exe with a straight face. So this game is another one of the stories of the haunted game cartridge that is demonic and evil. Like Slender Man, this game got quite a lot of exposure back in the day. But what I wanted to talk about was my personal experience of playing this game to get footage for it. You see, what I didn't know before playing this game was that I must have downloaded some fan update because this adds a couple of new features. The first being that there's voice acting.
So many souls to play with, so little time. Would you agree?
This voice acting is so laughably terrible that it completely destroys any horror elements this game is going for. It almost makes you excited to see Sonic in order to hear the shitty demon voice they gave him. Other than that, it's the same game up until the end, which is where it went from a slight humor to comedy gold. In the original Sonic.exe, after the 3 characters Tails, Knuckles, and Dr. Robotnik are brutally murdered, you get this classic early 2010s Sonic horror image. This isn't scary to anyone past the age of 12, but it does give that childhood trauma a good kick in the nuts. In this new version of the game, the image is changed to this. Seeing this pop up on my screen was so funny, I had to pull out my phone and record myself.
What the fuck is this? Oh my god.
I can't remember the last time I cried while playing a video game, but Sonic.exe brought me to goddamn tears because I thought it was so funny. So as a Halloween game, it fails miserably, but please play this game. It's less than 10 minutes long, and it's a masterpiece in shitty 2010s creepypastas. And honestly, it is one of my favorite gaming experiences of 2023. Please play this game. but also Sonic.exe would cause an explosion in these .exe games where fun, child-friendly characters are all screwed up and evil and killing people and not looking both ways when crossing the street. So despite my criticism of Sonic.exe, these other EXE games are worse and not nearly as funny. Last year, I talked about the story of an arcade cabinet named Polybius, and during that discussion, I also talked about how much I thought the story itself was a little bit completely fucking stupid. But that hasn't stopped people from taking the story and trying to create a visual representation of the infamous black arcade cabinet. So tonight, I want to discuss two games called Polybius, starting with the Atari 2600. You play as something, doing something in order to get somewhere, and there's a number at the bottom. However, this game is sinister, because as you play the game, random words that typically have negative connotations appear, like death, pain, and car. This game was made for the Portland Retro Gaming Expo and had a very limited run. It's an interesting way to make Polybius, but it's not exactly anything exciting. The other game I want to talk about is Polybius for the PS4 and PC. I consider this the complete opposite of the Atari game. The only reason you'd play the Atari game is because it's called Polybius, but personally, I think this PS4 version gets weighed down by making itself affiliated with the story. This game takes the crazy sensory overload with the rainbow and neon visuals, with crazy arcade sound effects. It's not some hidden gem masterpiece, but it is by far the most quality game here, and really didn't need to tie itself with some shitty early 2000s internet myth. Not much else to talk about. It's a pretty decent shoot 'em up that you can get on Steam for $7. And that's just a small portion of creepypasta video games. But looking back, despite most of these games less than stellar quality, they were made by very small teams and most likely just one person. The setting of Slender the Eight Pages, the fatefulness of Pokemon Creepy Black, and even the very odd cultural impact of Sonic.exe. These games left an impression on those who were just sitting down and watching YouTube videos back in the early 2010s, and those games will forever be a part of that time period. And that's another successful
November 1st.
which means I have to tease another video game to play 3 months from now. So, The Da Vinci Code, coming on January 9th, 2024.
Hi, Max Headroom here with... This is my guest.
The year was 1985, and life in America couldn't be better. We've got new Coke, McPizza, an ongoing crack epidemic that the government caused in order to fund anti-communist groups in Nicaragua, and the NES. What more could you ask for? Well, I'm glad you asked, because hello people, I'm Tommy, and just 1 year later, we would be graced with the start of a video game series that would redefine the industry as we know it. And the name of that game was Steroid. Metroid was developed in 1986 by Nintendo R&D 1. They are the people responsible for the original Mario Bros. Arcade game, the Game Boy, and of course, the Virtual Boy. So you can really see that these guys follow the philosophy of the slow burn. The game was also developed by famous studio Intelligent Systems, a developer that I rarely bring up, but their 3 best games are Donkey Kong 3, Baseball, and Save the Series. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm still serious on overcoming my Nintendo fanitis of not finishing a Metroid game, so instead of going online and choosing what the best game to play is, we'll be starting from the very beginning. So this is Metroid 1, and get a good look at these graphics, because the kids who played this back in the day must be in the retirement home by now. So in the modern day, the NES library is not one of the most remembered when it comes to quality, and due to multiple factors, the biggest one being that I wouldn't be alive for another 17 years, I didn't get to experience Metroid in its heyday. Putting it with the standards we have now, Metroid has definitely got some bits and pieces of it that's aged. Comparing it to the rest of the NES library, however, it's no Mario 3 or Punch-Out, but my god, it's the closest any other game's gotten. Metroid is all about non-linear progression, exploring a giant map while finding upgrades, better weapons, and more health. The story goes that you play as a bounty hunter named Samus, and you are hired by the Galaxy Federal Police to go down to Planet Zebeth, defeat the Metroids, and destroy Mother Brain. Yes, the title of the series is named after a bad guy, and that's like if they called Mario Super Bowser Bros, or Zelda The Legend of Ganon, or if they called Fire Emblem International Humanitarian Law. The main goal of the game is just to get yourself built up as much as you can, fight the two bosses in the game, Kraid and Ridley, and make it down to Mother Brain's lair, blow her up with some missiles, and the first destruction timer ending occurs, where Samus must escape Planet Zebeth before its destruction. And then we reach what is probably the most famous moment in Metroid 1. Depending on how long it takes you to finish the game, the end screen will be different. If it took you over 10 hours to beat, Samus turns around and laughs at you. 5 to 10 hours gives you Samus staring at you. 3 to 5 hours is when Samus takes the helmet off. 1 to 3 hours as Samus takes off the whole armor set. And the best ending, if you beat the game in under an hour, woman. So that's the big reveal. You've been playing as a woman this whole time, which was quite the revolution to McPizza eaters in the 1980s. And that's Metroid 1. I had a much better time with this game than I thought. I really expected it to be hindered by NES-era garbage like cheap deaths and annoyingly confusing map layouts. And although I will admit I got lost in the game a couple times, I was still able to uncover some mysteries on my own. There are very few NES games I ever go back to, but I don't think this will be the last time I touch Metroid 1. It's a milestone in video game history, and it's aged very well compared to the other 99% of NES games. But let's jump over to that handheld that the Metroid developers made, because that's where Metroid would get its sequel. Oh yeah, and before we get into this, I played this game on the Nintendo Switch Online, and I didn't know until right after finishing it that you could change the filter. So I wholeheartedly apologize for the gameplay that has the color palette of a public restroom. So, Metroid 2: The Return of Samus on the Game Boy is not that good. Metroid 2 takes place after the events of the first game, where Samus ends up on the Metroid homeworld of SR3-88, where she must eradicate every last Metroid. Due to the hardware limitations of the Game Boy, the labyrinth style of Metroid 1 is here, but it's toned down to be a bit more linear. And the bottom right corner of your screen shows how many Metroid you must kill. And that's about it. As Samus pushes forward, she fights different Metroids that get progressively more powerful, and in this game, the missiles will be your best friends as they are going to be your main weapon for dealing with these guys. This game does convey a level of anxiety with the level design, as Metroids could be lurking from any corner of this 2D game, but the real anxiety of this game is running low on missiles and fearing you'll have to backtrack, but luckily the game has missile and health regen areas in quite abundance. After you kill most of the Metroids, you enter the lair of the Queen Metroid, and after freezing and killing some more of these floaty fucks and blowing up the Queen, Samus returns to her ship after a job well done. But right before that, she stumbles upon a Metroid egg that hatches, and the baby Metroid becomes attached to Samus as if she were its mother. And then the two calmly walk off and leave SR3-88 with no intense destruction. I don't like this game nearly as much as I liked Metroid 1, but I do love this ending a lot. It adds a fun bit of story, and I do know that this isn't the last we see of the baby Metroid, so I can't wait to see my happy little alien baby not get absolutely fucking obliterated in the next game. Credits roll, and once again there are different endings based on how fast you beat the game. 7 hours or longer and Samus stares at you in disappointment, 5 to 7 hours and Samus runs in the credits, 3 to 5 hours and Samus also runs in the credits but does a sick jump at the end, and the ending I got with a whole 2 minutes to spare. If you beat the game in less than 3 hours, Samus once again takes her armor off. In conclusion, the early years of Metroid was a lot better than I thought it was going to be. I assume these games would have aged terribly, but Metroid 1 was quite fun. And although Metroid 2 had a lot of problems and I'm not the biggest fan of it, I'm still glad to have experienced it. And once again, I just love that quiet departure from SR3-88 with the baby Metroid. All in all, I'm quite optimistic about the future of Metroid, especially since the third game is considered one of the greatest games of all time. In conclusion, the 1980s fucking rocked, and Metroid 1 was certainly a reason for that. But now, it's time to talk about the very best thing the 80s gave us. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any cocaine, so we have to snort pretzel salt instead. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's awful. Oh, that is terrible. Oh, that. Oh my god.
The year was 2008, and Call of Duty developer Treyarch had trouble keeping up with its far more successful peer Infinity Ward in the department of popular Call of Duty games. As Infinity Ward would ditch the World War II era with a more modern rendition of warfare, Treyarch would continue down Call of Duty's traditional roots with another World War II shooter. Little did the studio know at the time, but an experimental game mode they created would go on to become one of the most recognizable pieces of Call of Duty's legacy.
Hello people, I'm Tommy, and as much as I would love to discuss the very okay game mode that is Call of Duty Nazi Zombies, I want to instead dig deep on a topic that has gone mostly under the radar for Call of Duty fans. A game mode that I would say is just as good, if not better, than the iconic Call of Duty Zombies.
Obviously, the Zombies mode wasn't the only reason World at War put Treyarch in the spotlight. As somebody who has played the original Call of Duty trilogy, I hold this game in even higher regard now than I did years back. But to give you the short story, after World at War, Treyarch and Infinity Ward would now go back and forth making banger after banger. Treyarch would continue the World at War storyline in the Black Ops games, and Infinity Ward would continue making Modern Warfare games. All was right in the world, but Infinity Ward began to feel a little insecure. By 2009, Infinity Ward would release Modern Warfare 2, with an amazing campaign, multiplayer, and bonus content. But they knew that they needed a little more for its next game to really show they were the top dog of Call of Duty developers. And hey, if Treyarch was able to find incredible success with a survival mode that gripped its player base, then maybe Infinity Ward can take some inspiration. And so on November 8th, 2011, Infinity Ward would release the greatest Call of Duty game of all time and finalize the greatest trilogy in the history of gaming. But we're only here to talk about one aspect of this game that I am in no way biased of, so let's talk about Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 Survival Mode.
Enemy forces are advancing to your position. Do whatever you can to survive.
At the very beginning, you have your starting weapon and an oncoming horde of bad guys coming your way to gun you down. What the bad guys don't know is that the character you're playing as is a super soldier with an adamantium skeleton and incredibly fast regenerative abilities who is about to use a knife to claw their way through hundreds of thousands of defenseless military grunts. As most survival games go, the enemies start off incredibly easy, being able to be gunned down with your starting pistol very quickly. As the first couple of rounds go by, you unlock the weapons armory, where you can buy a variety of different weapons and equip attachments. The equipment armory, where you can buy explosives, turrets, and the two most important things, life-saving body armor and the quick revive knockoff. Lastly is the Air Support Armory, where you can buy perks, missiles, and additional soldiers to assist you. By round 6, you encounter your first buzzard, or as the game calls it,
Intel shows multiple enemy rotor wings in your airspace.
and depending on the circumstance can be pretty easy or the scariest part of your run. And once round 10 is reached, you will then have your first encounter with the Juggernaut. And it's pretty self-explanatory. Powerful machine gun, tough armor, takes a lot of hits. They can also be kinda scary, but if you get a fresh supply of flashbangs, these guys aren't a problem. And as the rounds go on, the enemies will get harder, with more durable armor and being equipped with more deadly firepower. And that is only scratching the surface, because this level we're playing on is just 6.25% of the survival mode experience. This map is called Resistance and is considered the easiest among the 16. Survival is split into 4 difficulties with 4 maps each: easy, regular, hard, and insane. Each difficulty offers different types of enemies with their own gimmicks, more powerful enemies appearing earlier, and the map environment, which is something I will discuss in a little bit. I'm not going to go through every single map in depth, but I will talk about at least one from each difficulty and some other maps I enjoyed, while diving more deep into the game's mechanics as well. This is Interchange, and is another easy mode map that prides itself on being mostly open. By that, I mean there's not too many indoor areas on this map, meaning the buzzard rounds are much harder to deal with compared to other levels. However, I feel that this opportunity of uniqueness is squandered by being labeled as an easy map. I could see this level being way more fun on harder difficulties, with multiple juggernauts, buzzards, and claymore experts around the map. But Interchange is still fun to run and gun with. Speaking of run and gun, there is a large variety of weapons provided to you in this game mode. In 3 out of the 4 difficulties, you start off with a pistol, and just like its zombie's cousin, the pistol is pretty good on the first round and then gets outclassed almost immediately. This can also be said for the machine pistols, which do have a much faster fire rate, but its low ammo capacity and not being able to dual wield in this mode really holds these things back from benefiting the user. Assault rifles will most likely be one of your default weapons for most of the game. They're pretty reliable with good fire rate, fast reload, and a good amount of ammo. Some machine guns are for losers who think assault rifles are overrated, but their scrawny arms aren't strong enough to hold light machine guns. Speaking of which, oh my god, my beloved light machine guns. These babies can fuck shit up with its excellent fire rate and humongous ammo capacity. Now, I get it. You may say the light machine guns take too long to reload and will get you killed as a result. Well, guess what? Reload speed doesn't matter when you can mow down a whole wave of enemies without needing to reload. That's just the beauty of light machine guns that some machine gun users will just never be able to understand. And yes, in later rounds, enemies become more powerful and can absorb more bullets, but this is my light machine gun dick riding moment, so shut up. Next up is the sniper rifles. When I played this game as a kid, I don't think I ever used a sniper rifle in survival mode, because even as a booger-munching child, I knew that there would be no reason to use these things. I have no idea how these things are even supposed to be used, when the main point of the game mode is you versus hordes of enemies running directly at you. It's not like the submachine guns where they're bad because other guns do their job better. Sniper rifles are just completely worthless. If you wanted to do a sniper rifle only challenge, there you go. Other than that, hard pass. Lastly, we have the shotguns, and these are pretty good. I remember using them a lot, and they can be quite effective if you want to do some real running and gunning, but they're also a weapon that suffers from bad reload speed. Of all the weapons in the game, I'd put light machine guns, assault rifles, and shotguns at the top, while the others have their very niche uses, and the sniper rifles are there. Dome is a regular difficulty map, making it similar to easy mode, just with the added addition of these chemical warfare guys who slow you down and blur your screen, making them the biggest pushovers in the game. Additionally, we have guys with C4s strapped to their chest, and they go off after being downed. These guys are also pretty easy to deal with, but it's with the next enemy that you really gotta question the ethics of whoever we're up against. There are evil organizations in many video games, some committing the most vile crimes imaginable. But whoever we're fighting against in Modern Warfare 3 survival mode are the most deprived human beings imaginable, as these sick fucks are strapping C4 to dogs. It is more effective than C4 on humans, but damn. Other than that, the round 6 buzzard now has some enemies spawn in, making the experience a bit more difficult, and wave 9 has the same thing but with juggernauts. But now it's time to talk about the NPC forces, the well-trained American military that dropped down from a helicopter. You know, I could have sworn that I was told that I was to do whatever it took to survive, but it seems like it's entirely possible I could just leave very easily from that helicopter. Now, some people say that the canon of survival mode is that it's a training simulation, but my personal headcanon is that there is some military force sending all of its units to try and fail to kill this one guy, but it seems like our buddies also just don't want to help us. Then there's the Riot Shield forces that come swooping down, and you see this guy right here? Well, this guy is Navarre. Yes, the same Navarre from Fire Emblem, and me and him go way back. You see,
After he'd been benched on every single playthrough of the Fire Emblem games he appears in, he eventually decided to serve his real country, the United States. That's where I'd eventually friend Navarre, and we'd become fast friends. I'd be in his wedding, his firstborn son was named after me, I would fulfill his lifelong dream of being used beyond his recruitment chapter, and now we're here fighting side by side, our allies killed and against the odds. But hey, with the power of friendship, I think we've got this.
Be advised, heavily armored ground forces are being deployed by the enemy.
Uh-oh. Oh shit! Oh god! There's too many of them! Navarre! No! Navarre!
Not bad, but I've seen better.
I hate you, Navarre. These guys are worthless, and I hate them, and they are just meat shields. Time for hard hat, and get this, it's hard. Biggest change with this difficulty is the introduction of Claymore experts, who, if you're a dumbass like yours truly, can cause you to go down during the middle of rounds, which has only destroyed most of my survival mode credibility. The center of the map is my favorite place to hold off in, as it really lets you experiment with the equipment armory. The turrets are pretty good if placed correctly and can offer way more assistance than the Delta or Riot Shield forces ever could, but can also be just as vulnerable if surrounded. Like briefly talked about before, the equipment armory is home to arguably the most important items in the game, the self-revive and the body armor. Body armor makes you invincible to death until fired upon enough times, and self-revive almost guarantees you'll live once. You'll get up if you kill an enemy, or if you wait until the bar fills up. But you can still die in this state if you're shot at and the bar drops to nothing, ending your run. But it's better to have a chance to survive than no chance at all, so it's best to have this thing no matter what point of the game you're at. You can also purchase flashbangs, which like said before are the best way at dealing with Juggernaut encounters. Other than that, the rest of the equipment armory is pretty eh. Riot Shield is pretty useless other than defending your back for a little bit, and the explosives like the Claymores, C4s, RPGs have their uses but are outclassed by way more useful air support explosives. These two air support explosives being the Predator Missile, which is incredibly fun to use and can destroy groups of enemies, juggernauts, and buzzards with ease, and the Airstrike, which can cause havoc on the enemy team if they're all bunched together. But personally, I've got to go with the Predator Missile as my favorite of the two. Insane difficulty is for those who've mastered survival mode, except for the fact that some pretty easy maps were chosen. Arkaden is such a strange choice for this difficulty, as it has one of the strongest choke points in the game, making it pretty easy for regular enemy waves. Also, the fact that about 80% of this map is nothing but Maul, buzzards are very easy to deal with, making juggernauts your biggest threat here. This also brings us to the last chunk of the armory to discuss, which is the perks. Perk 1, Quick Draw, gives you faster aim. Perk 2, Steady Aim. If you love firing from the hip, boy do I have the perk for you. Perk 3 is Stalker. Perk 3, Stalker, gives you faster movement while aiming, which can be good against juggernauts, but other than that, it's very situational. Perk 4, Extreme Conditioning, lets you sprint longer and can help you get out of sticky situations easier. These 4 are fine, but they are nothing compared to Perk 5, Sleight of Hand. You remember how I said the problems with light machine guns and shotguns were their reload speeds? Well, this perk just throws that out the window. The faster reload speed is a game changer, offering way more opportunity to run and gun and can really save your ass so you can get back in the action quicker. This perk is pretty much a completionist reward, however, as it's the last thing you unlock after reaching the max level of 50. But on the insane difficulty, I want to discuss one more map. That being the hardest of the 16, Bakara. This map fits insane mode the best. Very few indoor areas, places that are easy to get overrun and trapped by enemy forces, and it makes the buzzards absolutely terrifying. When I went into this for the PS3 trophy to get round 15 on all survival maps, Bakara was the map that killed me the most. Of all the insane difficulty maps, this one feels like the only one that actually belongs here. So we've discussed each difficulty and at least one map in them, but what is truly the best level in survival mode? Well, That comes down to map environment and how well it correlates with its difficulty. So going backwards, Bakara is a great insane map, and its only flaw being that sometimes buzzard encounters can be a little too annoying. Arkaden should be a way easier map due to how easy it is to take advantage of the food court. Hard Hat incentivizes more running and gunning strategies as enemies can easily surround you. Dome is a very good regular difficulty map, just with a bit of balancing issues with its map traversal. Interchange should have swapped with Arkaden in terms of difficulties, so Interchange can benefit from the harder difficulty more, and so that brings us back to the very beginning. It is the first and easiest one, but it wouldn't surprise me if the team who worked on the survival mode used Resistance as the main test level, because the map environment related to its difficulty and enemies that appear are perfect. If you want to run and gun, you can. If you want to hold out indoors at the center of the map, you can do that. And if you want to get all the enemies grouped together and blow them up with a single predator missile, you can most certainly do that. It is a very fun map to play on, but there's still one more thing I didn't discuss. Something that has popped up on screen every so often that I have yet to address. And it is what makes survival mode so good in my opinion. Every single round, you have the choice to follow these simple challenges. This gives you the ability to get bonus cash if you change your playstyle as you go. If you want to maximize kill streaks, you might want to play more safe and tactful. If you want to get a quad kill, bunch some enemies together and drop a predator missile. If you want to get a flash kill, chuck a flashbang. And if you want to just run around and gun down some bad guys, you will easily fill up the rampage meter. Survival mode isn't just about sitting in a single area and shooting. The game actively rewards those who go out of their way to experiment with the playstyle. This is why I love and believe Modern Warfare 3's survival mode is the greatest game mode in the history of Call of Duty. Now that sure was a trip down good old memory lane, but I truly implore you to give survival mode a chance for yourself. And while you're doing that, I have to go visit an old friend.
Yeah, oh yeah, and by the way, it's the holiday season. I could not find any gravestones. Also, by the way, fuck you, Navarre.
Master? Me? This can't be. All dead. And the tattoo. Oh, no!
The year was 2003, and the gaming industry would be graced with a game called Drake of the 99 Dragons. A game that was called Frightfully Bad, a cacophony of terrible effects and voice acting. Smegma. The reason I bring up this infamous title isn't because of anything to do with how bad it is, it's because I want to talk about those pretty pair of pistols, and even more specifically, I want to talk about how they impacted one of the most memorable first-person shooters in history. Hello people, I'm Tommy. When you think about the best weapons in Counter-Strike, you may think of something like the AWP, the AK-47, or even the Glock. But I'm here to tell you the truth. As somebody who's never left silver and competitive, my voice is absolute. So let's get ready to talk about the history of the best weapons in Counter-Strike, the Dual Berettas, also known as Dualies. Welcome to Counter-Strike 1.6, our starting point and the birthplace of the Dualies. And what a humble start our twin-pistoled friend had, because back in the day, Dualies were not accessible to all walks of life. Back then, you could log in a Counter-Strike and only have a 50% chance of being able to wield such respectable firearms, because back then, only the terrorists had access to these things. Unlike the golden age we live in, where dualies can be acquired by anyone regardless of their social class, religion, or toilet paper orientation belief, the correct answer is under orientation, by the way, you had to play as the bomb-planting, hostage-holding, rush-being T-side. You may then ask, Tommy, how could the counter-terrorist forces compete when the terrorists were the only side that had dualies? Well, let's just take these dualies online and see their skills put to the test. Although this is the first time we see dualies, this isn't peak performance dualies. I wouldn't say that these things suck in Counter-Strike 1.7, just that the gameplay choices of the time have not necessarily developed in the dualies' advantage. If you want to spray and pray with these guns, you most certainly can attempt that because that's what these things are for in this game, but looking back, these dualies are inferior to the ones we have today. And that statement rings true with Condition Zero, as these dualies are pretty much the same. The only thing I can really say about this game is that in the game's mission mode, Bot Lunatic's preferred secondary weapon is the dualies, so that's pretty cool. And ending our classic Counter-Strike era is the Xbox port. Now, I've talked about this game in detail in the past, and the dualies in this game are all about spraying the walls with bullet holes, because just like in the other two, it's all about bad accuracy, good fire rate, and that's pretty much what dualies are in this era. We've talked about the childhood years of the twins here, weak, but they still had potential to grow. So welcome to Counter-Strike Source. This is where the dualies went from cupcakes to beefcakes. This is peak dual Berettas. Better damage, better accuracy, spray and pray or wait and bait, the possibilities are endless with these things. Honestly, why are there even any other weapons in this game when you've got the Berettas? And that low cost too truly shows that the dualies aren't weapons for the global elite. These pistols were made for the common man, a hard-working man, a real man. So with all that discussed, let's get into an online match and display our might.
Don't worry about it. You know what?
You know, it really is a shame that because the enemy team knows how good the dualies are, they have to resort to hacking in order to compete with such powerful pistols. So powerful, in fact, that this is where Valve would realize that their sorcery had gotten the better of them when they had constructed these devilishly destructive dualies. So in their next game, Valve had no choice but to put a stop to it. In Counter-Strike Global Offensive, Aztec was removed, which is only like the 4th worst decision in human history, but in exchange for that, the dualies were now open to the masses. It didn't matter if you were a terrorist or a counter-terrorist, because all were now welcome to wield the power of these weapons. Unfortunately, the dualies have aged since their days in CS Source, now dealing less damage and being much weaker. But hey, that doesn't mean they're as bad as their old days. You can still kick ass with these things, and that extends further into CS2, because the dualies are exactly the same. All that's left is now gambling and never obtaining anything good, so you just buy a pair of StatTrak dualies off the marketplace, and now you have finally reached peace. Thank you for listening to my propaganda, and I hope this program has indoctrinated you into the belief of the dual Berettas. Now, I leave you with this final piece of footage of showing you dualies in action.
Gotcha.
Damn. Shit, dude, I almost got away.
Can I be honest? I suck at using the USP. I can never get
That's
kills with
fucking
any
dualies right there. The worst dualies play right fucking there.
Dualies feel, or not dualies. The USP feels like it has so much recoil.
Look, when you get a kill with a dualie, you feel like a god.
You do.
It just doesn't.
Mom, come here. Mom, I got kill with dualies. These. I killed. See, I got a StatTrak on here. You know that's cool, right?
Mom, I executed a man this morning.
See, are you ready, Mom? Are you ready? I'm on B point, Mom. All right, I'm defending from the bomb. See, I killed someone with a dualie. Killed someone with dualies. That's all that matters.
The year was 1534, the midst of the Sengoku period, and the island of Japan was fractured, split between regional lords known as daimyo, with a puppet government at its center. By the mid-16th century, a young man would assume his place as the new head of the Oda clan. This man would go on to end the ruling Ashikaga shogunate and bring much of the island under his control. Although he wouldn't live to see his grand ambition realized, his retainers, Toyotomi Hideyoshi and Tokugawa Ieyasu, would continue his dream and unite all of Japan. But the man who started it all would never be forgotten. And that man's name was Oda Nobunaga.
Hello people, I'm Tommy. As much as I would love to continue the discussion on medieval Japanese politics, we must discuss about modern Japanese politics, specifically about my opinion on the Pokemon games. While the last few years have been very rough on the mainline side of things, the spin-offs that we would get have been pretty good. But I think that there is one game, one that is a gold standard of Pokemon spin-offs, and the best game on the Nintendo DS. And that game is...
Pokemon Conquest is a crossover game between Pokemon and the Nobunaga's Ambition series of games, a franchise that started out on computers that would eventually jump to consoles like the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. To show you my experience with Nobunaga's Ambition, I give you the story of Daimyo Big Ball, who was killed in battle immediately. Then his son, Daimyo Big Ball II, who trained his troops, lost all his money, and then died in battle immediately again. And that's Nobunaga's Ambition. Now, it's time to talk about a real man's game, Pokemon Conquest. I said in the past that this is my favorite game on the DS, and after replaying it at the start of this year, yeah, it's not even close, this game is phenomenal. But why is that? Why is this random Pokemon spin-off so good? Well, let's jump into the land of Ranzai and unify the region as we explore the majesty of Pokemon Conquest. The game starts off with an exposition on the region of Ranzai, a place with a very unique shape. There are 17 kingdoms, all that correlate to a different Pokemon type, and they're at war, as the one who unites the land of Ranzai will get to see the legendary Pokemon. And I wonder who that could be. You then get prompted to make your character, who is the warlord of the normal type kingdom of Aurora. You meet a girl named Oichi, who teaches you the basics of the game, and this is where we come to see that this is a strategy game. And I will get into the gameplay in excruciating detail soon, so let's stick with the story. Eventually, Aurora comes under attack by the goons of Hideyoshi of the Fire Kingdom of Ignis. After sending them packing, we train up for an assault on the kingdom, where Hideyoshi gets mollywopped and our strength grows. And now our hero knows what they must do. As they say their iconic line, it's time to Pokemon Conquest for the Nintendo DS this place. The Water Kingdom of Fontaine Falls, while the Grass Kingdom of Greenleaf introduces us to another gameplay mechanic. Unlike the previous kingdoms, where you simply have to beat the enemy team before the turn limit goes down, here you need to capture 3 flags placed around the field. And I'm going to be honest, when I played this game for the first time at the ripe old age of 12, I lost here, and didn't come back to this game for like 6 months after that. But once you know what you're doing, Greenleaf falls, and with that, you now have control over the southwest region of Ranzai. You push into the rest of western Ranzai, taking down the Electric Kingdom of Violite, where bolts fly down at random. The Bug Kingdom of Cresselia, where you hit Pokemon with these spheres called Pokemari Balls, which do insane damage. And the Fighting Kingdom of Pugilus, which is the most pathetically easy kingdom in the game. And with those kingdoms beneath our thumb, this is where we get news. The feared conqueror, Lord Nobunaga, hasn't been slacking while we were taking over kingdoms. Because although we have all of Western Ranzai, he has control over all of Eastern Ranzai. The only 2 kingdoms not under Nobunaga or your control is the Ground Kingdom of Terrera, ruled by Shingen, and the Psychic Kingdom of Elugio, ruled by Kenshin. Taking down either of these warlords will bring both of them to your side, gaining Central Ranzai to your empire. Your avatar goes through their first warrior transformation, where you get more armor. The festivities, however, are cut short, where Lord Nobunaga makes his first appearance in front of us on top of a goddamn Zekrom. We are fucked. But not to worry, he's not here to kill us. He's just here to tell us that he's gonna kill us eventually. All good. But he should have killed us, because now we have a goddamn Glade and Rhyperior on our side. We are invincible. So we jump into Eastern Ranzai, the Rock Kingdom of Kragspur, eroded. The Dark Kingdom of Yaksha, vanquished. The Poison Kingdom of Viperia, antidote. Id. The Flying Kingdom of Avia, I threaten to put them all on the no-fly list. Easy. Conquer. And all that remains is the northernmost part of Ranzai. These are Nobunaga's strongest and most loyal advisors. Lord Ieyasu of Valora wields the power of Agron, while his apprentice has the power of a Metagross. He should be the Lord of Valora, goddamn. But eventually, Valora falls and we fight Lady No of the Ghost Kingdom of Spectra, where this little flame gives you a random status element, and I've played through these games hundreds of times, and they are still annoying. Anyway, No is defeated, and we go to the Ice Kingdom of Nyxtrum, and although the thought of an ice-beaming Lapras is scary, it's no problem for us. And after that battle, our Eevee begins to evolve, turning into the best evolution, because Sylveon doesn't exist yet. And with that, all that remains from Total Conquest is the capture of Dragnor. And can you take a wild guess on what type this is supposed to be? Nobunaga stands firm with his Zekrom, but Glaceon ain't having it and blows everyone in the battle away.
And so, we did it. Ranzai is united and the legendary Pokemon will show itself. You know, that last fight did feel really anticlimactic. I wonder what happened to old Nobunaga anyway. Or fucked.
This shit right here was the single most badass thing child Tommy ever saw. You show this image to any guy, and he'll say, hell yeah. So Nobunaga assembles his strongest soldiers, and it's time for the true final battle. But before that, the legendary Pokemon speaks to us, tells us to bond with it. Okay, buddy. Now, we have the power of God on our side, so that shiny Rayquaza you got there, Nobunaga, ain't so special now, you fucking moron bitch! And with that, Nobunaga is defeated once and for all. Arceus departs, promising that they will meet us again in the future. The war ends, and we give the kingdoms back to their rightful owners, and with that, the credits roll.
And so that was the first story of Pokemon Conquest. Now I know you might be saying, Tommy, that was a really short game. And right you are, the first story is short. But we're not done yet. Buckle up, everyone, because we're about to do this 37 more times.
After you complete the main story of Pokemon Conquest, you find out that all that conquering you just did, that was pretty much just the tutorial. This is where the real game starts. So when you initially get to this screen, you're locked off from doing most of the game modes. 9 times out of 10, your first story will be Hideyoshi's, where you play as the beloved Fire Monkey trainer and once again unite Ranzai. And luckily, not every single story is you uniting all of Ranzai over and over again. The other categories are the Junior Warlords, collecting 100 Pokemon, recruit 40 warriors, Kenshin vs Shingen, Ranzai's Greatest Beauty, defeat Nobunaga, ninjas, not worth fighting over, and the true ending. But to be fair, even if the objective isn't to unite all of Ranzai, you're probably just gonna do it anyway. Now, we get to the point where I go in depth about the overworld gameplay, because it's a topic I am very knowledgeable about. So now, it's time to go from a simple strategy game to Tommy's kingdom management in order to become big, buff boys. Here we go. We start by playing Iyasu's story and conquering all of Ranzai. Believe me, in these story modes, uniting Ranzai is easy as hell. The reason we do this is because the main objective of Iyasu's story is to collect 100 Pokemon, which means that even if we unite all of Ranzai, the story doesn't end. So now, you're on a map where no one can take you over, and you have complete control over when to end it. So this is the point where we get busted. You're not going to attack with all the warlords and warriors you own each month, it's too much time and not worth it, but what you can do is delegate everyone to train and develop in the kingdoms they're in. What this does is make it so that your units get stronger and your kingdoms get access to more areas, like stronger Pokemon to fight, gold to collect, and increasing energy. So if you spam the next month button a couple times, you're gonna get strong as hell. My man Iyasu, who was forced to carry around this Lairon, was able to warrior transform, and now he's pulling up with a Registeel. And that's the biggest reason to do this, because every warlord and warrior in the game has a perfect link. This means that a specific Pokemon with a specific trainer can reach its strongest possible power. Also, I might as well address this, but when it comes to the terms warlord and warrior, the main difference is that a warlord has a unique design and their perfect link shows up on their portrait, while a warrior is just some schmuck that has no unique art at all. Every warlord, aka unique portrait person, has this thing called a warrior transformation, where if certain criteria are met with a Pokemon they have a perfect link with, they can transform and get stronger. To get these perfect links, you need to find a Pokemon in the wild, or insert a code if you're lazy. Don't worry, some of these Pokemon are bullshit, so no one will blame you, and then link with it by pressing the A button at the right time. Some warlords even have the ability to link with legendaries, like Kenshin linking with Mewtwo and Shingen linking with Groudon. This is where one of my favorite parts of the game comes in, and that's the design of the warlords after transformation, because for the most part, they look like the Pokemon they have a perfect link with, and not in some disgusting way like in that Pokemon Rebirth manga. If you didn't know this existed, I apologize that I'm the one to tell you about it. The warlords just decide to cosplay as their perfect link. Like, for example, Kotaro has a perfect link with Zoroark, so when he transforms, he gets the Zoroark hair. Kaiji gets the Terrakion head ornament. Aya is one of the most apparent, with her perfect link being Frostlass. And then, there's our boy, Masanori. Look at this guy right here. The hair, the glasses, he's a gosh darn crook, and his perfect link is, of course, Crocodile. That's wonderful. The only warlords to have more than one transformation is your avatar, which makes sense, and Hideyoshi, who I can only assume is because of his Reshiram link, but Nobunaga gets 2 legendaries and only has a rank 2 transformation, so oh well. And that's one of the major pieces of this game, getting your warlords to their peak performance and getting them stronger Pokemon. And here's the thing, when you do this in any story, it carries over to the rest of the game. So if you get Kai her incredibly busted Darmanitan and then play her story, she will demolish everything in her path. Now, I understand that some people may see this as a negative on the game, and that doing this makes it easier than it already is, and that is 100% correct, but I've 100%ed this game 3 separate times, so it's a major positive to do this and one of my favorite aspects of the game. But what about the other part of the game? I've been talking a lot about the conquest, but what about the Pokemon? Well, there are 200 Pokemon from the first 5 generations in this game, and since they had to cut some of the cast, they only kept in the most recognizable faces, like Charizard, Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Armaldo, you know, the big boys. All these Pokemon get one move, and that one move can make or break a Pokemon's viability. Let's look at a 3-stage evolution like the Shinx line, for example. Shinx has the move Spark, a weak electric-type move that only hits one square in front of it, meaning it can only hit one Pokemon per turn. Shinx's evolution Luxio gets the move Discharge, which hits everything that surrounds it.
giving Luxio the ability to hit all 6 enemy Pokemon at once if they are surrounded. But then the evolution Luxray gets Thunder, an incredibly strong electric-type move with low accuracy and only hits 1 Pokemon,
and the Pokemon has to be 3 tiles away.
This brings up the question of stats versus moves. Luxray is obviously stronger than Luxio, but does the stronger stats make up for losing the ability to hit multiple Pokemon at once? Well, that's up to what you're doing in the game. If you're conquering kingdoms, having the strongest Pokemon available is always a focus, so Luxray is a good choice, while dealing with crowd control of wild Pokemon might make Luxio the better option. But then there's moves that are just insane. Like I said earlier, Darmanitan is busted because he goes from a small Darumaka with a 1 square attack
to a 7 square
5-star Fire Blast. What a glow up. But there is no greater discussion about viability among us Pokemon Conquest gurus than the Dragon Ragers. The Stage 1 Dragon types in Pokemon Conquest have access to the move Dragon Rage. Now, in main series Pokemon, Dragon Rage is a move that always does 40 damage, and you typically get access to this move near the beginning of the mid-game, and by that point it's not that good since Pokemon get more and more HP and can eat up at least one of these attacks. In Pokemon Conquest, this move hits 2 squares, still does 40 damage, and can be easily acquired at the start of most stories. Dragon Rage is such a strong boon in certain stories, such as Ranzai's Greatest Beauty, because you're not fighting a lot of kingdoms, and for the most part, Pokemon never go over 40 HP, so you've essentially got a Pokemon that can one-shot 2 enemies at a time. From my experience playing this game, these Stage 1 Dragon Ragers can be more useful than their fully evolved counterparts, as they are quite common throughout Ranzai, striking fear when you fight them, and striking gold when you get them to join you. And as you play through more stories, you see that certain warlords just aren't as good because their perfect links are terrible. I'll throw an example out there. This character right here is Gracia. She's got a perfect link with Gothitelle. This Pokemon has the move Future Sight, which hits 6 squares but does almost no damage, and it takes 2 turns for the move to hit. This Pokemon is unusable. So, for all of you who want to play this game for yourself, I recommend the implementation of the mechanical eviscerating torturing Armageddon Gigantic Robotic Orbital Super Stomper, also known as Metagross. Because if any unit in this game has the chance to get a Metagross, get them a goddamn Metagross. Now yes, this thing is a single square attacker, but Metagross is one of the best single square attackers in the game. So when you give little Gracia her very own mechanical monstrosity, her story suddenly becomes a lot easier. And as you complete more stories, get every perfect link on all your warlords and transform them, you'll unlock the final story, the 2 Heroes of Ranzai. The plot is simple. All of the warlords remember how you and Nobunaga completely wiped out every single army in Ranzai. So they decide, hey, how about instead of you and Nobunaga being enemies, let's see if you can work together and defeat us. Essentially, you've got these 2 powerhouses who already kicked ass throughout all of Ranzai, and this time they're working together. Although I make it sound easy, it is the hardest story in the game, with every warlord having fully evolved Pokemon. But if you've dedicated a fraction of your life to this game like I did, it's child's play. As you push towards Dragnor, you'll eventually get your rank 3 warrior transformation, and you get to see Arceus once again, where you can link with the god of Pokemon permanently. This also lets you permanently get the shiny Rayquaza on Nobunaga if you got all the other legendary Pokemon in the game. And with that, you kick ass, and this time you get a slideshow of all the warlords in the game with their perfect links. So, the question stands, is Pokemon Conquest worth playing? Absolutely. It still stands as my favorite DS game of all time. If it weren't for this game introducing me to strategy games of this type, I might have never discovered my love for my favorite franchise of all time, Fire Emblem. And hey, if you haven't touched a strategy game in your life, maybe use this as a baby's first. Now, a big factor in why I say this game is so easy is because I've dedicated hundreds of hours to this game. I don't typically say this because I'm gonna be honest, I suck at a lot of video games, but Pokemon Conquest is up there with Half-Life and Mario Galaxy as games I know like the back of my hand. I am so knowledgeable about this game that the challenge is practically non-existent to me. But maybe you might find a nice challenge with it, and you might get stuck in Greenleaf like I did when I first picked up this game. To me, Pokemon Conquest is easily Pokemon's greatest spin-off and the best game on the Nintendo DS. But unfortunately, due to the time it was released, June 18th, 2012 here in North America, there was already a new handheld on the market. And sure, that handheld was the greatest console in gaming history and could play original DS games, but people didn't want to play some old school DS game, and if they did, it was going to be a major franchise like Pokemon Black 2 White 2, which also released in 2012. So due to poor sales, this game is not that cheap nowadays.
And that is Pokemon Conquest, a game I talked about, so now I can transition into talking about the greatest gaming purchase in history, because you see, back in 2015, I would walk into a GameStop and I would purchase Pokemon Conquest, Pokemon Black 2, Pokemon Soul Silver, Pokemon Blue Rescue Team, and Yokai Watch. I spent $75 on that purchase. I'm a goddamn psychic.
Just last night, I was lost in the jungle with Pitfall Harry, surrounded by giant scorpions and man-eating crocodiles.
The year was 1982. The Atari 2600 had peaked with its home console release of Pac-Man. Along with that, the 2600 also got games like Frogger, Centipede, Donkey Kong, and the system's most beloved game, E.T. the Extraterrestrial. The future looked so bright for Atari, in fact, that every video game manufacturer went blind, resulting in the almost complete destruction of the entire North American video game industry. Whoops. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and just like Atari, everyone hits their peak at some point in their lives. For example, you peaked in high school, humanity as a whole peaked on November 17th, 2003, and of course the Virtual Boy peaked in the 1 year that it existed. But what about the other systems? When did those home consoles hit their highest level of popularity before fading into irrelevancy for the rest of their miserable existence? The life of a console comes in many forms. Typically it goes from announcement to launch to about 5 to 6 years on the market to waiting for the successor system and repeat. Not all consoles are like this. Some have incredibly long lives that continue years after the initial release, while others don't even make it out of their first year on the market. But when was the best time to own these consoles during their heyday? What year had everything going for a particular system? A good console year comes from a multitude of factors: historic or pop culture importance, stupid-ass gimmicks, but most importantly are the video games released that year. An important thing to mention is that we will be looking at North American release dates. For example, The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker was released in Japan in 2002, but was released in North America in 2003. So we'll be counting it as a 2003 release for today. And of course, these choices are just my opinions, which luckily means they're fact, because every single take I have is the correct one. If you don't like my choices, you can send your complaints to this email, and I won't get back to you anytime soon. Now then, a console's best year, starting with the Nintendo Entertainment System. Easily its best year was its nationwide release in 1986. Most people first experienced Super Mario Bros. Along with the release of some of Nintendo's most beloved franchises, such as The Legend of Zelda and Metroid. But the reason for 1986 being such an important year for the NES is because it's the console that ended the video game crash that occurred in 1983, solidifying gaming as a mainstay in North America.
Along with a combination of good titles and major historic importance, 1986 was the best year for the NES. Speaking of historic consoles, Sega would jump into the world of the 8-bit market with the Sega Master System. And of all consoles that have ever been released, the Master System is certainly one of them. The games exist, the graphics are present, and I can guarantee you, in the history of humanity, at least one person has owned a Sega Master System. Look, I'm from Central Jersey, where we are very anti-Sega, so forgive me for not having much to say. But I have come to the conclusion that the greatest year for the Master System is whatever Brazil thinks the best year for the Master System is, because those guys really like the Master System for some reason. But if you want my opinion, 1986, Pro Wrestler and its incredible box art came out that year. The year 1992, on the other hand, is the year of the Game Gear. Why? Well, according to my notes, it says Sonic 2 and nothing else, so congratulations to the other Sega console I haven't played. But not to worry, I have disappointed my bloodline by playing the Sega Genesis, so I actually have things to say about it. With the release of the Genesis, Sega had brought Nintendo to its knees with its 16-bit blast processing bullshit. I was really close to giving 1991 the belt for best Genesis year, due to that being the release of the original Sonic the Hedgehog, but I'll have to give it an honorable mention because 1994 was even better. Sonic 3 and Knuckles is one of the only Sonic games I've ever played, so that means it's the best one. Sega let Mortal Kombat continue down its bloody path of including blood in Mortal Kombat 2, and NBA Jam pioneered big head cheat codes in gaming, making 1994 the year of the Genesis. 94 was also very good for the Genesis's rival, the Super Nintendo. Games like Donkey Kong Country, Super Metroid, and Final Fantasy III. Which is not the same as Final Fantasy III on the DS, because Final Fantasy III on the SNES is actually Final Fantasy VI, and Final Fantasy III on the DS is the real Final Fantasy III. I'm not talking about changing titles again. Anyway, 1994 was a very good year for the SNES, but it's not the best, because for my money, that goes to 1996. By this point, the Nintendo 64 was on the horizon. Instead of sitting back and waiting for its impending fall to irrelevancy to its successor, the SNES decided to pump out some of the most memorable titles on the console. Donkey Kong Country 3, Super Mario RPG, Kirby Superstar, Super Street Fighter 2, and I know I'm talking about North America, but Japan was kicking ass too, because they got Genealogy of the Holy War, a game that I fully believe if got localized would be remembered as one of the greatest games of all time. The SNES was the gift that kept on giving, and it continued to give incredible games even into its twilight years. A console that most certainly didn't do that was the infamous Virtual Boy. This console had a lifespan of a single year, and most of its games came out in 1995. The only games anyone really ever brings up for the console, Wario Land and Jack Bros, are both 1995 titles, along with games such as Mario Clash, Telero Boxer, and Mario Tennis. Not much to say, 1995 is the one and only year for the failed boy that is the Virtual Boy. But now let's talk about the successful boy, the Game Boy. And two big years come to mind, and both are being carried by a single game. In 1986, you bought a Game Boy, you got Tetris with it. A lot of people who didn't play video games bought a Game Boy just for Tetris. A game that's easy to understand and hard to master was the perfect source of entertainment for any mom who hadn't had any fun since Woodstock. And for the longest time, Tetris was the best-selling game on the system. Until 1998. 9 years after the Game Boy's release, and one of the most impactful video games in history would be released in North America. Pokemon Red and Blue brought the Game Boy back into relevancy and made it more popular than ever before. This would kickstart the Pokemania craze and would also be the first of many Nintendo handhelds whose best year is due in part to a Pokemon game being released. And since we've been talking a lot about Nintendo, how's our good friend Sega doing? Well, they just announced at E3 that the new console, the Sega Saturn, was releasing today, and for a pretty hefty $399. This was done in order to compete with the new console coming out by a company called Sony. So in response to this, Sony would give one of the most iconic announcements in E3 history.
Sony Computer Entertainment President of America, Steve Reyes, join me for a brief presentation. $299.
$100 less than Sega's console. The Saturn was now dead on arrival, and Sega was fucked. The best year for the Sega Saturn is non-applicable, since this console's whole life was nothing but pain and torture, and with no new mainline Sonic, there was nothing getting people to want to buy this thing. 1997 gave us Sonic Jam. It's only a compilation game, but it's still something. 1996 gave us Nights in a Dream. That's also something. And 1998 had Panzer Dragoon Saga, a game that 95% of people only care about due to the fact that it is expensive as hell. See, the challenge with the Saturn is that there are so many options because all the years are equally terrible. But Sonic Jam is still Sonic, so good job, I guess, 1997. You win the award for the best year for the Saturn. Sorry to everyone born in 1997. But now for the complete opposite of the Saturn, because this was the hardest console to figure out a best year for, because there were too many good years to choose from. The Sega killer itself, the PlayStation. For every other console on this list, I usually had either one year that was clearly dominant or two really good years to choose from. But for the PlayStation, I had to narrow it down to three incredibly good years. That being 1997 with games like Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Crash Bandicoot 2, and Final Fantasy VII. 1998, which gave us Tekken 3, Crash Bandicoot Warped, Spyro the Dragon, and Metal Gear Solid. And 1999, the year of Grand Theft Auto 2, Gran Turismo 2, Resident Evil 3, and Tony Hawk's Pro. Sony was serious about entering the gaming industry, and the quality that the PlayStation had every year is absolutely insane. But of the three best years, I'm gonna have to give it to 1998. Best Crash Bandicoot game, first Metal Gear Solid and Spyro, and even Tekken 3 I really enjoyed playing despite it coming from a genre I usually don't enjoy. As somebody who wasn't around for the PlayStation's heyday, I'm not surprised that people said screw the Saturn and jumped to this thing. Sony was able to smack talk the competition and had the best games of the time to back it up.
What have I got?
But let's say you want to wait a little longer for the next generation console experience, because you were a loyal Nintendo fan. Nintendo's jump into 3D went very well with the release of the Nintendo 64. Super Mario 64 laid the groundwork, and every other 3D platformer built off the innovations of such an impactful title. As studios began to master developing games for the system, we would arrive once again to 1998. The year we got games like Mario Party, F-Zero X, 1080 Snowboarding, and 3 console-defining titles. The beloved 3D platformer Banjo-Kazooie, the incredibly beloved Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, often considered the greatest game ever made. And my beloved South Park 64. This game sucks ass, but it's my favorite game on the console. And because of that, South Park carries 1998 into being the N64 at its peak. But looking at the handheld scene, Nintendo's Game Boy Color really doesn't have much going on. Since it has exclusive games that can only be played on the Color and not original Game Boy, it is technically its own thing, so... Wario Land 3, Donkey Kong Country, Metal Gear Solid, and since this is a Nintendo handheld, a Pokemon game has to be included, and those games are Pokemon Gold and Silver. Look, I don't mean to get political, but the Gold, Silver, Crystal era of Pokemon is kind of not that good. And the only reason people say they like the Johto games is because of a pair of remakes we'll talk about later. So because of that, Y2K gets the top spot. And with the entrance into the new millennium, we must talk about Sega's last stand with the Dreamcast. Unlike the other consoles mentioned, I have to give the Dreamcast a special case because I think the best time for the Dreamcast was from late 1999 to late 2000. The reason for this is because in North America, the Dreamcast was released in October of 1999. And Sega now only had 1 year to prove the Dreamcast was worth buying. Sony was going to release the PS2 in October of 2000, and once that behemoth comes out, it's all over for Sega. Because of that, this 12-month period gave us Sonic Adventure, Crazy Taxi, Jet Set Radio, Resident Evil Code Veronica, Soul Calibur, and the PlayStation 2 killer, Seaman. Of all Sega's home consoles, the Dreamcast had by far the best lineup of games to come out in such a short time, but unfortunately it wouldn't be enough to save them.
Crazy Taxi!
But now we enter the era of the big three modern console manufacturers, and despite the GameCube not selling as well as the competition, Mr. Bronze Medal still had some great years. An honorable mention has to go to 2001. Luigi's Mansion, Pikmin, and Melee. Some of the most beloved GameCube titles came from that year. But in my very humble opinion, I have to give it to the best year in human history, 2003. We got the best platformer, SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom, the best golf game, Mario Golf Toadstool Tour, a whole bunch of racing games such as F-Zero GX, Kirby Air Ride, and Mario Kart Double Dash, and just like stated before, we'd get The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker coming from overseas. 2003 was such a good year that even the Game Boy Advance had a killer lineup. Of course, the obligatory Pokemon game that needs to be there, but also Metroid Fusion, Mario & Luigi's Superstar Saga, Super Mario Advanced 4, Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced, and the first time the Western world got to play a Fire Emblem game. 2003 was definitely a pretty good year for gaming, but that was just the calm before the storm. 2004 was a fantastic year for video games. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, Star Wars Battlefront, Spider-Man 2, Red Dead Revolver. 2004 was a quality year for third parties, and with the release of the incredibly popular PlayStation 2, Sony knew they just needed killer exclusives as well. So we'd also get Ratchet & Clank Up Your Ass and Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. But then, from over the horizon, you hear the sounds of shooting purple needle things and the yells of alien soldiers. There's a new console competitor, Microsoft's Xbox, with Fable, Ninja Gaiden, and their ace in the hole, Halo 2. God damn. 2004 was chock full of amazing games, and due to this, the gaming industry was more competitive than ever before. And I bet you thought I would forget, but not to worry, it's time to talk about the real industry titans, the Nokia N-Gage and the motherfucking Gizmondo. 2004 for the N-Gage and 2005 for the Gizmondo. Specifically, October 22nd, 2005, because the launch of the Gizmondo was also the end of the Gizmondo. What a tragedy. Oh, but look at that. An actual handheld console, the PlayStation Portable. Not really much going on with this thing, but it had Vice City Stories and the best game on the system, Loco Roco, released in 2006. Hell yeah. And with that, the 7th console generation is here, and Nintendo finally felt the sweet smell of success once more with the Nintendo Wii. And throughout this discussion, we've talked about some pretty incredible years for gaming, but for a lot of people born in the 90s and even early 2000s, there was no year quite like 2007. For the Wii, there was a LEGO Star Wars, a Mario Party 8, Metroid Prime 3, and Super Paper Mario, but they're not the reason I choose 2007, because that honor goes to the best Wii game, the best game of 2007, and the closest thing we have ever come to a flawless masterpiece of art, Super Mario Galaxy. Even if every other Wii game that came out that year was the biggest piece of schlock ever made, Galaxy was gonna carry 2007 to the top. I'm shocked that the whole debate over if video games are art survived after this incredible year of gaming, because not only did the Wii get an absolute banger, the Xbox 360 was firing at all cylinders. Call of Duty 4 brought the franchise into the mainstream, and Assassin's Creed had just released its first installment. That alone would be pretty solid, but then 2K comes in and just says, let's make one of the greatest first-person shooters of all time, and we got BioShock. That wasn't even the most anticipated game on the system, because people were losing their minds over Halo 3. Oh my god! And that's not even talking about the games coming out on the PlayStation 3, because Sony was too busy screwing up every step they took. 2007 was a magical year for gaming. The year people got to explore space with Mario, see Rapture for the first time, and totally definitely finish the fight. This single year was a treat for all gamers who got to experience it. But now we must leave that incredible time and enter 2009, because we got the real Johto games: Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Scribblenauts, GTA Chinatown Wars, Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon. Personally, I think the DS is all up to preference. 2005 gave us a bunch of casual games and Mario Kart DS, 2012 gave us the best mainline and spin-off Pokemon games, but for the sake of variety and my overwhelming Fire Emblem bias, 2009 takes it. Back to talking about failures that stink. The PlayStation Vita, boo-hoo-hoo. A stupid console that no one likes, and it only ever had 2 games that mattered: Persona 4 Golden and Gravity Rush, both releasing in 2012. For many years, the Vita's biggest selling point was it was the only place you could play Persona 4 Golden. But now that we live in a world where the masses can experience a dachi, the reason to own a Vita continues to sink. And even Gravity Rush, a game I adore, controls like ass on the Vita, and the PlayStation 4 remaster existing means you have no reason to play on this system. But hey, we still have another Sony console that's been on rough times.
Shut up, Adachi.
By 2013, the next PlayStation was announced, and Sony were about to witness the PlayStation 3 lose to the extremely popular Xbox 360. Sony had to mangle together as many resources as possible to somehow close the gap between it and the Xbox to come out on top. With this attempt, we would see Minecraft come to the system, we would get another Gran Turismo game, and GTA 5 released. But unfortunately, these games were either available on Xbox 360, or in Gran Turismo's case, not gonna save the PS3. So, the PS3 had no choice but to accept third place. The Last of Us came out, and the PlayStation 3 outsold the 360. As somebody who was a devoted follower of the Xbox 360 at the time, it's still crazy that among all the controversies, scandals, hackings, the PlayStation 3 actually managed to beat the Xbox 360 in units sold. Perhaps it was an omen for things to come. As Sony would refocus its efforts on video games, Microsoft was about to go down a much more sinister path. But we're not there yet, so let's talk about the best console ever made, the 3DS. In the past, I've said that the launch of the 3DS was handled badly, and that's not actually true, because in reality, the launch of the 3DS was handled so incredibly poorly that the fact that this system survived its first 2 years is nothing short of a miracle. But then what felt like an eternal darkness began to fade, as light shined down on the blighted 3DS install base, and we were finally given video games. Pokemon X and Y, Donkey Kong Country Returns, A Link Between Worlds, Animal Crossing New Leaf, and of course a game I've brought up countless times in the past, the king of the 3DS library, one of my favorite games of all time, and that of course is Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon! No, I'm just fucking with ya. It's Fire Emblem Awakening. This phenomenal peak perfection of a video game is what made people give a damn about not only the 3DS, but brought back the Fire Emblem franchise from the depths of being lost forever. It saved the series, and that's why 2013 is the best year for the best console. Now, if you're bummed out that Nintendo was about to save the 3DS, don't worry, because there was no saving Nintendo's biggest modern fumble, the Wii U. The tragedy of the Wii U is an enthralling one, but to cut it short, it's Nintendo coming off of their Wii high and getting smacked back into reality. For a console that's always considered a failure, it still had a decent library of games, and midway through the console's life, Nintendo at least still cared about it because 2014 was a pretty stacked year. Coming off of the year of Luigi, we got the best-selling Wii U game, Mario Kart 8, the continuation of a very strong IP with Super Smash Bros. For Wii U, a new IP with Splatoon, and Wii Sports Club. The Wii U might have sold the worst of the 8th generation consoles, but it is far, far from the worst. Because despite what I say about any other console, there is not a single system that I despise more than the Xbox One. You can discuss the times that you made poor financial decisions, but they will never compare to anyone who was Team Xbox in the 8th generation console wars. I was one of those poor souls who fumbled that bag, and I paid the ultimate price by having to experience one of the worst consoles ever made. Still, this isn't a Sega Saturn situation. Third parties will still make good games for the system. But if I'm going off of personal experience, 2015 was the best year because that was the year we got Rare Replay and Rainbow Six Siege, the only 2 games I actually enjoyed on this waste of space. But jumping back to the Wii U, Nintendo dropped the ball so bad, they needed to make the Nintendo Switch. This thing right here was the first console I ever bought with my own hard-earned 14-year-old cash back in 2017, and because of that, Nintendo really had no choice but to release system-selling level games. Breath of the Wild at launch, Mario Kart 8 going from a really good Mario Kart to the best Mario Kart, a new IP with ARMS which Nintendo quickly stopped caring about and then gave us Splatoon 2, we got Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Mario Odyssey all in a single year. This was such a magical time to be a Nintendo fan, and we may never see Nintendo in such a desperate state again. So you better cherish 2017 as the beginning of Nintendo gutting eShop music from their systems, you bastards. The PlayStation 4. It's like the Xbox One, but with games on it. Because of that, Sony was able to keep users interested in this console for a very long time, and they had a great lineup of first and third party support. This culminated in 2018 with Red Dead Redemption 2's release, but also with exclusives like God of War, Detroit Become Human, and Marvel's Spider-Man. I haven't gotten around to playing God of War or Detroit Become Human, but I did play Marvel's Spider-Man for the first time this year, and as somebody who thrives off of not caring about superhero stuff, this is one of the best games I played this year. So round of applause to Can't Sleep Games for this one, and marking 2018 as the PS4's finest 8,760 hours. The impact of these years are why I and so many other people go back to old consoles years after they're taken off of store shelves. It shows that these old games still have importance in culture to this day, and despite the outdated hardware, people still consider these pieces of technology an important part of their lives. And there we have it. But you're probably wondering about the current consoles, the PS5 and Xbox Series X's best year. Well, just like me, they peaked the day they were born, and it's all been downhill ever since. Fuck, man. The year was 2001. The original Xbox was released, and with it, Pandora's box had been opened. We were now in the era of online gaming, where you, a 35-year-old man living paycheck to paycheck working at Waffle House, can scream at the top of your lungs at a 7-year-old because they killed you and teabagged your corpse in Halo 2. What a time to be alive. But then 2005 happened, and the Xbox 360 arrives. The greatest console of all time until the Nintendo 3DS comes out. With the new hardware, the gameplay, the graphics, and most of all the online experience is enhanced because now you get this little picture to truly define who you are. Hello people, I'm Tommy, and I love not getting to know people. I think that it is awesome to judge someone based on their Xbox 360 profile picture rather than the content of their character. For example, I am happy to announce that anyone who used this as their profile picture back in the day are in jail. The Xbox 360, well known for having the greatest home screen in gaming, ushered in a golden age of cyberbullying. You had to follow strict guidelines or you'd end up like this guy. I'm going to travel back in time, find a dinosaur egg, bring it back to the future, sit on it till it hatches, raise it, love it, and then watch it mangle your lifeless and helpless carcass while I touch myself inappropriately. That rep had to be 1 or 5 stars, no in between. Your gamer score over 10k, and that zone better be set to underground. I don't know what that did, but if you went into Modern Warfare 3 with your zone set to recreational, or God forbid, family, you better expect every single Predator missile to be on top of you. But among all the different features of your profile, nothing defined who you were quite like the profile pictures. It's safe to say that the Xbox 360 has some of the most memorable default icons in gaming. In the beginning, there were only a few of these things to choose from, but as time went on, more games would come packed with their own set profile pictures that you could use. And of course, the most popular games that people used as their icon came from the first-person shooter genre. You have to think back to that late 2000s, early 2010s era. It was all about MLG montage parodies, where you got nothing but 360 no-scopes, hit markers, Shrek, and smoking weed every day. If you were too young to remember this time, don't worry. MLG videos were just my generation's overstimulating, mind-numbing, attention span-destroying filth. When I was a kid, I showed these videos to my parents, and the next day I was prescribed Ritalin. These Major League Gaming profile pictures were all the rage. So many different options, and if you had one, I can guarantee you that I could kick your ass at a 1v1 on Dome. Specific games that the 360 kids loved to use were from Gears of War, Call of Duty, Halo 3, and the most popular non-FPS game, Minecraft. Those were the pictures for the real gamers, but you could also get yourself outfitted with other gaming icons like Plants vs. Zombies Zombie, Sniper Team Fortress, the Hero of Kavach, Peter Griffin, and of course, a bunch of generic anime characters. But I know that you know that I know that I've been leaving out the most important piece of the puzzle. The original Xbox 360 gamer pics. The most beloved, hated, respected, and despised. Let's continue our discussion from the beginning. This motherfucker right here. Not a single person in history who used this as their profile picture has ever been in the same room as Hitler. which quite frankly says a lot about those people. If someone ever tries to run for political office and they get hit with even just a simple allegation that they used Beanie Guy blowing bubblegum as their Xbox 360 icon when they were 6 years old, throw in the towel, buddy, because it's over. But wait, not to worry, because you can retort that horrible claim by saying you used the best Xbox 360 gamer pick. And which one is that? Well, let's go worst to best in Tommy's factual opinion on the best original 12 Xbox 360 profile pictures. So from the bottom, Death Row Inmate. Soccer ball that only the FIFA players used. The least generic, most generic anime character. Green with white rings. The Giggler. My freshman year economics teacher. The monkey, the dog, the panda, the skull, the dragon, and number one for the greatest Xbox 360 profile picture of all time, Wrestler Guy. That is the top 12 original Xbox icons. If you think I'm wrong, well, you can kindly get in line behind Bubblegum Man, because in this field, I am the judge, jury, and executioner. The Xbox 360 profile pictures were the cherry on top of a console that was all about bullying little kids. I never experienced such a fate in my youth, because despite all the hours I spent online as a kid, I never received a single message